Chapter 101. Simulated World, World War Z. Main Quest. Kill 100,000 zombies. Quest Reward. Physique Enhancement Agent Plus Unknown. Note: each person can use a maximum of 3 bottles of Physique Enhancement Agent. Forced use will cause genetic collapse. Seeing that this was the world, a hint of excitement flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes. After all, his strength was hardly a challenge against those slow-moving undead. The zombies in this world were incredibly strong. Breaching nearly 100-meter-high walls and pulling down helicopters were their feats. However, the zombies in this world seemed to have a kind of mental fastidiousness. Even though he was seriously ill, he didn't bite, and even actively avoided them. The quest reward was exactly what he wanted, and he didn't care about the notes. He was only using them to enhance Seikobu Sujima. The familiar lottery system began, and Jiang Yao still looked forward to it. Although he was already very strong, what if he got wiped out by a high-yield nuclear bomb in the simulated world? He sincerely prayed to all the gods and Buddhas, and drew his first blue card. On the shimmering card surface was a set of armor, its design both ancient and technologically advanced. Dark red veins flowed across the jet-black nanomaterial, pulsating like blood vessels. A scarlet cloak moved without wind, and the red-tasseled helmet gleamed with a cold, eerie electronic light. Nano armor. Defends against continuous machine gun fire, absorbs various forms of energy to replenish itself. Can consume energy for short-range flight, can forcibly connect to global satellites, and can project holographic images onto the helmet. Seeing this stylish and practical nano armor, Jiang Yao secretly exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad. With this, I be truly invincible." Zombie Attractor. Attracts zombies within a 500 kilometers radius after deployment, automatically returning them still a blue reward, but it's quite suitable for Jiang Yao. The essential talent is still the malice counterattack. Moreover, his true body transmigrated, plus 3 months of martial arts training. This allows the malice counterattack talent's detection range to directly reach a 1-kilometer radius. Yuanyan Country Investigator. Jiang Yao. 2 hours passed in a flash, and Jiang Yao's figure disappeared from the Wulong Mountain Villa. Language pack already loaded. Will not be loaded again this time. Jiang Yao woke up instantly, already wearing the nano armor carrying Mo Yuan, his cloak and helmet not yet deployed. The sound of helicopter rotors spinning filled his ears, accompanied by the incessant crackling of gunfire. Turning his head, he saw the protagonist, Gary, running towards the helicopter, finally boarding safely under the cover of soldiers. The helicopter slowly ascended, and Gary Lane leaned against the cabin, panting heavily. His gaze pierced the porthole, watching the city silhouette shrink below. On the rooftops, zombies continued their frenzied swarm towards the edge, seemingly oblivious to fear. One after another, they lunged into the air, trying to grab onto the rising helicopter. But ultimately, they could only plummet helplessly, disappearing into the gray streets. Occasionally, a few zombies stubbornly clung to the landing gear, but were quickly shot down by the soldiers on board. As the altitude increased, Gary finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing slightly. He turned and exchanged a glance with his wife, who calmed their 3 children down. Then he looked at Jiang Yao, clad in red and black armor and carrying a long sword. Handsome and with a sharp, commanding presence, this guy was clearly a skilled fighter. Gary extended his hand and introduced himself. "I'm Gary Lane, a joint investigator." Jiang Yao shook his hand, nodded slightly, and said meaningfully, "Jiang Yao, also a joint investigator. I guess we've been called together to deal with these infected. You better be prepared." Gary nodded thoughtfully, saying nothing more. The images of his escape were still replaying in his mind, zombies charging in, the streets filled with screams and chaos. It all happened so fast, so suddenly, that he hadn't fully processed what was going on. Seeing that Gary didn't respond, Jiang Yao turned to his shoulder, intently watching the soldiers operating the helicopter ahead. SA-365 Dolphin helicopter, length 11.44 meters, width 3.21 meters, height 4.01 meters. The main rotor diameter is 11.93 meters. The maximum speed is 306 kilometers per hour. Operating procedures. His gaze shifted between the instrument panel and the control stick, referring to the operating procedures on the screen, and he quickly grasped the essentials. He secretly marveled at the extraordinary effects of the physical enhancement agent. Not only had it greatly improved his physical fitness, but it had also significantly enhanced his memory and learning ability. If he were back in the college entrance examination hall now, while a perfect score wouldn't be guaranteed, 700 points would be a piece of cake. Shortly afterward, the helicopter pierced through the heavy fog and located the Joint Command Fleet in the Atlantic Ocean. The azure sea shimmered under the sunlight, and the fleet's outline gradually became clear. The massive aircraft carrier and escort ships stood like steel fortresses amidst the waves. Under the guidance of ground crew, the helicopter landed steadily on the deck of the Joint Command ship. The roar of the propellers continued. The cabin door opened, and Gary Lane and his family, along with Jiang Yao, disembarked one by one, bowing low. The deck was bustling with activity. Fully armed soldiers were stationed everywhere, reassuring those who had just faced a major disaster. The Deputy Secretary General, in uniform, was waiting. Gary stepped forward and embraced him excitedly, whispering, "Thank you. It's so good to see you." The Deputy Secretary General nodded, his gaze shifting to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao simply extended his hand and shook it, his tone calm. "Thank you for your assistance." The Deputy Secretary General said nothing more, leading them across the deck and into the ship's interior. The dormitory area was located on the lower deck, small and cramped. The corridor was piled high with supply crates, the air thick with the smells of engine oil and sweat. Gary's wife, Karen, with their 3 children, maintained a gentle smile. She whispered to Gary, "It's all right, we can handle it." The 3 children obediently climbed onto their bunk beds. Despite the rudimentary conditions, there was no complaint on their faces. Gary frowned, turning to the Deputy Secretary General. "Is this how it is all over the world now?" Karen gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Gary, let's discuss this somewhere else." The Deputy Secretary General nodded, gesturing for Gary and Jiang Yao to follow. The 3 walked through the narrow corridor to the command center. Along the way, the Deputy Secretary General whispered some information to them. "The President is dead, 4 of the 6 chiefs of staff are dead, and the Vice President is missing." His tone was heavy, tinged with helplessness. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was tense and busy. A huge electronic screen displayed a global map, densely marked with red markers indicating the extent of the infected areas. The communicators crackled with requests from various ships to join, and the operators busily confirmed the identity and location of each vessel. Chapter 102. In a corner of the hall, a group of biology PhDs were huddled together, engaged in a heated discussion. "The problem we must solve is, what exactly is it? It's caused by a virus. It must be caused by a virus. There's no other possibility." The Deputy Secretary General pointed to the young PhD who had spoken so passionately. "That's Dr. Fastback, a virologist from Harvard." The PhDs were still discussing, but the word zombie slipped from their lips. "The literal translation is zombie, but I think they don't deserve the name." The Deputy Secretary General explained. "The word zombie first appeared in a memo from Camp Humphrey in Dhaka. After that, we lost contact with them. But this could very well help us find the source of the virus. If we find the source, we might be able to develop a vaccine to control the epidemic." So we sent Dr. Fastback there to find the source. Gary shook his head and sighed. "He's just a child." Just as he finished speaking, the captain strode in with steady steps. His gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Gary and Jiang Yao, a hint of a probing smile on his face. It's unclear what these high-ranking officials were imagining, but upon seeing Jiang Yao's armor, although a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, they didn't ask a single question. "Gary, Jiang, you are top UN agents. This mission is perfect for you," he said firmly, with an undeniable authority. "I want to send you to lead a small team to help Dr. Fastback find what he needs." Gary had already been warned by Jiang Yao on the helicopter about the possibility of such a mission, so he didn't show much surprise. He didn't want to get involved and refused outright. The Deputy Secretary General tried to persuade him. "The SEALs will be responsible for security throughout, ensuring your safety." Gary still shook his head. "I can't help you. I can't leave my family." The captain was direct. "Look around, Mr. Ryan. Everyone here has their own mission. This ship can't accommodate bystanders. Many people are waiting for their berths. If you want to help your family, then think about how to stop the epidemic. It's your choice." After a moment of silence, Gary sighed. "It's an easy choice." Jiang Yao had been watching the whole thing, and when the captain looked at him, he nodded calmly. After all, he had been very interested in this mission. However, he had a question while watching the movie. So he asked directly, "Captain, I have a question. Since your fleet is almost intact, why not just use firepower to overwhelm the zombie horde? With your military strength, a counterattack shouldn't be difficult, right?" The captain's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. He sighed and explained, "We considered this problem. But the reality is, our ammunition reserves are insufficient, and the zombies in the Americas are too scattered, making fire coverage ineffective. More importantly, we don't have the authorization to activate the nuclear weapons. After leaving the command center, Jiang Yao accompanied Gary to the accommodation area. In a corner of the cabin, Karen held Gary's hand tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance and worry. Gary gently stroked her cheek and whispered, "I have to go, Karen. If I don't, they kick us out. Take this safe. I call you every day to let you know I'm safe," he said, placing a black satellite phone into Karen's hand. Karen's eyes welled with tears, but she held them back. She knew Gary's decision was for the family. She nodded, her voice choked with emotion. "You must be careful. The children and I are waiting for you to come back." After saying goodbye to each of the 3 children, Gary kissed Karen goodbye with tears in his eyes. Jiang Yao, standing to the side, watched this scene and suddenly thought of Seiko Busujima. If only she were here. He shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. Damn it, even with a girlfriend, I still have to watch dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. On the aircraft carrier deck, Gary and Jiang Yao quickly boarded a transport plane, accompanied by Dr. Fastback. With a violent jolt, the transport plane took off, flying towards Dhaka. Inside the cabin, Gary sat next to the doctor, his expression serious. "Doctor," he said, "the situation over there is very unclear. All operations must follow orders. We be operating with the Navy SEALs. If you find any clues, be sure to tell us immediately. We do everything we can to protect you." The doctor nodded. After a moment of silence, Gary turned to him and asked, "Do you think we find anything?" A confident glint shone in the doctor's eyes. "Don't worry," he replied, "I definitely find clues. Nature is a serial killer, but she has her own rules. She doesn't commit crimes without leaving a trace. What's the point of even the most perfect crime if the culprit doesn't show themselves? So, she left breadcrumbs, and the hardest part, and what I learned through 10 years of hard study, is finding these clues." He paused, then continued, "Sometimes, what you perceive as the most ferocious aspect of a virus is precisely its greatest weakness." Gary, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished by the young doctor's talent. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao sat in the cockpit, intently observing the operator's every move. In just a few minutes, he had mastered the basic operating procedures of the transport plane. The transport plane soared through the night sky, the cabin silent except for the roar of the engines. More than 10 hours later, the plane finally arrived over Camp Humphrey. At this moment, a torrential downpour began, the raindrops pelting the fuselage as if mourning the land. Despite the darkness of the ground military base and the lack of guidance from air traffic control, the captain, with little fuel remaining, had to choose to land. Fortunately, thanks to his superb flying skills, the captain successfully landed in the dark without any guidance. Then, the rear cabin door slowly opened. Jiang Yao, accompanied by the captain and co-pilot, stepped out of the cockpit and stopped 2 SEAL team members who were about to rush out to investigate. His gaze swept over the pistol in the doctor's hand, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He immediately confiscated the gun. Kids shouldn't play with guns, they're prone to accidental discharge. The doctor paused, muttering with some displeasure, "I've been trained." Hearing this, Jiang Yao almost burst out laughing. In the original storyline, this guy had just established himself as a high-class individual through his speech in the cockpit. Then, in a panic, he ran back, tripped, and his pistol accidentally discharged, killing himself. Jiang Yao walked off the plane alone, his steps light yet steady. Raindrops pattered on his shoulders, sliding down his armor with a soft dripping sound. His powerful eyesight pierced through the dark rain, clearly seeing dozens of zombies rushing towards the transport plane at an alarming speed. Chapter 103. Jiang Yao remained calm, his right hand slowly reaching behind his back to grasp EP101. The moment the blade was drawn, a dragon's roar erupted, its cold light so sharp it seemed even raindrops were repelled. The first zombie lunged forward, its fangs bared, a stench assaulting the senses. Jiang Yao slightly shifted his body, the blade lightly slicing across the zombie's neck, as if with a casual flick of the wrist. The zombie's head flew high, its body remaining in its forward momentum until it crashed heavily to the ground. Immediately afterward, a third zombie followed. Jiang Yao's movements were as light as the wind, his swordsmanship as fierce as thunder. Every move he made was like a gazelle leaping its horns, unpredictable yet perfectly timed. Amidst the flashing blade, the zombies were like moths to a flame, dying one after another, 2 after 2. In the distance, the soldiers of the Life-Own Kingdom, who had rushed from the air raid shelter to provide support, witnessed this breathtaking scene. Their eyes widened, their weapons involuntarily lowering, as if they had forgotten the danger before them. In the rainy night, Jiang Yao's figure was like a war god. Wherever his blade flashed, no corpse could withstand it. Is this human? One soldier murmured, his voice filled with disbelief and shock. He's like a superhero from a movie. Another whispered in agreement, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yao's back. Only after Jiang Yao had dealt with the last zombie and sheathed his blade did the Life-Own Kingdom soldiers come to their senses. They slowly approached, their faces filled with amazement and awe. Sir, how did you do that? One soldier couldn't help but ask, his voice full of admiration. Jiang Yao didn't answer, but beckoned the men from the plane to come to him. His gaze swept over them, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. It's not safe here. Please take us to your base. The supporting soldiers instinctively obeyed, leading them to the air raid shelter. At the entrance of the shelter, in the dim light, several soldiers on guard nervously shone their flashlights into the pupils of Jiang Yao and his companions. The blinding beam swept back and forth in their eyes, and after confirming that nothing was amiss, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and waved for them to enter. The interior of the air raid shelter was relatively spacious, filled with ammunition boxes. As the soldiers unloaded their equipment, they discussed Jiang Yao's heroic performance. That Easterner is too strong. I bet even God himself would be slightly stronger. Is he wearing some new armor? It looks like ancient Yin Kingdom general's armor. Jiang Yao paid no heed to the soldiers' exclamations. He was quietly loading weapons and ammunition from the hidden compartment of the air raid shelter into his storage space. Now that he was here, there was no need for these soldiers to stay. Meanwhile, the doctor was already intently examining the data within the base. Gary walked up to the captain and asked thoughtfully, "Will sound attract them?" The captain, untying his handcuffs, replied, "Zombies are extremely sensitive to sound. Any noise will attract them. Hitting their bodies will only slow them down. Only hitting their heads will kill them completely. Of course, for safety's sake, it's best to burn them to death." Gary nodded and continued to press. "Are you familiar with that memo?" A hint of mockery played on the captain's bearded face. It was an email, but clearly nobody paid it any attention. He then led Jiang Yao and the others through a narrow corridor to a burnout cell. The walls and floor were covered in charred ashes, and a strong, acrid smell filled the air. Inside, a dozen charred corpses lay scattered on the floor. The captain pointed to a body on the bed, handcuffed to the frame, its face burned beyond recognition. He was the base's doctor, the captain said in a low voice, his tone heavy. The others were guards. They tried to handcuff the doctor to the bed, but everyone got bitten, including our colonel. Gary frowned and asked, "The colonel? He's here too?" The captain nodded, pointing to a corpse in the corner whose fingers were still twitching. "That's the colonel. According to him, the doctor was the first zombie. The doctor went to check on a deserter's death, and when he came back, he started attacking patients. The others, we don't know." At this point, the captain seemed to remember something and pointed to a soldier limping towards the bed. "Speaking of which, this guy was really lucky. There were 7 or 8 people in the room who turned into zombies at the same time. They bit everything, except this lucky bastard." The soldier replied smugly, "Isn't it obvious? I have divine protection." The other soldiers just burst into laughter. However, the doctor's eyes lit up, as if he had caught a faint glimmer of light in the darkness. He felt as if he had found a breadcrumb left by nature. Although his thoughts weren't fully clear, his intuition told him this might be the key to cracking the virus. Jiang Yao stood to the side, seemingly casually muttering, "Could these zombies be picky eaters?" His voice wasn't loud, but it struck the doctor like a thunderbolt, instantly jolting him to his senses. He abruptly looked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if struck by a sudden enlightenment. "That's it! That's it!" The doctor excitedly slapped his forehead, then pulled the limping soldier aside for a closer look. He examined the soldier's physical condition, further confirming his hypothesis. The zombies seemed to prefer attacking healthy people, showing little interest in those who were weak or sick. This discovery thrilled him, but he didn't rashly suggest that Jiang Yao and the others capture a zombie for experimentation. After all, he knew that such a mission was extremely risky, and he had no reason to ask others to risk their lives. The doctor quickly reported this discovery to command and requested that they look for other similar cases. After all, the margin of error for a single case is too large. Only more data can support this theory. As he organized the data, he muttered to himself, "If this conjecture is correct, then we found the virus's weakness." After leaving the cell, Jiang Yao's gaze was drawn to a middle-aged man imprisoned next to him. The man was ragged, dazed, and kept muttering, "God, are they going to eat me?" Seeing this, the officer whispered, "This guy is from the CIA. He was arrested for selling arms to North Dhaka. You better not waste your time on him. He's a madman. Jiang Yao and Gary exchanged a glance and sat down opposite the man. The man looked up, his cloudy eyes staring at the two of them, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Gary calmly replied, "We are investigators from the United Nations." Upon hearing the words United Nations, the man suddenly laughed maniacally, and then began humming the Internationale. Jiang Yao frowned and interrupted him directly. "Did the people of North Dhaka survive thanks to your weapons?" Chapter 104. The man paused, then stopped humming. He lowered his head, tugged at his teeth for a moment, and actually managed to pull one out. He held the teeth up to the two men, his tone eerie. They stole the zombies' immense power, pulling out the teeth of 23 million people within 24 hours, preventing the virus from spreading. Jiang Yao already knew this plot, but it was just to get to the point. And what about Yin country? How did they respond? The man's face showed a complex expression, a mixture of amazement and mockery. The people of Yin country were incredibly obedient. In the early stages of the virus's spread, their government issued martial law, and the people locked themselves in their homes in self-isolation. The government also mobilized all retired soldiers, equipping them with gear and assigning them to maintain basic living standards. Anyone found turning into a zombie was swiftly killed. After the initial unrest, their situation quickly stabilized. Now, they only need to worry about holding the border, and they can rest easy. Jiang Yao listened, inwardly sighing, "My great nation is truly amazing." He turned to look at Gary, finding him looking helpless. Gary said in a low voice, "Your model doesn't work for us. We simply can't do it." Jiang Yao didn't reply, his gaze returning to the CIA agent. "What other countries do you know that have survived?" The man pondered for a moment upon hearing this question, then suddenly became excited. "Israel's towering walls will stand forever." "Do you want the answer? Go to Jerusalem and find Jürgen Wurmbrunn." This transition scene feels so strongly like an NPC scene. As for the city walls, they haven't collapsed, but the towers are still there, the people are gone. The group returned to the bunker's front hall and discussed the situation with the garrison soldiers. They unanimously decided to fly to Jerusalem. Once they could confirm the answer, they would immediately return to the combined fleet. After all, the doctor had confidently assured them that this conjecture was almost certainly correct. "We need to act quickly," Gary said firmly, glancing at his watch. "Time waits for no one." Jiang Yao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group before finally settling on the captain. "How's the situation at the oil depot?" "The plane needs refueling." The captain frowned and replied, "The oil depot isn't far from here, but there might be zombies on the road." Jiang Yao smiled slightly and patted the captain on the shoulder. "Leave it to me. You drive, and I clear the obstacles." Having witnessed Jiang Yao's abilities, the captain instantly relaxed. After donning their gear, he rode his old-fashioned bicycle ahead, with Jiang Yao walking behind, heading towards the oil depot. Jiang Yao effortlessly kept up with the captain, who was pedaling furiously, even though his pedals were practically sparking. Upon reaching the oil depot, the captain jumped off his vehicle, panting heavily. Looking at Jiang Yao, who wasn't even out of breath, with disbelief, he had to give him a thumbs up in admiration. He checked the refueling truck, and after confirming everything was normal, climbed into the driver's seat. Jiang Yao then drove another refueling truck, leaving the captain to wait. He drove the truck to an open area, used an iron bar to prop up the horn from the seat, and a deafening blare echoed throughout the area. The zombies wandering nearby, hearing the sound, turned and rushed towards the source of the noise. "Come on, my darlings!" The horde of zombies surged forward like a tidal wave, but Jiang Yao remained completely unfazed. He strolled effortlessly through the zombies, his sword, M01, slicing through the rain with a clear, ringing sound. A flurry of blades flashed, heads flying everywhere. Meanwhile, the captain was already driving the refueling truck towards the plane. He glanced at Jiang Yao's direction in the rearview mirror every now and then, a mixture of tension and admiration in his eyes. By the time the captain brought the refueling truck to the plane, the entire horde of zombies had been wiped out by Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao sheathed his sword, dusted off imaginary dust, walked to the refueling truck, and connected the fuel line to the plane. After refueling, the others quickly boarded. The captain stood at the rear cabin door, constantly directing, "Quick, quick, quick! Take the necessary equipment and board. Abandon everything else." Once everyone was on board, the plane slowly took off, heading towards Jerusalem. This time, Jiang Yao took the pilot's seat directly, working alongside the captain, with the co-pilot assisting him. Although this was Jiang Yao's first time piloting a military transport plane, his movements were as skillful as a seasoned veteran. Left engine thrust normal, Altitude stable. The captain glanced at Jiang Yao's handling and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "You really never flown this kind of plane before?" Jiang Yao smiled slightly, his tone calm. "Indeed, it's my first time." The captain shook his head, clearly amazed by Jiang Yao's talent. The roar of the plane's engines echoed in their ears, as the fuselage pierced through thick clouds, reaching the top of the troposphere. Suddenly, the co-pilot pointed to the distant sky and exclaimed, "Look over there." Everyone followed his gaze, and saw a huge mushroom cloud rising over Indian territory. Fortunately, the distance was considerable, and the plane only experienced slight turbulence. The EMP shockwave only damaged the cell phone. It didn't affect the aircraft's control systems. Gary had already spoken with his wife, while Jiang Yao was refueling the plane, so he wasn't too discouraged. After breaking through the clouds, the outline of Jerusalem gradually became clear. The control tower quickly issued a warning signal, demanding they identify themselves. Jiang Yao picked up his communicator and said calmly, "Please contact Mossad, Jürgen Werbrin. This is a UN special plane requesting landing." The control tower was silent for a moment, then replied, "Received, identification confirmed. Please land according to guidance." Guided by the control tower, the plane landed smoothly at Jerusalem's airport. Jiang Yao gave a few instructions, leaving the two pilots and station soldiers behind as a precaution. As soon as the others disembarked, they were immediately surrounded by a squad of fully armed soldiers. The leading officer carefully checked their identification and then gestured for them to follow him. After navigating the winding city streets, Jiang Yao and his group were led to a heavily guarded building, one of Mossad's headquarters. Upon meeting Jürgen, Gary cut to the chase. "We want to know, how did Israel foresee this disaster?" Jürgen, sitting behind his desk, appeared relaxed. "We intercepted a report from an Indian general. The report said they were fighting the Rakshasa. To be precise, the undead." Gary frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the answer, and about to raise questions. Jiang Yao suddenly interjected, changing the subject. "Mr. Jürgen, have you noticed that the zombies avoid certain targets? For example, those who are weak or sick?" Jürgen paused, clearly surprised by the question. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, I've been inside the city walls since the zombie outbreak, and I'm not aware of the specific situation outside." Chapter 105. Jiang Yao nodded, asking no further questions. Jürgen stood up, gesturing for them to follow him. "Since you're interested in the zombies' behavior, why don't I take you to the city walls? Perhaps we can find some clues among the people who just entered the city." The towering walls isolated the city from the outside world. Below, people were celebrating their safety under the wall's protection. At the city gates, the survivors who had just been led in lined up, entering the city in batches under the strict inspection of the soldiers. Among them, Palestinian refugees were forcibly expelled, thrown out by these rude, oily men through a makeshift passage. Jiang Yao and the doctor stood on higher ground, scanning the crowd below. They quickly noticed a strange yet predictable phenomenon. Among the crowd were many pale-faced, hunched-over elderly people and disabled people leaning on canes. These vulnerable groups, who should have been the first to be eliminated by the zombies, had miraculously survived. "This is too abnormal." The doctor's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Given the zombies' running speed, these weak and sickly people should be the first to fall prey." "It seems our guess was right," Jiang Yao whispered. "The zombies are indeed picky eaters." The doctor excitedly pulled out his notebook, his fingers shaking. "The key question now is, how do zombies identify healthy humans? Is it body temperature? Smell? Hormones? Or some physiological signal we haven't discovered yet? If we can crack this mechanism, we can." Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted from the city. The celebration sound system was blasting at full volume, and joyful Hebrew folk songs echoed through the sky. Jiang Yao frowned at these idiots. No do, no die. Outside the city walls, tens of thousands of zombies, like a swarm of rotting ants, were using the most primitive method to build a staircase leading to the feast. The first zombie stepped on the shoulder of its kin, then the second, the third. In this chaotic cooperation, the horde gradually erected a shaky human ladder. Even if it collapsed midway, the empty space was immediately filled by new zombies, continuing the upward stacking. Crack. A bluish-gray hand suddenly gripped the edge of the city wall, sharp nails scraping against the bricks with a piercing sound. Then, a rotting head slowly emerged, its grayish-white eyes staring blankly into the city. "Ah!" A woman's scream, like a sharp blade, instantly pierced the joyous atmosphere within the city. The woman hosting the celebration dropped her microphone, stunned as if struck by lightning. The white-haired old man's cane clattered onto the stone pavement, his dry lips trembling, Yet no sound came out. Bang! 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 One zombie after another tumbled over the city wall, crashing heavily to the ground. Their joints twisted at bizarre angles, yet they rose with astonishing speed, dragging their mangled bodies, lunging towards the crowd. Go! Jiang Yao pushed the doctor toward the two seals. Get him back to the transport plane immediately. Gary followed without a word, running towards the tarmac. The seals pushed through the crowd, the four of them quickly leaving. Having witnessed Jiang Yao's strength, they had no concern for his safety, leaving with utter decisiveness. Ignoring the reckless fools in the city, Jiang Yao lightly tapped the center of his breastplate with his slender index finger. His fiery red cloak unfurled as if alive, surging like waves of blood in the sunlight. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his entire body soared into the air like a rock spreading its wings. The visor plates of his red-tasseled helmet snapped shut, completely covering his sharply defined, handsome face. His cloak fluttered behind him, and each leap left spiderweb-like cracks on the city wall's surface. In just a few seconds, Jiang Yao landed steadily on the thin roof of the wall. The cold light of the incubus blade in his hand was chilling. Wherever its blade passed, it created a violent wind pressure, causing zombie heads to explode like ripe watermelons. Outside the city, heavy machine guns on helicopters spat fire, bullets raining down, tearing the horde of zombies to shreds. But the next second, countless zombies swarmed together like ants, their bluish-black limbs intertwined. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a gigantic, zombie-like hand, lunging at the hovering helicopter. Boom! The zombie hand gripped the landing gear, the helicopter shaking violently, its rotors whirring under the strain. Jiang Yao leaped into the air, stepping over the writhing zombie hand in a few strides. A burst of power erupted from his feet, sending swarms of zombies crashing down like raindrops. His EP101 sword flashed horizontally, unleashing several sharp air blades that sliced the zombie hand gripping the helicopter into a shower of flesh. The helicopter pilot, still shaken, gave him a thumbs up, but Jiang Yao had already turned and leaped off the city wall. Inside the city, screams echoed, zombies spreading like a plague through the streets. He leaped between rooftops, speeding towards the distant military helipad. The helipad was a scene of utter devastation. The officials had already fled by helicopter. Only a few abandoned helicopters remained, their fuel gauges flashing glaring red lights. The ground was littered with various weapons and ammunition, as if the defenders were preparing to launch a counterattack. But the zombies were spreading too quickly, forcing them to abandon their fight and flee. Jiang Yao glanced around and quickly locked onto a helicopter carrying a rocket launcher. DH-76 Eagle multipurpose helicopter, length 18.32 meters, wingspan 15.63 meters, single-person operation. Equipped with one 12.7mm chain-action heavy machine gun, 5,000 rounds of ammunition, already carrying 90 cluster rockets. Operating procedures. Seeing an opportunity, Jiang Yao deftly pulled over the fuel hose to refuel. To prevent running out of fuel, he even directly placed a 9-meter-long fuel tank into the storage space. Then, he transformed into a diligent little squirrel, collecting boxes of grenades and ammunition from the ground. As for the zombies that disturbed his hard work, he planted them all in the ground. When the last box of 40mm grenades disappeared into his palm, Jiang Yao revealed a landlord-like smile. If these weapons and ammunition were given to Li Yunlong, he'd dare attack Taiyuan. In the distance, the roars of the horde of zombies grew ever closer. Jiang Yao closed the fuel tank cap, leaped into the cockpit, and expertly started the engine. The Eagle's propellers began to spin, kicking up clouds of dust. The moment the zombie horde broke through the barbed wire, the steel raptor roared and took to the skies. Through the porthole, Jiang Yao saw the holy city being ravaged by zombies. Its fall was only a matter of time. As for saving it, these inhuman creatures didn't deserve it. Waiting for the city to fall, Jiang Yao piloted the Eagle out of the city, simultaneously retrieving a palm-sized, silver, spire-shaped device. This was the zombie attractor Jiang Yao had drawn. As soon as it was activated, the dense swarm of zombies below simultaneously looked up, their lifeless eyes fixed intently on the helicopter. "Come on, baby, dance and please me." Jiang Yao jerked the control stick, and the helicopter swooped down, soaring over the heads of the zombies. The special waves emitted by the attractor drove the horde of zombies completely mad. They trampled each other, changed direction, and surged like a tide after the helicopter towards the desert outside the city. Chapter 106. On the other side, the group that had boarded the transport plane circled low around the edge of the city wall at the doctor's request. The captain observed through the porthole and, sure enough, saw the fleeing crowd. The patients who had fallen to the ground were not being attacked by zombies. Instead, the zombies avoided them as if they were snakes. From the air, the patients looked like rocks in a torrent, dispersing the rushing flow of corpses. Upon hearing this news, the doctor excitedly pumped his fist and immediately ordered the plane to return. Jiang Yao piloted the helicopter, keeping a low speed eastward. On the way, he connected to Yin Country's satellite via his armor, transmitting the message that the zombies were not biting the patients. Although Yin Country had the situation under control, there was no guarantee that other countries wouldn't get hold of this information and use it for malicious purposes. After transmitting the message, Jiang Yao focused on piloting. Suddenly, a solitary, gigantic rock appeared ahead, standing tall on the ground. The top was roughly 100 square meters in area, about 60 meters above the ground. Jiang Yao leaped to the top of the cliff, a thought forming in his mind. While retrieving a large amount of ammunition, he stored the hovering helicopter in his storage space. He stood on the edge of the cliff, looking down at the surging horde of zombies below. Hundreds of thousands of zombies were running wildly across the desert, their frantic limbs colliding with each other, producing a chilling cracking sound. Their rotting feet kicked up clouds of yellow sand, forming a sandstorm that blotted out the sky. This number is truly spectacular. A cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yao's lips. He flipped his hands, and two M26A1 grenades appeared in his palms. Below the cliff, the zombie horde surged like a black tide. They piled up at an astonishing speed, their twisted bodies intertwined. Soon, a ladder of corpses over 20 meters high was erected on the vertical cliff face. Here, have a taste of this. Jiang Yao flicked his thumb, and the pins on two grenades simultaneously flew off. With a flick of his wrist, the grenades traced two perfect parabolas, landing precisely at the weakest point of the ladder. Bang! A violent explosion erupted, and scorching shrapnel burst forth in a radial pattern, severing the climbing zombie in half. Beautiful. Jiang Yao whistled, his hands already producing 4 more grenades. His movements were so fast they left afterimages, pinning the pins, and throwing them in one fluid motion. The grenades scattered in the air, falling in a ring into the densest area of the horde. Boom! 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 A continuous barrage of explosions erupted among the zombies, each grenade creating a death zone several meters in diameter. Jiang Yao had somehow pulled out his phone and started recording. He pointed the camera at the explosion site, narrating, "Ladies and gentlemen, today we bring you a special grenade sweeping program. Watch this explosion, at least 50 will be gone." He then unleashed another round of grenades, and hordes of zombies fell like wheat being harvested, their rotting heads riddled with holes by steel pellets. Before he knew it, he finished his grenade run, and an M32 grenade launcher was already slung over his shoulder. 6 40mm grenades gleamed coldly in the magazine, and Jiang Yao pulled the trigger without hesitation. Thump, thump, thump! The muffled firing sounds rang out in succession, as high-explosive grenades detonated one after another amidst the horde of zombies. Each explosion was like a boulder thrown into a black wave, sending up a stench of flesh and blood. When the last grenade was used up, Jiang Yao summoned the simulator screen. A crimson number flashed on his retina. Main mission, 18356/100000. TSK, only 18% complete. Jiang Yao scoffed, putting his phone back in his pocket. He flexed his wrists, the nanosuit emitting a crisp metallic clanging sound. Looks like he needs a more efficient way to play. Jiang Yao took a deep breath, bent his knees slightly, and then leaped off the edge of the cliff like a cannonball. 1,000-pound drop. With a roar, the nanosuit's thrusters spewed blue flames, instantly accelerating his descent to its maximum. The air was torn apart with a sharp bang, leaving a white shockwave behind him. Boom! Jiang Yao crashed into the center of the horde of zombies, like a meteor, the terrifying shockwave spreading out in a ring. Zombies within a 50-meter radius were instantly blasted away, their rotting bodies disintegrating in midair, turning into a rain of blood. The ground trembled violently, creating a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards for nearly 100 meters. The shockwave whipped up a ring of sand, sending the outermost zombies staggering about. Before the horde could regroup, Jiang Yao had already drawn his sword. The dark blade of EP101 gleamed coldly in the sunlight, its edge whistling as it sliced through the air. A crescent-shaped air blade shot out, slicing over 30 zombies in half at the waist. While his upper body was still flying through the air, his lower body staggered forward 2 steps before crashing to the ground. Peerless dance. Jiang Yao's figure blurred abruptly, transforming into a black lightning bolt that weaved through the horde of zombies. The blade flashed like a waterfall, splitting zombie heads like ripe watermelons, splattering black and red brain matter and rotting flesh everywhere. As his skills honed, a beautiful spitting kick sent 3 zombies flying high into the air. Then, 3 more flashes of blade light, and the still rising carcasses were evenly severed into 6 pieces. The back of the blade slammed into the head of a fat zombie, its skull exploding like a watermelon struck by a hammer, splattering viscous liquid all over the surrounding zombies. Jiang Yao even charged into the densest part of the horde, his sword tracing a circular path. After a 360-degree circular slash, all the zombies within a 20-meter radius were cleanly severed in 2, forming a perfect circle of corpses. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yao leaped, lightly tapping the cliff face a few times, and returned to the top platform. The air purification system built into his armor completely blocked out the smell of blood. The kill count on the awakened blue screen had been updated to 23587/100000. Feeling bored with hacking and slashing, Jiang Yao connected to the satellite network, projecting a map of the surrounding area into his helmet. His eyes lit up when he saw a particular terrain feature. Jiang Yao controlled his position, retrieved the helicopter, and smoothly entered the cabin. The relentless zombies had finally breached the cliff, but their target had already moved a short distance away. Brainless and driven only by bloodlust, they leaped from the edge of the cliff, dozens of meters high, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Thud, thud, thud. The rapidly spinning alloy blades instantly transformed into a terrifying meat grinder. The first zombie to fall exploded upon contact with the rotor, like fruit thrown into a juicer. Dark brown rotting flesh, bone fragments, and entrails sprayed out in a radial pattern, drawing grotesque abstract paintings on the cliff face. Chapter 107. The zombies that followed continued to jump down, the muffled thuds of the rotor blades cutting through flesh incessant, quickly smearing the cockpit glass with thick, sticky blood. Jiang Yao whistled, his left hand deftly activating the windshield wipers. Watching the blood-stained windshield gradually clear, he grinned. A helicopter-powered juicer, that's awesome. After a brief juicing session, Jiang Yao pulled the control stick. The helicopter nimbly evaded the horde of zombies, heading at full speed towards the narrow passage he spotted on the map. Soon, a magnificent canyon appeared before them. The nearly 100-meter-high cliffs on either side were as steep as if cleaved by a giant axe. Only a narrow crevice, about 10 meters wide, stretched for 2 kilometers, gleaming crimson in the setting sun. Jiang Yao, as if struck by a funny idea, abruptly retracted the helicopter midair. His body immediately lost its support and began freefall. The wind howled in his ears, but he remained unfazed, instead spreading his arms wide to enjoy the thrill of the parachuteless jump. During the descent, Jiang Yao's toes lightly touched the rock walls on either side to absorb the impact. A gentle touch of his toes against the rock face slowed his descent, perfectly controlling his speed. His movements were as graceful as an immortal descending to earth. With a few leaps, the impact of the fall was completely dissipated. With a soft thud, Jiang Yao landed lightly in the center of the canyon, kicking up a small cloud of dust. This is it, Jiang Yao muttered to himself, retrieving a zombie attractant from his storage space. He quickly dug a hole and buried the device. Before the zombie horde could catch up, Jiang Yao leaped back to the top of the canyon. He stood on the edge of the cliff, twirling a Mo-Yuan sword in his hand with a beautiful flourish. A flash of cold light from the blade, and the hard rock snapped in two. He sliced the cliff face into neat, meter-square blocks, like cutting a cake. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Yao counted as he arranged the blocks in a row along the cliff edge. Soon, 2 neat stone walls were completed, forming a deathly trap on the cliff edge. Just then, billowing dust rose from the distant horizon. Jiang Yao, standing high above, watched this scene, rubbing his hands excitedly. The show has begun. The zombies scrambled into the narrow canyon entrance, quickly filling the passage to overflowing. They trampled each other, yet still surged frantically towards the center of the canyon. The density of zombies within the canyon increased rapidly. From above, it resembled a writhing black python, enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone with trypophobia. The horde of zombies continued to grow taller, soon filling nearly half of the canyon. Layers of rotting corpses piled up, forming a rising mountain of carcasses that continued to ascend at a visible rate. Jiang Yao suddenly exerted force with his legs, the power system of his nanotech armor humming deeply. The powerful force, combined with a strong thrust, propelled him dozens of meters into the air, the wind whipping his clothes wildly. In midair, he waved his right hand, and a helicopter instantly appeared above his head from his storage space. He precisely gripped the landing gear, executed a graceful somersault, and slid into the cockpit, settling comfortably into the pilot's seat. Let's get this exciting. Jiang Yao grinned, his fingers flying across the control panel, quickly completing the weapon system's warm-up procedure. The nano-helmet display pinpointed the optimal detonation location. Jiang Yao quickly adjusted the helicopter's attitude, maintaining a 15-degree downward angle to ensure the rockets accurately covered the target area. Fire in the hole. With Jiang Yao's self-introduced voice, he pressed the launch button. Rockets roared out one after another at 1-second intervals, each trailing a long plume of flame. These 70mm caliber rockets used airburst fuses, detonating 20 meters above the target to maximize fragmentation damage. The canyon's unique terrain created a perfect sound-focusing effect. The shockwave from the first explosion reflected back and forth between the rock walls, instantly exceeding 150 decibels in sound pressure level. Boom! 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 Each rocket carried over 1,000 steel balls, which fanned out in a single explosion. The canyon's narrow space more than tripled the killing efficiency of these steel balls, riddling tens of thousands of zombies with holes. The high-temperature shockwave instantly carbonized the zombie's body, and the black ashes, carried by the rising hot air, formed a mushroom cloud tens of meters in diameter. Jiang Yao had already distanced himself, watching this grand spectacle from afar. The shockwave from the explosion caused the cliffs on both sides to tremble. The rocks that Jiang Yao had pre-cut finally succumbed to the pressure and plummeted from a height of hundreds of meters. Here it comes! Jiang Yao's eyes lit up with excitement. Thousands of rocks, each weighing several tons, crashed down, gaining terrifying kinetic energy under the force of gravity. These rocks collided with each other during their fall, breaking into even more fragments, forming a deadly rain of stones. Bang! 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 The muffled thuds of stones crashing into the horde of zombies echoed continuously. Those zombies, who had narrowly escaped the explosions, were now being smashed into a bloody pulp by the falling rocks. Some rocks even bounced multiple times, each time taking down a dozen or so zombies. The entire canyon instantly transformed into a natural killing field. The perfect combination of high temperatures, shockwaves, shrapnel, and boulders maximized the efficiency of this annihilation campaign. Just then, a line of scarlet text appeared on Jiang Yao's retina. Main quest 1000/1000000 completed. Quest reward: Physique Enhancer, summon Seiko Busujima. Side quest: kill 2 million zombies. Quest reward: Physique Sublimation Agent, storage space plus 10 units. Jiang Yao's gaze was instantly drawn to the word summon Seiko Busujima, automatically filtering out all other reward information. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, let alone 2 whole days since he last saw his senior. That feels like so many autumns. He eagerly chose to summon, a soft blue light flashing in the cabin, the air filled with faint energy fluctuations. When the light faded, Seiko Busujima stood gracefully in the cabin. She wore a purple combat suit, a glimpse of her gleaming white thighs peeking out from under her miniskirt. Her long, flowing purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, her purple eyes sparkling with surprise. Although only 2 hours had passed since their last separation, seeing Jiang Yao again still made her heart race. Yaokun. Seiko Busujima began, only to be pulled into Jiang Yao's embrace. She felt Jiang Yao's strong arms tightly holding her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Chapter 108. Senior, I missed you so much. Jiang Yao's voice was slightly hoarse, filled with undisguised longing. His fingers gently stroked Seiko Busujima's long hair, greedily inhaling her faint fragrance. Seiko Busujima's lips curved slightly upward, her eyes filled with tenderness. She reached out and stroked Jiang Yao's cheek, whispering, I missed you too. Jiang Yao's mind raced, and the zombie attractant in the distance instantly transformed into a streak of light and returned to his hand, placing it in the cabin to prevent the zombie horde from losing track of him. He quickly set the helicopter to cruise control mode, then eagerly focused all his attention on the beauty in his arms. The temperature inside the cabin seemed to rise a few degrees. Seiko Busujima's cheeks flushed slightly under Jiang Yao's burning gaze, but she made no attempt to look away. She leaned closer, whispering in Jiang Yao's ear, Have you been good these past 2 days? Jiang Yao chuckled, gently lifting Seiko Busujima's chin with his fingers. Of course not. How could I be good without you by my side, senpai? The two drew closer, their breaths mingling. Seiko Busujima slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting shadows in the lamplight. Jiang Yao could no longer restrain himself, lowering his head to kiss those soft lips he had longed for. The kiss was tender and lingering, as if pouring out all the longing of the past 2 days. Seiko Busujima wrapped her arms around Jiang Yao's neck, practically clinging to him. Only their rapid breathing and the hum of the helicopter engine filled the cabin. After a long while, their lips parted. Seiko Busujima leaned against Jiang Yao's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, a satisfied smile on her face. Jiang Yao gently stroked her back, taking out the physique enhancement serum from his storage space and holding it in front of Seiko Busujima. Senior. Jiang Yao waved the potion in his hand. Drink it, and your physical abilities will be comprehensively enhanced. Bakushima Seiko took the potion and drank it down without hesitation. The moment the liquid entered her throat, she felt a warm current slide from her throat into her stomach, then spread throughout her body. Every cell rejoiced, like parched seedlings receiving sweet rain. She comfortably closed her eyes, feeling as if she were soaking in a hot spring, floating on air. Senior, don't resist the sleepiness. Jiang Yao gently reminded her, a nap will complete the enhancement. Bakushima Seiko stubbornly shook her head. Yao, won't this interfere with your plans? Jiang Yao gently stroked her cheek. Nothing is more important than you. Bakushima Seiko was about to say something when a strong wave of dizziness suddenly struck. Her vision quickly darkened, and she fell into a deep sleep in Jiang Yao's arms. Sleep, he whispered, when you wake up, the world will be different. 3 hours and 17 minutes later, Seiko Busujima's eyelashes trembled slightly. Then she abruptly opened her eyes, her purple pupils gleaming with an unusual light in the dimly lit cabin. As she slowly sat up, her joints cracked crisply. How are you feeling, senpai? Jiang Yao asked softly, holding Seiko Busujima. Seiko Busujima looked down at her hands, slowly clenching her fists. She could feel the surging power within her, as if every muscle fiber had been rewoven. An unprecedented fighting spirit rose from the depths of her heart, making her eager to test her limits. I want to try a real battle. Jiang Yao grinned, revealing a wild smile. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The helicopter vanished instantly, a sudden wave of weightlessness washing over them as they began their free fall from 300 meters. The wind howled past their ears, Seiko Busujima's long purple hair whipping in the air. There was no fear, only a thrilling excitement coursing through their bodies. 50 meters from the ground, the thrusters on their armor legs spewed blue flames, drastically reducing their descent. But the impact was still devastating. Boom! The two crashed into the center of the horde of zombies, like meteorites, the shockwave blasting away all the zombies within a 20-meter radius. When the dust settled, Seiko Busujima rose unharmed from Jiang Yao's arms. She drew her sword, Purple Iris, its blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The zombie horde paused briefly, then surged forward like a tidal wave. Seiko Busujima smiled. It was the most beautiful smile Jiang Yao had ever seen, wild, dangerous, and brimming with pure fighting spirit. Come on. She spoke softly, then seemed to transform into a purple lightning bolt, plunging into the horde of zombies. With a flick of her wrist, the purple iris traced a perfect silver arc. As the blade passed, 3 rotting heads flew off simultaneously, tracing parabolic arcs through the air. In the instant black blood splattered, she had already spun and slashed downwards, the blade precisely slicing through the obese zombie's spine, cleaving it evenly in two. The putrid entrails spilled out with a clatter, but she was no longer in the same spot. Ha! Seiko Busujima shouted softly, her body spinning. The purple iris slashed upwards, a crescent-shaped blade of energy whistling out, tearing zombies to pieces in its wake. Her fighting style was like a dance, every movement possessing a deadly beauty. The zombies' sluggish claw attacks appeared still to her, always easily dodging them by the slightest margin. Sometimes, he would even deliberately slow down his movements, only accelerating suddenly just before his claws touched the target. While causing the zombies to miss, he would simultaneously slash off their skulls with a backhand strike. Jiang Yao was not to be outdone. EP101 left after images in his hands, each swing carrying the force of a thunderbolt. Where the blade struck, zombies were either shoved diagonally from the shoulder, or cleaved in two from the head. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward with lightning speed, activating his armor's thrusters, and crashed into the densest part of the horde of zombies, like a cannonball. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. When the dust settled, he stood atop a small mountain of severed limbs, EP101 untouched by blood. Then, with a nimble backflip, he appeared beside Seiko Busujima. The two stood back to back in the center of the sea of zombies, the surrounding corpses already piled up like a small mountain. How does it feel? Jiang Yao asked during a lull in the battle. Absolutely stunning. With a single, sweeping slash, Seiko severed the zombie in front of her by the neck. I never imagined combat could be so free. The battle continued, and Seiko and Jiang Yao were now surrounded by a wall of zombie corpses. Siko was now panting heavily, and Jiang Yao knew it was time to retreat. Hold me tight. Siko snuggled closer to Jiang Yao again. The armor plates on the back of their battle suits unfolded, revealing 6 vector thrusters that, along with the leg thrusters, spewed out dazzling blue flames. 3, 2, 1, takeoff! The two soared into the sky like rockets, the zombie horde below futilely stretching out their arms. A helicopter, still maintaining cruising speed, suddenly appeared. Jiang Yao precisely controlled the thrusters, slowing down at the last second and landing steadily inside the cabin. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with the satisfaction of a great battle. Chapter 109. The two landed the helicopter on a steep cliff platform. Jiang Yao deactivated the zombie attractor, and the millions of zombies, now without a target, began to wander aimlessly. As night deepened, the occasional roars of zombies echoed outside the cabin, making the night anything but peaceful. Senior, want to try flying the helicopter? Jiang Yao suddenly suggested as the sun rose. Siko Busujima raised an eyebrow, and without hesitation sat in the pilot's seat. Under Jiang Yao's guidance, she quickly mastered the basic operations. The helicopter slowly ascended, the rotor blades whipping up dust from the ground. Maintain this altitude, Jiang Yao said, operating the onboard heavy machine gun. The roar of the heavy machine gun instantly shattered the morning tranquility, bullets raining down like raindrops. The hordes of zombies on the ground fell in droves, like harvested wheat, black blood splattering eerie patterns on the yellow earth. But soon, Jiang Yao grew tired of this monotonous slaughter. Lower the altitude a bit more, he shouted excitedly. Siko Busujima's lips curled into a slight smile. She gently pushed the control stick forward, and the helicopter immediately swooped down. Just 10 meters from the ground, Jiang Yao suddenly opened the hatch and flipped upside down onto the landing gear. The EP101 sword in his hand spun rapidly, its blade forming a silver ring, like a deadly meat grinder. The helicopter skimmed low, and wherever it passed, zombie heads flew off in unison, as if shaved by a giant barber. Left, Siko Busujima suddenly warned. The horde of zombies ahead began to ride eerily, thousands of them clinging to each other. In the blink of an eye, they formed a gigantic hand, slamming towards the helicopter with a whistling sound. Siko Busujima was preparing to gain altitude when she heard Jiang Yao's soft laughter from below. I do it. With a rapid flick of his wrist, EP101 unleashed over a dozen crescent-shaped air blades. These transparent air blades crisscrossed, slicing the terrifying zombie hand into countless pieces. Rotting chunks of flesh rained down, filling the air with a heavy stench of blood. Beautiful. Siko Busujima couldn't help but exclaim. Sunlight filtered through the blood mist, casting dappled red light into the cabin, illuminating the excited faces of the two. After more than an hour of frenzied slaughter, the writhing purple dragon shadow within EP101's black blade was finally completely soaked in blood, transforming into a lifelike blood dragon. The dragon's scales gleamed eerily in the sunlight, as if they might burst forth from the blade at any moment. It's done! Jiang Yao's eyes lit up, and he immediately signaled Siko Busujima to find a landing spot. As the engine shut off, the zombies within a radius of several miles lost their target and reverted to their aimless wandering. Jiang Yao carefully placed EP101 before him. The blade was trembling violently. A crimson dragon shadow emerged from the blade, enveloping the entire sword in a massive cocoon of light. The surface of the cocoon bulged intermittently, as if something was struggling within to break free. The cocoon grew larger and larger, eventually expanding to over 2 meters in height. With a crisp crack, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon. A blinding red light suddenly erupted, forcing the two to close their eyes. When they opened them again, an exceptionally magnificent crimson steed stood proudly on the platform. This steed was entirely blood-red, its mane like burning flames, its hooves treading on a faint mist of blood. Hanging diagonally from the victory hook on the right side of the saddle was a dark red halberd. The shaft was jet black and gleaming, with faint, intricate dragon patterns visible. The halberd head gleamed coldly, its 2 crescent-shaped blades as thin as cicada wings, their edges shimmering with a blood-red aura. The entire halberd swayed gently with the rise and fall of the horse's back, the blade slicing through the air with a subtle hum. Siko Busujima keenly noticed 2 ancient seal characters engraved at the end of the shaft. EP101. The steed reared up and neighed, its voice as powerful as a dragon's roar. It affectionately nuzzled Jiang Yao's shoulder, its blood-red eyes gleaming with intelligence. Jiang Yao gazed at the steed. Detailed information appeared on the screen. Red hair, a byproduct of EP101's evolution, a bionic warhorse, connected to the mind of its master, EP101. It can form a streamlined energy barrier, making cliffs appear as roads, And it can walk on water. Its top speed is 720 kilometers per hour. EP101. 1. Bloodlust. Absorbs blood energy to strengthen itself, allowing for further evolution. 2. Form change. Can freely switch between 3 forms: short sword, meow sword, halberd. 3. Blood energy. Can release blood energy externally. What a magnificent red hair. Jiang Yao laughed, stroking the horse's neck. The area he touched was surprisingly warm. This bionic technology is amazing. He took the halberd from beside the saddle, casually swung it, and a blood-red energy blade flew from the tip, cleaving a rock dozens of meters away in two. Seiko Busujima couldn't help but step forward, gently stroking the horse's back. It seems your EP101 has evolved something extraordinary. The red hair seemed to understand the praise, proudly snorting, its front hooves leaving sparks on the rock. Jiang Yao leaped, landing steadily on the red hare's back. He gripped his halberd in his right hand, extending his left to Seiko Busujima. Senior, get on. Seiko Busujima's purple eyes sparkled, her slender fingers finding Jiang Yao's hand. Jiang Yao's arm muscles tensed, easily pulling her onto the horse's back. Seiko Busujima straddled Jiang Yao, her long legs gripping the horse's flanks beneath her skirt. Jiang Yao wrapped one arm around her slender waist, his other hand holding the halberd, their bodies pressed tightly together. Hold on tight. Jiang Yao whispered in Seiko Busujima's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Red hair reared up, letting out a loud neigh, and galloped towards the 100-meter deep abyss. At the edge of the cliff, it leaped. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the two of them and the horse soaring into the air, below a 100-meter deep chasm. Sunlight cast their silhouettes onto the opposite cliff face, creating a magnificent silhouette painting. In midair, Jiang Yao held Seiko Busujima tightly around the waist, red hair's hooves outstretched, its mane dancing like flames. When they landed on the opposite cliff, the horse's hooves struck the rocks, sending sparks flying. This leap had traversed a nearly 100-meter abyss. Red hair didn't stop, continuing its ascent up the vertical cliff face. As if defying Earth's gravity, the steed's hooves moved with effortless grace on the cliff face. With each step, crimson sparks erupted from its hooves, leaving burning hoofprints on the steep rock face. The howling wind whipped Seiko Busujima's long hair like purple silk, occasionally brushing against Jiang Yao's cheek. Red hair quickly carried them to the summit, where Jiang Yao still held Seiko Busujima tightly in his arms. Looking down at the ant-like horde of corpses below, the two could feel each other's intense heartbeats. It was pure fighting passion. Chapter 110. Red hair neighed deafeningly, its hooves shattering the mountain peaks, its body engulfed in crimson flames, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning as it hurtled down. On its back, Jiang Yao's left hand gripped Seiko Busujima's slender waist, his right hand holding a halberd tip that emitted a 3-foot-long crimson light. Red hair's speed increased rapidly, the crimson flame surging around it compressing with each gallop. Finally, they condensed into a perfect, semi-transparent, streamlined shield. Crimson energy rippled across the shield's surface, cleaving the air in its path to create 2 visible cone-shaped shockwaves. Boom! With a deafening explosion, red hair crashed into the horde of zombies, like a crimson meteor. The instant the shield made contact with the first tier of zombies, time seemed to freeze for a second. The next moment, a terrifying energy shockwave erupted. The hundreds of rotting corpses in the front tier were crushed as if by an invisible hydraulic press. The fragile body was compressed to its limit in 0.01 seconds, then exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a loud bang. Fragments of bone, rotting flesh, and internal organs sprayed out in a radial pattern, splattering into eerie blood blossoms on the shield's surface. The shockwave continued to spread backward, and the second and third rows of zombies exploded one after another like dominoes. Kill! With a roar, Jiang Yao swept his halberd horizontally, unleashing 3 crescent-shaped blood-red energy blades in a fan shape. Where the energy blades passed, zombies fell like ears of rice, their splattered blood turning into streaks of crimson, swallowed by the halberd like rivers flowing into the sea. Jiang Yao deftly flicked his wrist, unleashing the azure dragon claw. The halberd tip, like a venomous snake's tongue, instantly unleashed dozens of blood-red energy spikes. Each energy spike pierced through a distance of several meters, piercing through the heads of all the zombies in a straight line. Senior, watch this! Jiang Yao suddenly roared, his halberd spinning rapidly in his hands, a spiraling storm of crimson light erupting from its tip. The violent whirlwind shredded the horde of zombies in front of him, turning bone fragments and rotting flesh into dust. Seiko Busujima obediently wrapped her arms around Jiang Yao's waist, her purple eyes reflecting the magnificent carnage. Red hair suddenly reared up, its front hooves slamming down heavily. At the same time, Jiang Yao reversed his halberd, crimson energy condensing into a tangible sharpness at its tip. With a deafening roar, the halberd crashed down like a mountain, instantly creating a crater 10 meters in diameter. The shockwave spread in a ring, shattering hundreds of zombies in the surrounding area, limbs and severed bodies raining down. Then, Jiang Yao wielded the halberd with both hands, transforming it into a crimson halo. Red Hair carried the two through the horde of zombies, energy blades blooming like flower petals, each precisely reaping the lives of dozens. Thick earth rushes. Jiang Yao dragged his halberd along the ground, the blade slicing through the earth, creating a 3-meter-high wave of dust. As the halberd suddenly swung upwards, hundreds of zombies were thrown into the air. Jiang Yao swung his halberd, the violent wind shredding the zombies in midair into a bloody mist. Before a few survivors could even hit the ground, Seiko Busujima leaped out like a fairy, her purple wings tracing a graceful arc, slicing down the last few zombies. With an elegant turn in midair, her skirt bloomed like a flower. She landed steadily on her horse, caught by Jiang Yao's strong arm. The two looked back. Behind them lay a long, blood-red corridor paved with the remains of zombies. Countless severed limbs were still twitching, and black blood seeped into the soil, turning the entire wasteland dark red. However, the zombie horde remained endless, with more zombies surging in from all directions. Jiang Yao looked down at Seiko Busujima in his arms and gently kissed her lips. "Senior, how about you accompany me through 7 battles?" Seiko Busujima's purple eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and she roared, "Kill!" Red Hair seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit, rearing up with a deafening neigh. The next second, the two of them and their horse charged into the zombie horde once more. In the Atlantic Ocean, in the secret conference room of the combined fleet's command ship, a projector displayed satellite images on a screen. Under the dim light, the faces of the high-ranking officers flickered in and out of focus on the screen's reflections. On the screen, Jiang Yao, riding Red Hair and carrying Seiko Busujima, wielded his halberd, galloping through the zombie horde. Each crimson energy blade cleared a vacuum zone tens of meters wide. The girl in his arms would occasionally lean out from the horse's back, a flash of her katana, and several zombie heads would fly high into the air. God! Vice Admiral Richard's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table. Are these two Easterners even human? Especially that guy in ancient armor. Every attack he makes is equivalent to the power of a cannonball. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, with only the hum of the projector's cooling fan echoing in the enclosed space. Air Force Major General Howard suddenly chuckled, breaking the heavy atmosphere. "Gentlemen, shouldn't we be thankful for this deoiling operation?" "Shut up." Fleet Commander Wilson slammed his hand on the table, the coffee cups rattling. His hawk-like gaze swept over everyone present, and he lowered his voice. "Don't let me hear those words again. After all, some things can't be said openly." He turned to the communications officer, urging him to contact Williams more urgently since. The commander's gaze returned to the screen showing the Crimson Knight moving through the horde of zombies with ease. "If you can't have it, then destroy it completely." As the sunset dyed the horizon blood red, Jiang Yao reined in his horse. The summon mission panel displayed, "Side mission, 750423/20000000." In just one afternoon, they had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of zombies. The two exchanged a smile, then rode away under the blood-red sunset, leaving behind mountains of corpses and the relentlessly pursuing horde of zombies. Jiang Yao, who had already sensed someone spying on him, didn't take it to heart, maintaining Red Hair's speed at 300 kilometers per hour. In just a few minutes, the feeling of being spied on disappeared. With a thought from Jiang Yao, the translucent shield gradually turned a deep crimson. Ultimately, it transformed into a completely enclosed, streamlined barrier, utterly isolating the enchanting scenery on horseback from the outside world. "Senior." Jiang Yao's lips curled into a mischievous smile, his fingers gently lifting Seiko Busujima's chin. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the crimson barrier, casting an alluring halo on her delicate collarbone. A knowing glint flashed in Seiko's purple eyes, but she feigned composure, turning her face away. "Focus on the journey." Jiang Yao chuckled softly, suddenly leaning down and burying his face in a certain wicked spot. The warm breath made Seiko Busujima tremble, her slender fingers unconsciously tightening their grip on the saddle. "You." The words of reproach were cut short, replaced by a song. The Red Hair, sensing its master's condition, adjusted its gait in perfect harmony, making the rider's rhythm more steady and melodious. Within the crimson barrier, the combat suit had already transformed into a shape more suitable for battle. Seiko Busujima tilted her head back, her long purple hair swaying like waves as the horse swayed. Chapter 111. As the night sky filled with stars, the two successfully unlocked the achievement traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Red Hair finally slowed its pace, the crimson barrier gradually fading, revealing the two embracing on its back. Looking at Seiko Busujima's beautiful face reflected in the starry sky, Jiang Yao felt that Seiko before him was breathtakingly beautiful. Red Hair galloped across the rolling yellow sand, and soon a wide river stretched out before them. Under the moonlight, the river's surface shimmered with silver light, like a winding jade ribbon inlaid in the desert. "Hold on tight," Jiang Yao shouted, and Red Hair quickened its pace, its hooves treading on the water as if it were flat ground. The water splashed up by the horse's hooves glistened in the moonlight, turning into strings of pearl like ripples. Seiko Busujima leaned against Jiang Yao's chest, her long purple hair fluttering in the wind, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. A night breeze caressed their faces, carrying the unique coolness of the river. The undulating silhouettes of the distant sand dunes appeared exceptionally soft in the moonlight, and the stars reflected on the river's surface, making it seem as if the entire Milky Way flowed beneath their feet. Jiang Yao loosened the reins, letting Red Hair slow its pace, and the two of them strolled leisurely across the river. "So beautiful," Seiko Busujima murmured softly, her purple eyes reflecting the starry sky. However, this rare tranquility was suddenly shattered by several roars from the riverbank. Several ragged zombies were baring their fangs and claws, attempting to wade across. Jiang Yao frowned slightly, casually taking out a few steel balls from his spatial storage. With a flick of his wrist, the steel balls shot through the air, tracing silver streaks in the moonlight. With several muffled thuds, the zombies' heads exploded one after another like ripe watermelons. "Disappointing things," Jiang Yao snorted coldly. Looking down at Seiko Busujima in his arms, his eyes softened again. "Shall we continue our nighttime stroll?" Seiko Busujima smiled slightly, and nodded gently. The red hair controlled its pace, carrying the two towards the center of the river, leaving behind only a series of gradually calming ripples, and a few lifeless, decaying corpses on the bank. That night, as usual, the two found a cliff, launched the helicopter, and rested in the cabin for the night. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Jiang Yao was already standing on the cliff edge, gazing into the distance. He lightly tapped his temple, and the nano-helmet immediately projected a holographic screen. A pale blue 3D map slowly rotated before his eyes, terrain data flowing like water. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, locking onto a perfect spot. "Senior," he turned and opened the hatch, the golden rays of the rising sun bathing Seiko Busujima's languid sleeping face. "Let's try something different today." He winked playfully, his fingers tugging at her loose purple hair. After a quick breakfast, the two mounted their horses, the crimson steeds instantly becoming blurry shadows. Dust swirled along the way, all blocked by the crimson barrier. Soon, they arrived at a cracked riverbed. The dried-up riverbed revealed fishbone-like fissures, while clear watermarks remained on both banks. This place would be a roaring, raging dragon during the rainy season. No more than 100 meters ahead, the terrain abruptly dropped, a 30-meter-high cliff forming a natural waterfall, its base scattered with pebbles smoothed by the flowing water. "Nice." Jiang Yao leaped off his horse, retrieved a zombie attractant from his spatial storage, and buried it deep in the center of the riverbed. The two then followed the riverbed upstream. Soon, they arrived at the majestic reservoir dam standing between two mountains. Jiang Yao transformed Mo101 into his Miao sword form, and carried it on his back. Vines crawled across the mottled concrete surface, and the rusty iron door creaked open as Jiang Yao kicked it open. A damp, musty smell wafted out, accompanied by a cacophony of roars. A dozen zombies in orange overalls burst from the control room, their name tags still waving at their chests. Seiko Busujima flashed forward, her purple iris sword flashing as she drew it. Before the zombies could react, blood blossomed on their necks. Jiang Yao's gaze focused on the valve assembly in the control room, and the simulator screen immediately projected operating instructions. The symbol main gate control appeared next to the red gate valve, along with the rotation direction. The screen then demonstrated the complete gate opening procedure. First, disengage the electromagnetic lock, then rotate the 6 pressure valves in a specific sequence. After completing the gate opening preparations, the two went to one side of the dam. Jiang Yao flexed his wrists, then suddenly lunged towards the 3-ton granite slab on the bank. With a sweeping right leg like a battle axe, he sent the entire boulder flying through the air. Mo101 drew several crimson arcs in the air, instantly shattering the boulder into dozens of sharp-edged fragments, which rained down on the downstream shallows like a meteor shower. Seiko Busujima was not to be outdone. Her figure weaved through the forest, felling trees as thick as a man's embrace wherever she went. Her slender arms unleashed astonishing strength, dragging 5-meter-long tree trunks across the sand with a single hand, the sharp blades carving deep furrows into the ground. Under the blazing midday sun, two figures worked tirelessly on the riverbed. As the sun began to set, the two stood on the edge of the dam, surveying their work. The dried-up riverbed had become a labyrinth of death. Jagged rocks formed bloodthirsty teeth, and crisscrossing wooden stakes formed a menacing array of spears. Looking into the distance, the main event of this grand feast was already in place. A dense mass of black dots completely filled the downstream riverbed, leaving not a single gap even in the surrounding open areas. "Open the sluice gates," Jiang Yao commanded, and the two simultaneously and rapidly operated 6 valves. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound, 10 sluice gates slowly rose. What began as a few trickles of water instantly transformed into a monstrous torrent. 500 million tons of stored water roared out of the sluice gates, carrying with it carefully placed wooden slings and rubble. The helicopter had barely taken off when the carnage below began. The floodwaters surged into the horde of corpses like an enraged dragon, instantly dismembering fragile bodies in the torrent. Some zombies were impaled on sharp wooden stakes, others crushed into a bloody pulp by tumbling boulders. The murky water turned a dark red at a visible speed, the floating limbs resembling a horrifying broth. Jiang Yao silently admired the hellish scene through the porthole, watching the zombies bobbing in the floodwaters. Siko Busujima, a kind-hearted girl, decided to give them a quick death. A heavy machine gun was set up. With each spitting fire, the surviving zombies exploded into fragments, spraying bloody flowers into the yellowish-brown floodwaters. As the last corpse sank to the bottom, the two joyfully high-fived and embraced. This grand spectacle of flooding 7 armies had come to a perfect end. Side quest 1997203/200000. Chapter 112. Asterisk beep. Beep. Asterisk. The nano-helmet suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, and a crimson holographic projection instantly unfolded before Jiang Yao's eyes. On the tactical interface, a blinding red warning box flashed incessantly, casting flickering light on his face. The 3D tactical map automatically zoomed in, a striking 3D ballistic trajectory connecting a certain area of the Atlantic Ocean to his current location. The shrinking countdown at the ballistic end was suffocating. Satellite data showed the launch point was an Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine located in the Atlantic Ocean. 15 minutes. A murderous glint flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth beneath his visor. Without the slightest hesitation, he abruptly waved his hand, instantly storing the helicopter hovering in midair into his storage space. His left hand naturally encircled Siko Busujima's slender waist, the girl's soft body pressed tightly against his armor. "Hold me tight." Before the words were finished, 6 vectoring nozzles clanged open from his back armor plates. A jet of eerie blue plasma erupted, scorching and distorting the air. The two plummeted like meteors, and just before impact, red hair, with a deafening neigh, red hair burst forth from the void, leaping through the flames. Jiang Yao precisely adjusted his stance, landing steadily on the saddle. With a thought, red hair instantly transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, hurtling forward. The horse's mane left a fiery afterimage in the full-speed Mercedes, and the streamlined energy barrier fully deployed. Its color gradually shifted from translucent to a deep crimson, indicating that its defensive capabilities had reached their limit. The countdown on the nano-helmet ticked continuously in the holographic vision. 00:07:32. 00:05:48. 00:03:15. The horizon behind them began to glow with an eerie white light, the dust in the air suddenly froze, and the entire world fell into a deathly silence. Several fireballs plummeted from the sky towards the ground, the closest being less than 20 kilometers away. Midnight in an instant, a white light brighter than the sun engulfed the heavens and earth. Jiang Yao reined in his horse and looked back, only to see 6 magnificent mushroom clouds slowly blooming on the horizon, their black plumes of smoke shooting straight into the sky. A moment later, the blood-red energy barrier fluctuated violently, completely dissipating the destructive heat radiation and shockwave. The combined fleet. Jiang Yao looked at the military satellite in the sky, his eyes flashing with cold light. He slowly raised his right hand, the nano-armor emitting a faint hum. "Even Jesus couldn't stop me," I said it. The energy patterns flowing between the seams of the armor turned deep red at this moment, as if a tangible killing intent was overflowing. Siko Busujima didn't speak, only tightly hugged Jiang Yao's waist. Her cheek pressed against the cold armor, yet she could feel the burning, beating heart within. Jiang Yao withdrew his gaze, and quickly began searching the holographic map. Soon, his eyes locked onto a military base flashing with a military transport plane icon. "Let's go this way." Jiang Yao gently patted Red Hair's neck, and the Crimson Warhorse immediately turned and galloped towards their destination. Along the way, they passed several abandoned towns, easily dealing with large numbers of wandering zombies. When the mission counter on the screen showed only 10 zombies left, Jiang Yao deliberately avoided the zombie hordes and headed straight for the military airport. "Senior." He put away Red Hair and MOU and took out an inactive zombie attractor from his storage space. "Stay hidden at the airport. I send you a signal. Once you receive the signal, immediately kill 10 zombies, then go home and wait for me." Seiko Busujima took the device, her fingertips gently tracing its path across his palm. "You must come back alive." A flicker of worry crossed her eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. She understood that since Jiang Yao had made his decision, all she could do was fully support him. Jiang Yao tucked away his helmet, gently lifting her chin and placing a light kiss on her luscious lips. "A bunch of traitors, nothing to fear. Wait for me." With that, he turned and strode towards the C-17 transport plane on the tarmac. With a roar of engines, the transport plane slowly taxied onto the runway. Seiko Busujima stood on the control tower, watching the plane soar into the sky. At this moment, she could no longer conceal the worry in her eyes, but she firmly believed that Jiang Yao would return safely. To ensure absolute safety, Seiko Busujima had preemptively severed the limbs and teeth of 10 zombies and locked them in the control room. This way, upon receiving a signal, she could immediately carry out the task assigned by Jiang Yao. Atlantic, Combined Fleet, 1 day ago. The intelligence transmitted by the doctor, after rigorous verification, was finally confirmed as true by the military. High Command immediately ordered the initiation of the vaccine development program, and the doctor, who had rushed back, was immediately taken to the CDC laboratory. The survivors on the warship were all transferred to the cruise ship that had just joined the fleet, including the Gary family, who were no longer of any use. Gary, who already knew a bit about these guys' character, didn't say much. After all, the current living conditions were much better than on the warship. 20 minutes ago, in the Combined Fleet Command Center, the fleet commander stared at the live footage transmitted by satellite, a cold smile playing on his lips. Sure enough, as long as they focused on the area where the zombies were clustered, they would definitely find the Yin Kingdom super soldier. In the scene, tens of millions of zombies are gathered in an open area. A torrent sweeps across the area, countless zombies bobbing in and out of the water. But the densely packed human heads around them are still chilling. A helicopter hovers above the flood, occasionally firing a burst of bullets. Presumably, Jiang Yao, the super soldier from Yin Country, who has braved a horde of millions of zombies 7 times, is inside. Williams, the commander, decisively orders, target coordinates confirmed, immediately launch a Triton II, D5, submarine-launched intercontinental ballistic missile, carrying a W-88 nuclear warhead. "Yes, sir." The communications officer quickly relays the order. Beneath the sea, on the Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine USS Maryland, the red combat warning lights stain the control room crimson. The arrogant Captain Williams directly orders the submarine to surface to 30 meters below the surface to directly communicate with military satellites. After all, having simulated so many times, this was his first real nuclear launch, and he wanted to see the spectacular scene. "Is the launch command complete?" Williams' voice was deep as his gaze swept across every tense face in the control room. Weapons Officer Major Richardson quickly checked the encrypted communication. "Double authentication successful, sir. Triton II D5, carrying a W-88 nuclear warhead, yield 475 kilotons. Missile bay ready." A report came through the communicator from the lower deck. "Launch procedure initiated." Williams gave the order, his voice unusually calm. Deep within the submarine, the hydraulic system emitted a muffled hum. The missile bay hatch slowly opened, and a massive 13-meter-long object was pushed into the launch tube. Chapter 113. The submarine's internal broadcast began its countdown, T-60 second, T-30 second. In the control room, all the officers' eyes were glued to their respective screens. T-10, 9, 8. With the final countdown, the entire submarine shuddered violently. The moment the missile broke through the water surface, even those beneath the sea could feel the muffled roar. On the tactical screen, the dot representing the missile rapidly climbed higher. 15 minutes later, satellite signals were transmitted in real time to the command ship and the USS Maryland. The MERS, multiple independently targetable reentry vehicles, had transformed into a dazzling meteor shower. The first warhead detonated 300 meters above the ground. The blazing fireball expanded at an astonishing speed, instantly ionizing the air in its path. The shockwave spread in a ring, leveling everything on the ground. Then, the second, the third, a series of nuclear explosions erupted within a radius of 200 kilometers. Mushroom clouds rose from the ground, soaring into the sky. The first fireball had already reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, its mushroom crown churning and expanding, its interior flashing with terrifying lightning. The shockwaves overlapped, forming ring-shaped death ripples on the ground. The total yield was 2.91 million tons. The technical officer reported that the surface temperature was expected to reach 4,000 degrees Celsius, and the shockwave's radius. Before he could finish, the screen suddenly flickered violently, then the image turned into static. But seeing this was enough. Williams and the fleet commander both agreed that Jiangyao had been reduced to a pile of charred remains, or perhaps even vaporized. Missile launched successfully, sir. Major Richardson's voice was laced with suppressed excitement. A cheer erupted in the submarine's control room. A satisfied captain ordered a dive. Executive Marcus retrieved a bottle of champagne from a locker. The amber liquid shimmered alluringly under the flickering lights. For the glory of America. Marcus raised his glass, his face beaming with triumphant joy. Just as Jiangyao glanced at the satellite, an unseen force activated, and the submarine suddenly tilted violently. Warning! Depth rapidly increasing. The helmsman shouted, gripping the control lever tightly. Williams was thrown towards the control panel, his ribs slamming against the metal edge. The entire submarine emitted a terrifying metallic groan, as if being dragged into an abyss by some invisible giant hand. Full speed to surface. Emergency ballast tank blowout. Williams struggled back to his command post, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But the submarine continued its rapid descent, the depth gauge readings swirling wildly. 500 feet. 550 feet. 800 feet. It's a sea cliff. Sonar operator Timo cried, his face ashen. We're being swept into a density gradient. Williams instantly understood the situation. A sea cliff, the submariner's worst nightmare. When layers of seawater of different densities suddenly change, they generate immense negative buoyancy, dragging the submarine like a stone into the deep sea. Activate emergency power. All personnel in position. Williams' voice echoed through the violently rocking submarine. The engineers frantically tried to restart the systems, but the pressure of the deep sea had already caused the submarine's hull to groan ominously. A pipe burst, icy seawater gushing in, sparks from a short circuit glaringly bright in the darkness. The Maryland reached its limit. The first metallic tearing sound rang out from the midsection of the hull, followed by a series of explosions. Seawater surged in with nearly 100 atmospheres of pressure, instantly flattening the compartments. The deep sea returned to its eternal silence. The hydraulic hatches of the C-17 transport plane hissed metallically as they burst open at an altitude of 10,000 meters. A violent gust of air instantly flooded the cabin. Jiangyao stood against the wind, his black and red armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight refracted through the clouds. He sent a signal to Seiko Busujima in the airport control tower. Seiko Busujima swiftly slayed 10 zombies. She gripped the zombie attractant tightly in her hand, and with a flash of blue light, her figure vanished. On Jiangyao's side, the simulator screen popped up before his eyes. Side quest completed. Reward: Constitution Enhancement Agent, storage space plus 10 units. Duration in this world: 24 hours, can return at any time. Forced return upon expiration. Although strategically underestimating the enemy, Jiangyao still gave them sufficient attention tactically. In case of any unexpected events, he could escape instantly. Jiangyao looked at the magnificent sea of clouds below, and without hesitation, stepped out of the cockpit. In the instant of weightlessness, the world seemed to be muted. Only the steady beating of his own heart, and the subtle hum of the energy circuits operating inside the armor remained in his ears. The moment he broke through the clouds, blinding sunlight suddenly flooded his entire body. The azure sea below rapidly expanded in his field of vision, and the HUD built into his visor constantly updated the altitude data. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters. When the altimeter jumped to 100 meters, the armor plate on the back of the armor suddenly split open, and 6 sets of vector nozzles simultaneously spewed out streams of dark blue plasma flames. The descent slowed instantly, and just as its reflection on the sea was almost within reach, red hair leaped from the void. Jiangyao used his waist and abdomen to power a perfect mid-air spin, landing precisely on the saddle. The crimson flames on red hair's hooves suddenly surged, and the instant it touched the sea. Boom! The sea surface within a 10-meter radius instantly caved in, exploding into a ring of waves. The boiling seawater evaporated, creating a sky-covering white mist that refracted into a rainbow of colors under the sunlight. Red Hare raised its head and neighed, each hooves leaving burning hoofprints on the sea like a string of blooming red lotuses. The combined fleet was patrolling the nearshore waters with its fleet of cruise ships. Radar operator Jackson yawned, then suddenly his eyes widened. A point of light approaching at an incredible speed appeared on the screen. 160 knots. 180 knots. Good heavens, the speed is still increasing. His voice boomed in the silent command center. The data terminal displayed an abnormal target size. The reflected signal resembled neither an aircraft nor a missile, but more like some kind of cavalry? Fleet Commander Wilson smashed his coffee cup and rushed to the observation window. The image appearing through the high-powered telescope made his fingers tremble. A knight clad in black and red armor, riding a crimson warhorse, galloped towards them, seemingly riding the waves. The knight's halberd gleamed with blood, and his scarlet cloak left a trail of afterimages more than 10 meters long in the fast Mercedes. He knew it. The Yen Kingdom super soldiers, whom he thought had died in a nuclear explosion, had returned for revenge. Fleet-wide battle alarm. This is not a drill. Wilson's roar echoed throughout the fleet via the broadcast system. The piercing alarm tore through the sea's tranquility, and the entire fleet instantly went into battle mode. Chapter 114. The 45 Malawang Quach's 127mm guns of the 3 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers began to spin and preheat. The phalanx close and weapons system of the Ticonderoga-class cruisers emitted a high-frequency hum. The vertical launch cell covers opened one after another, and Harpoon anti-ship missiles entered firing position. The 2 Los Angeles-class attack submarines completed the flooding of their torpedo tubes, and F/A-18 Hornets on the aircraft carrier deck slid urgently toward the catapults. The cruise ship had already moved away from this area when Wilson issued the combat orders to avoid being accidentally hit. Red Hare was less than 20 nautical miles from the fleet. Jiang Yao's eyes, hidden beneath his visor, locked onto the leading cruiser, and the grip on his halberd tightened by 3 points. 15 nautical miles. Target speed 200 knots. Radar operator Jackson's voice had trembled. God, he was still accelerating. Commander Wilson slammed his fist on the control panel. Full fleet, open fire. Send this devil to hell. With Wilson's order, the entire fleet spewed forth a deathly inferno. 6 Harpoon missiles were the first to launch, trailing orange-red plumes that streaked across the sky. The barrage from 127mm naval guns followed closely behind, high explosive shells exploding into black clouds in the air, the phalanx CIWS weaving a metallic storm of 4,500 rounds per second. Below the surface, for 48 Malawang Quach's heavy torpedoes traced deadly white trails. Red Hare suddenly accelerated, tracing a strange S-shaped trajectory on the sea. The moment the crimson barrier grazed past the shells, Jiang Yao spun around and swiftly swung his halberd, unleashing 8 crimson energy blades. Boom! The 6 energy blades cleaved the missiles in midair, the shockwaves causing the nearest escort ship to shake violently. Port side hit. Guns disabled. A panicked report came through the cruiser's communications channel. Inside the bridge, Captain Smith stared at the neatly sheared-off turrets, muttering, "What are we fighting?" Before Smith could finish his thought, a flying energy blade struck the bridge precisely. With a piercing, twisting sound of steel, the cruiser's superstructure slowly tilted, finally crashing into the sea and sending a towering column of water into the air. Torpedoes approaching their target. 5 chains. 3 chains. All the officers and men witnessed a scene they would never forget. The warhorse reared up, its front hooves slamming heavily into the sea. Bang! A circular shockwave spread out from the horse's hooves, instantly detonating the 2 nearest torpedoes. The other 2, their course altered by the shockwave, hurtled towards friendly ships. Hard to starboard. Quick turn. The captain of the frigate HMS Brave's orders came to an abrupt halt. The entire warship was struck by a friendly torpedo and torn in 2 by a deafening explosion. Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. The soldier screamed in agony amidst the burning oil. Medic David, clutching a first aid kit, watched the approaching Grim Reaper, treading on fire, and murmured in despair, "This isn't war, this is slaughter." Red Hare continued its charge, riding the waves of fire, its phalanx missiles exploding in countless sparks against the crimson barrier. Jiang Yao suddenly leaped from his horse, his halberd tracing a perfect arc in the air. An even larger crimson energy blade roared out, cleanly slicing through the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer's missile array. The detonating missiles blasted the entire warship in 2, the wreckage slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea, leaving only a massive whirlpool. Concentrate fire. Aim at that knight. The fleet commander roared hoarsely, veins bulging on his forehead. 3 destroyers opened fire simultaneously, a barrage of bullets raining down. Jiang Yao neither dodged nor evaded, his halberd danced before him like a crimson halo, energy blades colliding with the shells in midair, exploding into fireballs. A 127mm shell breached the defenses, only to be deflected the moment it touched the crimson barrier. The USS Enterprise completed an emergency maneuver, attempting to create distance, and 3 fighter jets roared into the sky with the aid of steam catapults. Jiang Yao looked up at the passing fighters, and suddenly his halberd flew from his hand. The spinning halberd traced a crimson path through the air, slicing 2 fighter jets apart in midair. The Harpoon anti-ship missile launched by the 3rd fighter jet was deflected by a sharp turn by the red hare, plunging headlong into the icy sea. And at that moment, the swirling halberd flew back into Jiang Yao's hand. The naval battle had lasted for 20 minutes. The combined fleet had suffered over half its losses, and the remaining ships began to scatter and flee. Jiang Yao stood on the burning sea, his gaze fixed beneath his visor on the departing command ship. He slowly raised his halberd. Red Hare seemed to sense its master's killing intent. The crimson flames on its hooves surged. Jiang Yao took a deep breath, channeling all his power into the halberd. A dazzling crimson light condensed at the tip, the edge of the energy blade even distorting the air. Kill! With a roar, the 100-meter-long energy blade slashed towards the command ship 10 nautical miles away with overwhelming force. The crimson light sliced across the sea, and the command ship's steel hull was like paper before this strike, cleanly sliced in 2. A massive explosion resounded through the sky, and the burning command ship slowly sank into the Atlantic Ocean, creating waves tens of meters high. As the last glimmer of fire was swallowed by the sea, Red Hare rode the waves into the distance. Jiang Yao sheathed his halberd, his blood-red cloak billowing in the sea breeze. When the dizziness subsided, Jiang Yao found himself in his villa bedroom in the real world. Standing there, the image of his solo battle against the fleet still lingered in his mind, the fire and bullets filling him with a genuine sense of excitement. This time in the zombie world war was truly exhilarating. He couldn't afford to do that in the next world. Regaining his composure, he checked his storage space and found that everything he had collected from the zombie world war was indeed gone. It seems that you really can't bring anything out of the non-real world. Jiang Yao chuckled lightly, not particularly bothered. At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on the test tube containing golden liquid in his storage space. Physical enhancement agent. Can be taken orally only after breaking through the physical limits of ordinary people. Significantly enhances physical attributes and simultaneously improves body control. Note: there is some pain involved in the process. Pain? Jiang Yao unscrewed the cap. The liquid shimmered like molten gold under the light. Power is the true essence. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. A scalding warmth instantly burned from his throat to his stomach. Unlike previous physical enhancement agents, this time there was no drowsiness. Instead, it felt like a million sparks were coursing through his veins. He clearly felt his muscle fibers reorganizing and his bone density increasing. Even his retina felt a slight tingling sensation. His optic nerve was upgrading. Jiang Yao knelt on one knee, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. When the transformation was finally complete, he stood up and stretched. He clearly sensed the power surging through his body, almost 3 times what it had been before. In other words, he went from having Captain America's physical attributes to Spider-Man's. Chapter 115. After using the physique enhancement agent, Jiang Yao casually dialed a housekeeping company's number. 2 hours later, 3 masked cleaners had scrubbed the villa spotless. He even drove out to buy several large boxes of instant food, so people would at most think he was a homebody. He still chose one day for the simulator's rest period. If Seiko Busujima's enhancements didn't keep up, the consequences of driving would be unimaginable. Sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Yao's figure had barely settled when he saw Seiko Busujima standing by the window. Clearly, she had been waiting there for a long time. Before Jiang Yao could utter a single word, Seiko Busujima rushed over like a gust of wind. She clung to him tightly like a koala, her dependence and eagerness evident. "Yao, Seiko is so useless, she can't help you at all." Her voice was filled with frustration and self-reproach. Jiang Yao gently patted her back, his eyes filled with tenderness. "How could that be, Senior? If you hadn't guaranteed my escape route, how could I have gone to fight the fleet alone?" Without saying more, Jiang Yao forcibly changed the subject. "By the way, Senior, did you successfully exploit the bug?" "It failed." Busujima Seiko jumped down, opening her empty palm, The zombie attractant she had been given was gone. Jiang Yao chuckled and stepped forward to take her hand. It's all right. It was just a test. The two strolled onto the golden sand, the waves gently caressing their toes. Bakujima Siko suddenly stopped, drawing a circle in the fine sand with her bare feet. Yao, let's name our island. Her eyes sparkled with a rare expectation in the sunlight. Peach Blossom Spring Island? Jiang Yao scratched his head, embarrassed by his own unoriginal answer. But Siko Busujima suddenly smiled, drawing her purple iris and carving the words Peach Blossom Spring onto the nearest coconut tree. Yakuin, can I go to other worlds like this in the future? She suddenly asked, her eyes practically brimming with anticipation. Jiang Yao gazed at the horizon, lost in thought for a moment, although I'm not sure, I think. Before he could finish speaking, Siko Busujima's purple iris had already soared through the air. The purple iris and Mo-Yuan collided on the beach, sparks flying. Their figures sometimes skimmed across the shallows, splashing water, sometimes leaped onto the rocks for leverage, and launched counterattacks. Only when the setting sun stretched their shadows long did they reluctantly stop. As night fell, a lively bonfire party began. On the grill, various ingredients were skewered on iron sticks, slowly turning golden brown under the licking flames. Oil dripped sizzling onto the charcoal fire, igniting a small flame. After eating and drinking their fill, Shizuka, clutching a bottle of sake, danced a strange, drunken dance, while Minami Rika and Busujima Siko were engaged in a drinking contest until their third round. Jiang Yao leaned against a coconut tree, admiring the three strikingly different yet equally dazzling beauties in the firelight. With the sound of waves crashing, he quietly approached and took Busujima Siko's hand tightly. Where she was, there was the truest paradise. At the Wulong Mountain Villa, Jiang Yao stood in the center of the bedroom, rubbing his hands together. The characters scrolled across the simulator screen, but this time it seemed to take an unusually long time. Jiang Yao couldn't help but wonder, could this be the real world again? The characters froze, and the world extraction was complete. Zombie School Merger. Main Quest. Lead the protagonist group out of Shaoshan City. Quest Reward. Physique Enhancement Agent, Summon Siko Busujima, 10 million. Note, after completing the main quest, the world merging process will begin this time. The world has undergone some changes. It's a merged world, and it's unclear which TV series or movies have been merged. It was that familiar school again. His identity was undoubtedly that of an exchange student from Yin country. The simulator seemed to hear his thoughts, cleverly drawing his identity card ahead of time. Shaoshan High School, Yin country exchange student, Class 5, Grade 2, Jiang Yao. The card showed him in a navy blue school uniform, a bilingual, Chinese and Korean, name tag pinned to his chest, a picture-perfect model student. The lottery round, as always, showcased his malicious counterattack talent, its detection range now reaching a radius of 3 kilometers. Now, the main event. Jiang Yao rushed into the bathroom and quickly took a shower. As he devoutly lit sandalwood incense, 5 gilded cards slowly emerged against a starry backdrop, the dragon and cloud patterns on the back of the cards shimmering mysteriously in the moonlight. Whoever the little rooster points to, I choose. Jiang Yao's finger heavily tapped the second card from the left. Clang. The moment the card flipped, the entire bedroom was engulfed in golden light. Jiang Yao reflexively raised his hand to shield his eyes, and through his fingers, he vaguely saw the cool armor on the card. Dragon head shoulder guards, tiger-striped breastplate, and a belt wrapped around the dragon's body, with a dazzling 5-element crystal inlaid in the center. Emperor armor, incarnation of the heavenly Tao, wielding the power of space-time, yin and yang, and the 5 elements mount, Emperor war steed. Armored beast, Emperor war dragon of light. Abilities: time stop, teleportation, mirror space, 5 saints ultimate kill, creation of a 5-element armor summoning device, law of heaven and earth. Summoning methods: summoning device, belt, willpower, light. Holy crap, Emperor. Emperor armor? Jiang Yao's voice trembled with excitement. Was this sending him to fight aliens? Invincible, truly invincible. I don't eat beef. After so many attempts, I finally got a gold card, and a big gold one at that. Eager to try out the Emperor armor, Jiang Yao casually drew his second card. Sure enough, the law of conservation of luck remains an eternal truth. The second card only yielded a desert eagle with unlimited ammo. Jiang Yao lay on the sofa in the media room, his eyes rapidly scanning the zombie school scene, playing on the large screen at 16x speed, mentally devising his own script. The instant the 2-hour countdown reached 0, Jiang Yao felt his body pass through a thin membrane, instantly appearing on the rooftop of Shaoshan High School. He stood on the edge of the rooftop, the howling wind whipping at his clothes. He made a fist with his right hand, a golden light condensing in his palm, gradually materializing into the Emperor's summoning device. The summoning device was entirely gilded, with 5 elemental crystals inlaid in the center, shimmering with a 7-colored halo in the sunlight. The summoning device snapped onto his left wrist. With a crisp metallic clang, the summoning device automatically extended a dragon-scale patterned wristband, fitting snugly around his wrist. Imperial armor. Jiang Yao abruptly raised his left arm, and the summoner on his wrist suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. 5 dragon-shaped pillars of light shot into the sky, stirring up a massive vortex in the clouds. Merge! With this resounding shout, a golden pillar of light, 10 meters in diameter, descended from the sky, engulfing him entirely. Within the pillar of light, 5 golden dragons could be vaguely seen swirling and dancing, their roars echoing through the heavens. The golden light suddenly contracted, revealing first the towering dragon horn helmet, its dragon eye-shaped features radiating a chilling, captivating light. Chapter 116. Immediately afterward, the gold and silver interwoven breastplate gleamed in the sunlight, the Tai Chi array at the center of the belt flowing with Taoist energy. Clang! The dragon head-shaped shoulder armor crashed down, and the red cloak behind him fluttered and rustled without wind. Finally, a pair of ornately designed metal wings slowly unfolded behind him, each feather swirling with mysterious energy ripples. Jiang Yao slowly raised his right arm, encased in armor, flicked his wrist, and then clenched it into a fist. Instantly, crackling sparks of energy erupted in the air. Sunlight shone on the armor, refracting a dazzling halo. At this moment, Jiang Yao was like a god descending to earth, reigning supreme. Feeling the surging cosmic energy within him, Jiang Yao casually snapped his fingers. Emperor Steed, a dragon's roar echoed from the heavens, and the clouds were suddenly torn apart by a golden lightning bolt. A magnificent golden chariot hurtled through the air, its imperial emblem on the hood radiating a dazzling beam of light. It traced a perfect arc in the sky, leaving a trail of brilliant golden light in its wake. Boom! The imperial steed came to a steady stop 3 inches above Jiang Yao, its wheels shimmering with invisible energy ripples as it hovered. The dragon patterns on the chariot seemed to come alive, their eyes gleaming with crimson light. The exhaust nozzles at the rear spewed golden flames, scorching and slightly distorting the surrounding air. Jiang Yao leaped into the air, landing steadily on the driver's seat. The instant his hands gripped the dragon-shaped handlebars, the imperial steed unleashed a deafening roar. The headlights, like the eyes of a giant dragon opening, shot out 2 beams of light piercing the sky. Let's go! The imperial steed instantly broke the sound barrier, carrying Jiang Yao into the sky. Jiang Yao watched the city below shrink smaller, and whistled excitedly. The clouds rushed past him, breaking through the atmosphere in the blink of an eye. In space, the Emperor's steed's speed suddenly increased. Jiang Yao looked at the azure planet before him, breathtakingly beautiful. He piloted the Emperor's steed along Earth's orbit, skimming over the aurora borealis at the North Pole, and swooping down through tropical storms at the equator. The Pacific Ocean shimmered under the sunlight, like a giant sapphire. Let's get a little more exciting. He suddenly turned the vehicle around, and the Emperor's steed's thrusters spewed even more dazzling golden flames. The chariot hurtled towards the sun at the speed of light. As it approached the corona, the surrounding temperature soared to millions of degrees, but Jiang Yao only felt warm and comfortable. This is what you call sunbathing. He performed a beautiful drift on the sun's surface, sending up a shower of plasma sparks. The 5 elemental crystals greedily absorbed the stellar energy, the patterns on the armor shining like a supernova explosion. Jiang Yao dismounted from the Emperor's steed and stood on the surface of the sun, beneath him a boiling ocean of plasma at millions of degrees. The Emperor's warrior slowly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. The instant his palms touched, a hum resonated. A dazzling golden ripple spread from the point of contact, and space seemed to peel away layer by layer like a shattered mirror. Countless fragments of the mirror floated and reformed in the air, ultimately constructing an alternate dimension identical to reality. Let's start with an appetizer. With a casual wave of his hand, 5 energy blasts, each gleaming with a different light, roared out. A golden light blast, a dark purple shadow blast, a crimson fire blast, a deep blue water blast, and a brown earth blast exploded simultaneously, unleashing a 5-colored energy storm on the surface of the sun. Too light. Jiang Yao shook his head in dissatisfaction, then suddenly crossed his arms over his chest. Look at this. Countless energy blasts, interwoven with light and shadow, erupted from his body, pouring down like a torrential rain. The sun's surface was riddled with holes, each energy blast tearing a crater several kilometers in diameter in the plasma ocean. With a flick of his wrist, the Aurora sword materialized in his hand. Jiang Yao laughed as he charged towards a cluster of erupting prominences. Take this. The blade swelled with a 1,000-meter-long sword aura, cleaving the prominence in two with a single strike. That's more like it. Jiang Yao looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, then suddenly turned and swept his sword horizontally, a light and shadow cross slash. The cross-shaped sword aura stretched for tens of thousands of miles, even splitting sunspots into 4 pieces in its path. Meditation Madra. Jiang Yao suddenly clasped his hands together, and the entire solar activity instantly froze. He strolled leisurely among the frozen prominences, gently poking at the plasma bubbles with his fingers. The instant time resumed its flow, Jiang Yao appeared on the other side of the sun. Teleportation was fun, but instant teleportation was even more exciting. His figure flickered across the sun's surface, leaving an afterimage with each appearance. Finally, over a dozen afterimages of Jiang Yao simultaneously assumed different attack stances. Shifting stars. Facing the sudden onslaught of a solar flare, Jiang Yao neither dodged nor evaded. The aurora shield on his chest lit up. He reflected back an energy storm capable of destroying a planet, doubling its magnitude, creating an energy vortex on the sun's surface comparable in size to Earth. He leaped into the sky, the 5 elemental crystals simultaneously lighting up. 5 Saints' ultimate kill. 5 golden elemental armor imprints hovered before him. The aurora sword pierced through the 5 armor imprints, ultimately transforming into a golden dragon shadow that pierced the heavens and earth, striking the sun's surface. The explosion's light even temporarily overshadowed the sun itself, leaving a massive crater tens of thousands of kilometers deep at its epicenter. Not enough. Jiang Yao's entire body erupted with dazzling golden energy, transforming into a being of heaven and earth. His form began to expand wildly, thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, ultimately transforming into an emperor warrior larger than Earth itself. The Aurora sword and Aurora shield enlarged accordingly, combining to form an emperor war halberd spanning the sky, and the emperor war dragon of light swooped out from the space of light and shadow. Emperor demon slaying annihilation slash. The emperor war dragon of light unleashed a massive slash, cleaving through the sun's atmosphere to reveal the boiling ocean of nuclear fusion deep within. Light and shadow energy intertwined at the wound, forming an energy scar that stretched across the sun's surface, burning for a full 10 minutes before slowly healing. Time to go back. Having had his fill of fun, Jiang Yao stepped out of the mirror space, leaped onto his emperor steed, turned the handlebars, and flew back towards Earth. On his return journey, he even made a point of circling the far side of the moon, leaving his footprints on the craters. It could be said that Jiang Yao's small step was an unsolved mystery for humanity. Countries around the world paid close attention to this anomaly, but due to the extremely violent energy eruption, all observation equipment was destroyed, and no one could pinpoint its location. The instigator, however, transformed into a middle school student and began his self-directed and self-acted drama. Emperor Knight's journey through a zombie-infested school. The May wind, carrying cherry blossom petals, swept across the rooftop, and Pei-Yunji's skirt fluttered like tattered butterfly wings. She stood on the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the bustling scene in the school, wondering what she had done wrong. Chapter 117. Yunji! Don't do this. Kim Jin-soo maintained a 3-meter distance, like a hunter afraid of startling a bird. Are you coming up too? Pei-Yunji slowly turned around, her voice so soft it was almost torn apart by the wind. Yunji, come down first, come down first. Kim Jin-soo pleaded, but his words were so weak. They said they were going to post those videos online. Pei-Yunji said, her eyes filled with tears. No! Kim Jin-soo's voice suddenly rose, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. They promised to delete those videos, they promised me. No, this is hell. Pei-Yunji swayed like a withered leaf. I have to escape this hell. I handle it. I delete all the videos, so please don't do this. Kim Jin-soo's eyes were already brimming with tears. Pei-Yunji suddenly gave a sarcastic smile. Why are you crying? Do you like me? Kim Jin-soo hesitated for a long time, then nodded gently. 2 outcasts becoming lovers. Pei-Yunji's pupils dilated slightly, as if she had suddenly realized some absurd joke. It would only make them twice as outcasts. Don't come near me. Don't come near my corpse. Just as she was about to turn around, a blinding golden light suddenly ripped through the sky and landed in the center of the rooftop. The light dissipated, revealing golden armor that shimmered like liquid metal in the sunlight, with luminous feathers unfurling behind him. Each wing was composed of pure light energy, radiating a sacred aura that was too terrifying to look directly at. Jiang Yao's mind stirred, and the armor flowed away like water, revealing his handsome face. Sorry, I'm late, Jiang Yao? You. Jin Jinxiu's voice trembled uncontrollably. He rubbed his eyes frantically, unable to believe what he was seeing. Baiyunji was also stunned by the shock, momentarily forgetting that she was about to jump. Jiang Yao ignored Kim Jin-soo and walked straight to the edge of the rooftop, pointing down. Look over there. Baiyunji instinctively followed the direction, then gasped. Crash! A series of shattering glass echoed through the school building, and figures crashed into the corridor. A window on the third floor suddenly shattered, and a boy in a purple tracksuit fell on top of another student. That was Park Chan-hoon. Baiyunji's fingers clenched into fists. This guy who had just filmed her indecent video, she would recognize him even if he were ashes. Park Chan-hoon, who was lying on the ground gnawing on flesh, suddenly raised his head and let out a beast-like roar. With a bloodied and mangled face, he twisted his limbs and charged towards the playground. She saw him clearly. Jiang Yao pulled Painji down abruptly, his voice tinged with disappointment and frustration. The scum had become a monster, and the remaining trash were barely clinging to life. Faced with humiliation, backing down will only embolden them. Think of Li Jinxiu. Your death will bring no consequences, only become something they boast about. You did nothing wrong. Jiang Yao's voice was low and firm. The scum were the ones who were wrong, and they deserved to go to hell. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes, as he slowly pulled a golden-laid silver tiger-shaped summoning device from his pocket. The metallic summoning device gleamed coldly in the sunlight, two scarlet gems embedded in the tiger's eyes, as if it might come to life at any moment. This is... Painji's pupils contracted slightly, and she involuntarily took a half-step back. The summoner for the Earth Tiger armor. A playful smile curved Jiang Yao's lips. His slender fingers gently traced the tiger-shaped stripes. Now it's yours. He tossed the summoner to Painji, who instinctively caught it. The instant her fingertips touched the summoner, a message entered her mind. Earth Tiger armor. Element, Earth, strongest jumping ability, wields the power of Earth, stands firmly on the ground, endlessly regenerating. Weapons, Earth-splitting claw, Earth-splitting blade. Ultimate skill, Earth-splitting blades, Earth-splitting cleave. Splitting the hell to dispel darkness, destroyed by the raging earth, restoring the earth, Earth-splitting palm. Summoning incantation, Earth Tiger armor. Unite? Combat techniques. Note, due to the limitations of the summoner's body and mind, the duration is 5 minutes. Cooldown is 1 hour. Remember, I gave you power not to escape. Jiang Yao's voice seemed to come from afar, but to demand justice. Painji stared down at the summoner in her hand, the ruby in the tiger's eyes suddenly glowing with an eerie light. She seemed to hear the roar of a tiger, and an unprecedented courage burned within her. Can I really do it? She looked up, the tears in her eyes now dried by rage. Either take back everything that belongs to you now, or live forever in their shadow. Painji took a deep breath, gripping the summoner tightly in her palm. The red light in the tiger's eye grew stronger, as if responding to the surging anger within her. Fine. She gritted her teeth, her voice filled with unprecedented resolve. It was time for them to pay the price. Following the instructions in the information stream, Painji slammed the summoner onto her wrist. Earth Tiger armor, combine. In an instant, illusory armor pieces appeared in the void, hovering around her. The helmet fell first, the tiger head visor snapping shut onto her face, a cold glint flashing in the purple goggles. Then, the breastplate, arm guards, leg armor, and other components flew in automatically, fitting precisely onto her body. Blue energy patterns flowed across the surface of the orange armor, the silver breastplate gleaming brightly on its chest. The black inner armor peeking through the gaps in the outer armor shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. Finally, a pair of silver combat boots landed heavily, sending up a shockwave. A deep light flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes, his deep voice piercing through the armor. Remember, true revenge is not simple killing. Data streams flashed rapidly on Painji's goggles. She gripped her metal gauntlets, feeling the surging earth energy coursing through the armor. At this moment, she seemed to hear the pulse of the earth's veins, to feel the breath of the land. Instead, he wanted these scumbags to experience firsthand. Jiang Yao's voice was like a dagger from the abyss, conveying the pain of having one's dignity trampled upon. Go! Ying Dinan is in the cafeteria. Let that scumbag see what true fear is. Whoosh! Painji pushed off with her feet, transforming into a streak of orange lightning. She soared into the air before Jin Jinxiu's horrified eyes, instantly traversing hundreds of meters. Painji landed steadily on the ground, A flash of earth-yellow energy dissipated all the impact. She slowly walked into the cafeteria. Students eating there whispered amongst themselves upon seeing the Earth Tiger warrior. Paeonji paid no attention, scanning the room before her goggles instantly locking onto her target. Guinan was engrossed in eating, occasionally commenting on the various girls. Sunlight streamed through the broken window, casting the shadow of his armor onto the bully. Aish. Yoon didn't even look up, his curse halfway through. Bang! A metal hand pressed down on the back of his head, slamming it hard into the plate in front of him. Kimchi soup and rice splattered everywhere, Yoon's face hitting the metal plate with a dull thud. Hand over the video. A voice, suppressing rage, came from within the armor. The surrounding students retreated in terror, some knocked over plates, others knocked over chairs, and the entire cafeteria instantly emptied into a vacuum. Chapter 118. Yoon struggled to lift his head, his face smeared with rice grains and chili sauce. When he heard the familiar voice, his previously terrified expression suddenly twisted into a savage grin. Huh? Isn't this our Miss Bae? What, want a video? He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. How about I send it to your mom for her to enjoy? His pupils behind his goggles contracted sharply, Bae-eunji's right leg retreated, and the energy lamps of the Earth Tiger armor erupted with blinding light. Bang! A whip kick struck Yoon's abdomen, sending the nearly 80-kilogram boy flying like a rag doll. He crashed into a load-bearing pillar with a crack, the concrete surface instantly splitting into spiderweb-like cracks. A layer of yellowish-brown energy membrane flashed the moment he hit the pillar, dissipating the fatal impact. Ugh! Yoon curled up on the ground, dry heaving, only to find that apart from the excruciating pain, he could still move. He staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth. So what if you're wearing metal? You think you're so great? He hysterically pulled out his phone. I'm going to send a mass text right now. Before he could finish, an orange figure flashed in front of him, metal fingers gripping his wrist with a gentle squeeze. Crack! The moment the metal fingers closed, Yoon's wrist bone shattered with a crisp sound. His phone exploded like a fragile eggshell, parts and shards of glass mingling with blood and splattering onto the floor. Ah! Yoon collapsed to his knees, his left hand gripping his right wrist tightly. Broken bone spurs pierced his skin, gleaming a ghastly white under the light. Blood dripped from between his fingers, blooming into glaring red flowers on the tiles. You crazy woman! He roared, veins bulging on his forehead, a flicker of fear in his eyes. But soon, that fear was replaced by a twisted sense of pleasure. Ha ha! You thought destroying the phone was the end of it. He staggered to his feet, a maniacal laugh on his lips. Kim Jin-soo's phone still had the video. As long as the time was up. Because, behind her goggles, Bae-eunji suddenly raised an eyebrow. Because she heard Jiang Yao's slightly mocking voice in her ear. Think about how they treated you, why can't you use the same methods on them? It turned out that this guy had already used the Emperor Armor's teleportation ability to silently slip around to the corner of the cafeteria to watch the show. At this moment, he was standing in the crowd, smiling as he telepathically advised Bae-eunji. So that's how it is. Bae-eunji murmured softly, a cold smile curving her lips beneath the armor. She slowly pulled out her phone, the camera pointed at Yoon. Take off your clothes. What? Yoon's expression froze. I said. Paeonji suddenly raised her hand, a yellowish-brown energy wave erupting from her armored palm. Bang! The energy wave struck Guinan's school uniform precisely. Buttons exploded, fabric shredded instantly, as if cut by countless invisible blades. In the blink of an eye, this arrogant bully stood naked in the center of the cafeteria. Someone in the crowd burst out laughing. Immediately afterward, the entire cafeteria erupted in waves of laughter. Some whistled, some recorded with their phones, and many more pointed and whispered about Guinan. The lackey who always followed Guinan was desperately trying to suppress his laughter, his face turning a deep purplish red. Guinan trembled, his hands futilely trying to cover himself. His wheat-colored skin flushed crimson, even his toes curled in shame. Suddenly, he lunged at the nearest student like a madman, trying to snatch their school uniform jacket. Bang! Paeonji lunged forward, her combat boot slamming into his rear. Guinan fell flat on his face, knocking over chairs in the process. Aya! He screamed, trying to faint, but found his right wrist wound encased in an amber-colored cast. The broken bone was perfectly immobilized, and the bleeding had stopped, making it impossible for him to faint. Clang! Paeonji twisted the weapon's knob, the weapon hovering in the air. She touched it, and the earth-splitting claw sprang from her armor. 6 cold lights flashed under the lamplight. She deliberately ran her claw lightly across the dining table, slicing the surface like tofu. Run! She tilted her head, a flash of purple light from her goggles, and said, I count to 3. Yoon Gyunam scrambled to his feet, running naked through the cafeteria. Sparks flew from her claws as she occasionally struck him, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered. 1. Baeunji deliberately slowed her pace. 2. She cleaved aside a table blocking her path with a single claw. By 2.5, Yoon Gyunam had collapsed, crying and screaming, and crawled into a trash can. The students watching laughed uproariously. Some even live-streamed it, with the title campus bully running naked online. Jiang Yao took a sip of cola. He was quite satisfied with the spectacle. Bullies like this deserved to be executed. Suddenly, a group of students rushed towards the cafeteria door in a panic. Several students at the door couldn't dodge in time, and fell to the ground like toppled dominoes. The crowd behind them continued to push and shove, students tumbling and crashing, completely blocking the cafeteria entrance. The remaining students, their faces filled with terror, desperately lunged at the glass wall, frantically pounding on it with their hands. The glass wall, battered by the students, quickly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Then, with a loud crash, the glass shattered into countless pieces. Although the sharp edges of the broken glass cut many students, the instinct for survival drove them to struggle and push their way into the cafeteria through the shards of glass, disregarding everything else. They looked as if something terrifying was chasing them from behind. At the very back, a boy's face was ripped open, his skin torn and flesh exposed, revealing his pale cheekbone. He desperately reached out to those around him, weakly calling out, "Help! Help me!" But before he could finish speaking, a zombie pounced from behind and dragged him to the ground. Then, with a splat, his intestines were ripped out alive by the zombie. Outside the cafeteria, a charging zombie, its face mangled, its blood-red fangs only inches from the fleeing girl. Whoosh! A flash of orange light streaked past, and the zombie's head slid off diagonally. Paeunji had appeared outside the door at some point, drops of blood from her earth-splitting claws splashing onto the ground like red plum blossoms. Heh, heh, a chilling laugh emanated from beneath her visor. Suddenly she spun around, her claws tracing perfect arcs, instantly slicing 3 zombies in half at the waist. While her upper body was still flying through the air, she performed 3 more somersaults, each one precisely slicing open the zombie's skull. Chapter 119. Jiang Yao watched as the Earth Tiger armor, standing on the ground and not flashing its lights when zoomed in, instead hopping around, inwardly scoffed, is it possessed by Kuan Zhong? Tigger. The energy indicator light on the Earth Tiger armor's chest was flashing rapidly, but Paeunji's movements became increasingly ferocious. She even deliberately slowed down, letting the zombies pounce before suddenly striking. As the claw blade slowly sank into the zombie's eye socket, a sickly panting sound came from inside the mask. Park Chan-hoon. Park Chan-hoon. She muttered this name with every zombie she killed. When the claw blade pinned the last zombie, dressed in a purple tracksuit, Park Chan-hoon, to the wall, it suddenly ripped horizontally, cleanly severing the body in 2 like harvested wheat stalks. The cafeteria entrance had become a battlefield. Over 50 zombies lay dead, none intact, their mangled flesh radiating outwards across a 10-meter radius. Beep. Beep. The energy indicator light emitted its final warning. Paeunji suddenly looked up at the rooftop of the teaching building, leaping hundreds of meters in an instant. The moment she landed, the orange armor vanished as a blur. The girl abruptly collapsed to her knees on the cold, hard concrete, her sharp nails digging into the rough ground. With her struggles, a series of teeth-grinding scraping sounds filled the air. Waves of vomiting surged through her body heaving violently, dry, painful gurgling sounds coming from her throat. Stomach acid surged uncontrollably from her stomach like a runaway torrent. Mixed with bitter bile, it trickled down her chin, gathering into drops before finally crashing heavily to the ground. However, as she vomited, she suddenly threw her head back and let out a near-manic laugh. With the laughter, large, crystalline tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks, soaking her collar. Those days and nights of bullying flashed through her mind like vivid images. Countless afternoon naps spent huddled in toilet stalls, silently weeping. The vulgarities, mocking laughter, and taunts from outside struck her heart like heavy hammer blows. But now, those humiliating memories transformed into manic laughter echoing across the rooftop. Her voice was hoarse and trembling, carrying a sense of exhilaration bursting from the depths of her soul. So, you can be afraid too. Ha ha ha. I thought I was the only one like this, so helplessly bullied, but now, I really can. She lowered her head, trembling, her gaze fixed on her own hands. These hands, which had helplessly clutched themselves during countless moments of bullying, could now chase away bullies like dogs and even personally kill those seemingly terrifying monsters. The bloody scene outside the cafeteria instantly triggered a chorus of vomiting sounds inside. The stench of blood mixed with the acidic smell created a suffocating wave of sourness. Jiang Yao frowned slightly. The smell was even more pungent than the rotting entrails of zombies. He strode towards Li Qishan and Nan Wenxiao in the corner. Although their faces were ashen, they at least managed to maintain their composure. You're Jiang Yao? Li Qishan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, vaguely remembering this classmate, who always kept to himself. Nan Wenxiao nodded amicably to Jiang Yao. Qishan, we can't stay here any longer, Jiang Yao said in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over the mess on the ground. Come with me. The three carefully avoided the severed limbs underfoot and slipped out of the cafeteria. The scene outside made Qishan and Nan Wenxiao gasp. Zombies chased screaming students, blood drawing eerie graffiti on the stone pavement. Jiang Yao led the two, dodging left and right, to the foot of the teaching building, only to find zombies gnawing at students right at the entrance. Qishan and Nan Wenxiao were momentarily at a loss when, just then, an out-of-control pipe truck crashed into the corner of the teaching building. Over there. Li Qishan suddenly grabbed Nan Wenxiao's wrist, pointing to the balcony above the truck. The two climbed onto the truck. Li Qishan crouched down. Wenxiao, step on me to get up. Nan Wenxiao didn't hesitate. He stepped on Li Qishan's thigh, grabbed the edge of the balcony, and nimbly flipped up to the first floor. Jiang Yao, you come too, I can handle it. Qishan nodded to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao shook his head and smiled, lightly tapping his toes against the wall. He leaped into the air like a swallow, bracing himself against the wall with one hand, and slid sideways onto the balcony. Wow! Li Qishan stared, his mouth agape. Jiang Yao bent down and easily pulled him up as well. Nan Wenxiao's eyes lit up as he watched Jiang Yao's fluid movements. Your skills, have you trained? Jiang Yao just smiled mysteriously, offering no answer. The three cautiously pushed open the balcony door, as panicked students scattered down the stairs. Jiang Yao led the two directly to the second floor, only to find a zombie blocking their path in the corridor. Qishan and the other instinctively tried to avoid it, but Jiang Yao had already darted forward. A spinning kick sent the zombie and its prey flying 5 meters, crashing into the wall with a sickening crack. Run! Jiang Yao shouted, and the three sprinted towards the classroom. Wenxiao, as usual, grabbed the fire extinguisher. The zombies' howls grew closer. Nan Wenxiao calmly turned and raised the fire extinguisher. White powder instantly filled the corridor. At the classroom door, Li Qishan frantically pounded on the window. Open the door! Open the door! Through the glass, they could see Li Nian arguing with two girls, shouting, Don't open the door! Han Jingxiu shoved aside Zhang Yujin, who was trying to close the door, and flung it open. The moment the three rushed into the classroom, Jiang Yao, in a dramatic display, rushed to Li Nian, grabbed her collar angrily, and lifted her off the ground. The girl's legs thrashed helplessly in the air, her delicate face flushed red from suffocation. If you dare do that again, Jiang Yao's voice was icy and chilling, I throw you out to feed the zombies. Li Qishan hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. It's all right, everyone was terrified. Jiang Yao released his grip, and Li Nian fell to the ground, clutching her neck and coughing violently. But Jiang Yao's malicious retaliatory instinct sensed that this seemingly delicate girl was radiating a level of malice comparable to the zombie horde outside. Just then, the classroom door was slammed open a crack, and a round figure desperately tried to squeeze in. Get out! Zhang Yujin frantically blocked the door. Brother-in-law. It's me, brother-in-law. A familiar voice called from the crack in the door. Zhang Yujin froze, hesitantly releasing his grip, and Liang Daxiu darted in like a meatball, his entire body covered in white powder. Chapter 120. He hurriedly went to the back of the classroom, wiping away the powder around his eyes with a rag. What kind of look is this? A boy couldn't help but ask. Liang Daxiu, wiping his face, complained, Don't even mention it. Some lunatic was playing with a fire extinguisher in the hallway, spraying it everywhere. He suddenly lowered his voice, but it's strange, when I closed my eyes and rushed through the smoke, those monsters chasing me disappeared. Jiang Yao chimed in, because they couldn't see you. Li Qishan nodded in agreement. Trained to Busan, these monsters are exactly the same as the zombies in the movies. Are you kidding me? Liang Daxiu immediately retorted. Zombies are from movies, how could they appear in a school? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Li Qishan pulled Liang Daxio to the window, looking at the bloody scene outside. A hand suddenly slammed on the glass, startling them both back 2 steps. Someone outside opened the window and poked their head out. Li Qishan and the other students saw it was Xiohe and hurriedly pulled him inside. As soon as Xiohe entered the classroom, he turned to face the window and reached out. Just as the ladder was about to fall, Xiohe grabbed the class monitor Nanla and pulled her into the classroom. Jiang Yao watched this scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. The actors were basically all in place. The students who had escaped from different places began to reconcile their accounts. Adding to this were the roars, tearing sounds, and screams coming from outside the window. Everyone in the classroom was forced to accept an absurd fact. Li Qishan might not be wrong. Zombies had invaded Shaoshan High School. Those once familiar classmates and teachers were now all terrifying zombies. They were tireless, impervious to pain, fast runners, and quite strong. Most terrifyingly, a bite from them would turn you into a walking corpse within minutes, just like them. After a brief moment of dread, the students composed themselves and began seeking help. Wu Junying and Han Jingxiu held the classroom doors shut, sweat trickling down their temples and leaving dark dots on the floor. Quick, find the phone. Who has a phone? Nan Wenxiao shouted in a low voice. Several students immediately frantically rummaged through their bags. Found it. Li Shu held up a smartphone, his face lighting up with joy, but the moment before freezing. The lock screen displayed the password input interface. The students who had gathered around seemed to have short-circuited, forgetting basic knowledge they knew from kindergarten. Someone whispered, "Could it be a birthday? Give it to me." Jiang Yao grabbed the phone and quickly dialed the emergency number. He deliberately lowered his voice, making his usually clear tone hoarse and trembling. "Help! Armed thugs have broken into Shaoshan High School. They already killed some teachers. You have to come quickly." His breathing was clearly transmitted through the receiver, punctuated by perfectly timed sobs. The operator on the other end of the line immediately tensed up. "Student, the riot police are on their way. Please remain calm, stay hidden, and wait for rescue." The background noise included rapid keyboard typing and static from the walkie-talkie. The students breathed a sigh of relief the moment the call ended. As long as rescue arrived, everything would be alright. Only Jiang Yao knew that there was no rescue, but there was a missile. Qishan smiled and gave Jiang Yao a thumbs up. If he had made the call, he would have said there were zombies on campus, and he would probably have been mistaken for making a false alarm. Inspired by Jiang Yao, Nan Wenxiao also called the fire department, falsely claiming a school fire and needing rescue. Just then, the horde of zombies in the corridor was attracted by a distant scream, and the footsteps faded into the distance. With double insurance and the zombies leaving the doorway, the atmosphere in the classroom completely relaxed. Han Jingxiu wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned, asking, "How did you guys escape? Those zombies aren't slow." The chubby Liang Daxio immediately puffed out his round belly, gesturing exaggeratedly, "You didn't see it. I dodged to the side just now, it was so smooth." He clumsily spun around, then slid under a zombie's crotch, sending it crashing into the wall. This boast drew laughter from everyone. Even the usually expressionless class monitor couldn't help but smile. Han Jingxiu stepped forward and playfully punched Liang Daxio in the stomach. "Come on, you were panting like a dog after running 50 meters in P class last time." Just in this rare moment of relaxation, the classroom door creaked open. Everyone froze instantly, the laughter ceasing abruptly. A middle-aged man in a black and red tracksuit nimbly slipped in, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. He leaned against the door, panting heavily, his face covered in sweat, his right hand still hidden behind his back. When his unfocused gaze swept across the classroom, and he saw only a group of panicked students, his previously flustered expression suddenly relaxed. He forcefully wiped the sweat from his face, straightened his back, and instantly regained his usual authoritative teacher's posture. "Teacher." Han Jingxiu strode forward, but his eyes couldn't help glancing behind him. You weren't bitten by those things, were you?" Mr. Jean forced an exaggerated smile. "Of course not. What could possibly be wrong with the teacher?" His voice was 8 octaves higher than usual, trembling unnaturally. "Class, let's block the door shut first." He started to move the nearest desk. "What's wrong with your hand?" Jiang Yao's voice cleaved through the air like a blade. He had somehow appeared in front of Mr. Jean, his eyes sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. Mr. Jean froze, his smile instantly freezing. He abruptly hid his right hand behind his back, veins bulging on his forehead. "What kind of attitude is this?" His suddenly raised voice exploded in the classroom. Are all students these days so disrespectful? Talking to a teacher like that? Jiang Yao took a step closer. You're disgracing the word teacher. Before he finished speaking, he kicked Mr. Jean in the chest, sending him flying against the wall. The teacher groaned, struggling to get up, but Jiang Yao's kick was so precise that he couldn't move for a moment. His hand, Li Shu exclaimed. Only then did everyone see clearly that there was a gruesome bite mark on the teacher's right hand, the wound surrounded by an unnatural bluish-black tinge. No, it's not like that. Teacher Jean tried to explain, but the next second, his eyes suddenly bloodshot, and 2 streams of dark red tears slid down his cheeks. A strange gurgling sound came from his throat, and his mouth twisted and split open, revealing gleaming white teeth. Roar! The zombie-like teacher Jean lunged at the nearest Jiang Yao with astonishing speed. Jiang Yao dodged to the side, then spun around and kicked him directly towards the window. Crash! The glass shattered, and teacher Jin's body crashed heavily out of the window. Chapter 121. However, shards of glass flew everywhere, one of them grazing Li Nian's arm as she stood by the window, leaving a bloody mark. The classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone knew what this meant. A wound contaminated with zombie blood or bodily fluids would become infected. She's infected. Someone cried out in alarm, backing away. Get her out of here. Otherwise, we all die. Several girls shouted excitedly. Li Nian clutched her wound, shouting in protest, No, I didn't. It was a clean shard. No. Han Jingxiu blocked her way. She hasn't mutated yet. We can't just give up on her like this. Li Qingshan also stepped forward, his voice firm. Tie her up and observe her for a while. If she really, we can deal with her then. This suggestion was ultimately agreed upon by most. After all, they were still students, still retaining a semblance of human kindness. Jiang Yao watched this scene, his expression softening slightly. If this world is filled only with selfishness and cruelty, what's the difference between it and the zombies outside? The original plot didn't reward good people, but his script is about karmic retribution. Han Jingxiu deftly pulled down the white curtain at the back of the classroom and gently tied Li Nian to the teacher's desk. Several girls silently pushed over desks to form an isolation area. The sound of the desks colliding made Li Nian tremble. Don't be afraid, you shouldn't have come into contact with any zombie blood. Nan Wenjiao crouched down, took out gauze from his pocket, and carefully pressed it against the scratches on her arm. Li Nian stared intently at the wall clock. The second hand ticked away, and she had never felt time move so slowly. As the minute hand passed the 10th mark, she suddenly let out a long sigh, her tense shoulders instantly relaxing. The next second, she raised her chin and impatiently kicked the lectern with the tip of her shoe. Hey! What are you standing there for? Untie me now. Han Jingxiu had already gone back to block the door. The students exchanged glances. Since she hadn't mutated after so long, she must be truly alright. But no one was willing to untie this unpleasant woman. Only Li Qingshan smiled good-naturedly, walked over, and reached out to untie the knots. Li Nian shook her aching arms, a flash of resentment in her eyes. She suddenly sprang to life, kicking over the chair beside her, and rushed towards the broken window amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. That despicable zombie teacher. She leaned half her body out of the window, shrilly cursing at the people below, her carefully styled curly hair whipping wildly in the wind. Your whole family should go to hell. Completely oblivious to a shard of glass stained with blackish red, putrid blood that was loosening on the window frame. It's all because of you bunch of useless trash. With a sharp shard, it sliced across her delicate hand. Li Nian's cursing stopped abruptly. She stared at the blood seeping from the wound and the viscous, dark red liquid on the shard, then let out a short gasp. That's zombie blood. For a moment, she felt the world spinning around her. Was she going to become one of those monsters? No. Impossible. She nervously wiped her wound with her sweater, instantly staining the delicate pink fabric. Li Shu was about to step forward to stop the madwoman's screams when she suddenly fell silent. She exchanged a glance with Wen Zhao, and the two tacitly retreated to the other end of the classroom. Given Li Nian's usual style, her cursing was always a full-on service. Sudden silence was definitely a problem. Whether it was a mental breakdown or a revelation of her true nature, it was hard to tell. Ah! A hysterical scream suddenly erupted, and Li Nian abruptly turned around, her long hair whipping wildly through the air. She twisted her lipstick-covered lips, pointing her 10 fingers like claws at Jiang Yao. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Every word was dripping with spittle. You saw me here and still kicked the window? Are your eyes in your ass? Before a reply, she looked at Han Jingxiu, who was brazenly blocking the wooden door, with utter contempt. "You beggar brat, who gave you permission to touch me?" She disgustedly slapped her bound wrists. "Do you know how much this watch of mine costs? Enough to buy your whole family's lives." Suddenly noticing the class monitor sitting quietly in a chair, she immediately turned her gun on him. "Stop pretending to be so high and mighty." She kicked the class monitor's pencil case away. "Useless trash, who got class monitor status through family donations. What have you ever done for the class? You're all useless, bitches." Amidst the curses, blood suddenly seeped from the corner of her eye, veins bulged on her face, and the foul language gradually turned into a roar. Jiang Yao's eyes sharpened. Before anyone could react, he lunged forward and delivered a flying kick. The immense impact sent Li Nian flying backward like a broken doll. Her lower body slammed against the windowsill, her entire body spinning as she flew out of the classroom. Crack! The crisp sound of her lumbar spine breaking was clearly audible, but soon after, her body, which should have been beyond repair, began to convulse like a fish on a chopping board. Roar! A non-human roar erupted from her throat as she crawled rapidly on the ground, her hands supporting her body, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. The classroom fell into a deathly silence, despite Li Nian's usual repulsive behavior. But watching her transform from a living person into a walking corpse sent a chill down everyone's spine. Bang! 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 A series of violent thuds erupted outside the door. Clearly, Li Nian's dying screams had attracted a horde of zombies. The flimsy wooden door groaned under the weight of the horde's assault. No time for sentimentality. Jiang Yao's voice was like a bucket of cold water, jolting everyone awake. He strode to the window, tore a piece of paper from his notebook, and slapped it against the glass. Silence fell over the window. "I see." Xiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted, "Quick! Block up the windows and the door." A commotion of rummaging through drawers filled the classroom. The students, finding amusement in their misery, tore open their textbooks page by page. Perhaps this was the only good thing about the apocalypse: no school. Yang Daxiu even took off his school uniform jacket and covered the largest window with it. "Tape! Does anyone have tape?" the short-haired girl whispered. Li Shu immediately pulled a roll of pink tape from his pencil case. The girls worked together seamlessly, quickly sealing all the windows tightly. As the last ray of light was blocked, the scratching sounds outside the door gradually subsided. Jiang Yao made a shushing gesture, and the group crept into a circle. He lowered his voice and said, "Zombies are extremely sensitive to sound. We need to create a diversion. First, lure away the zombies at the door, ideally leading all the monsters in the building to the playground." He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. "Then, we go out and gather food. If rescue doesn't arrive soon, we won't even have the strength to run away on an empty stomach." Chapter 122. Qishan rubbed his face vigorously. Jiang Yao was right. Now wasn't the time to wait for rescue, we had to take action. Xiaohe irritably tugged at his collar. They said on the phone that rescue would arrive soon, but now... He glanced at his watch. The minute hand had already completed more than half a circle. We had to figure something out ourselves. When Qishan suddenly turned to the girl beside him. "Is it still possible to get through to the police?" When Zhao shook her head, the cold light from the phone screen reflecting on her pale face. "It's constantly busy. I can't get through it all. Go." "Wait." Qishan suddenly slapped his forehead, his voice rising 8 octaves with excitement, then quickly lowered it again. "The broadcasting room. It's not far to the right after we leave our classroom." His eyes shone with an astonishing light. "If we can control the broadcasting system, we can use the campus broadcast to lure all the zombies out." Han Jingxiu scratched his head in frustration. "Easy for you to say. We can't even handle those zombies at the door. How are we going to get there?" Jiang Yao's lips suddenly curled into a mysterious smile. He picked up a few erasers from the table. "I take these." He paused, then looked around at everyone and said, "Everyone, get ready now. Check your shoelaces, remove your keychains, and get rid of anything that might make noise." Jiang Yao's sharp gaze swept across everyone's faces. After receiving solemn nods of agreement, he slowly pushed open the window a crack less than 10 centimeters wide. Whoosh! 3 erasers shot out from his hand, punching several large holes in the windows at the other end of the corridor. Crash! A series of shattering glass sounds, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The horde of zombies that had been blocking the classroom door turned around in unison, letting out hungry growls, and dragging their twisted limbs toward the source of the sound. "Let's go!" Jiang Yao gently pushed open the door, stepping outside while keeping an eye on the zombie horde's movements. gesturing for everyone to move to the right. To ensure sufficient attraction, he had specifically picked up a chair before leaving. Seeing the zombies becoming distracted, some even glancing over, he quickly tossed the chair. Clang, crack, whoosh. The chair bounced at the end of the corridor, successfully drawing the zombies' attention once again. Everyone held their breath, moving quickly along the wall, each step cautious, afraid of startling the zombies at the end of the corridor. The short corridor, only a dozen meters long, left everyone's back soaked with sweat. When the broadcasting room door finally appeared, Li Qingshan, at the front, suppressed his excitement and steadied his trembling hands. He gently opened the door, and the students quickly entered. Jiang Yao was the last to slip in, and the moment he closed the door behind him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged smiles, and silently high-fived each other in celebration. In the recording studio, Teacher Park Sunhwa looked up in astonishment to see a group of students enter alive. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears, and she rushed over. "Oh my God, children, you're alive. That's wonderful." In the broadcasting room, the equipment was still running. Teacher Park had clearly been adjusting it, with cables and microphones scattered on the table. She grasped Wen Zhao's hand, her voice trembling. "How did you?" There were so many monsters outside. Without giving them a chance to chat, Jiang Yao strode to the control panel, pointing to the broadcasting equipment. "Teacher Park, can you turn on the playground broadcast separately?" Teacher Park composed herself and nodded. "Yes, the broadcasts in each area are independently controlled." She hesitated for a moment, but then thought, "I want to warn the whole school first. Some people don't know what's happening yet." Jiang Yao raised his hand to stop her. "Wait a minute." He turned to the crowd and lowered his voice. "While the broadcast is interfering with the zombies' hearing, we can open all the classroom doors on the second floor. That way, it'd be easier to lure the zombies out of the building later." The classroom fell silent. Several boys unconsciously shrank back, their eyes darting around. Liang Daxiu even swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Damn it!" Li Qingshan suddenly stood up, his school uniform sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his muscular forearms. "Count me in." Xiuhe followed closely behind, grabbing a broom from the doorway as a weapon. Nanla maintained her perpetually expressionless face, her slender arm deftly raised. "Me too." Seeing that the girls had all stepped forward, the remaining 4 boys exchanged bewildered glances. Han Jingxiu gritted his teeth. "Let's go." Zhang Yujin and the other 2 reluctantly nodded as well. Jiang Yao quickly drew a simple map on the ground. 6 classrooms on the left. The 4th from the left is our classroom. We don't need to worry about it. The others need someone to take charge. He looked up and surveyed everyone. The most dangerous was the first classroom on the left, very close to the horde of zombies. "I take this one." Jiang Yao readily accepted the task, then assigned the classrooms. Xiao He, 2nd, Wu Juning, 3rd, Liang Daxiu, 5th, Zhang Yujin, 6th. The 2 classrooms on the right are for Qin Shan and Han Jingxiu. He turned to the 2 girls. "Wen Zhao and Nanla, you 2 take the fire extinguishers and stand by in the middle of the corridor. If anything happens, immediately create smoke for cover." Everyone obeyed the orders without thinking. Even the usually solitary class monitor, Nanla, didn't refuse. Miss Park's fingertips trembled slightly as she hovered above the loudspeaker switch. She took a deep breath, as if drawing all her courage into her lungs. When her finger finally pressed the red button, a loud crackling sound assaulted the eardrums of every creature in the entire school. Buzz. To all teachers and students of Hyosan High School, this is English teacher Park Sunhwa. Strange things are happening all over the school. Some students are randomly attacking others. Please seek refuge in a safe place. Students and teachers who hear this and are able, please call the police or an ambulance. If you can leave the school, please leave. I say it again, some students. The teacher looked at the children still alive in the classroom, tears welling in her eyes. "Children." Her voice suddenly softened, trembling like a mother's. "Are you all right?" A tear fell onto the control panel. The teacher didn't know why she had become like this. Teacher Park abruptly wiped away her tears, her voice suddenly rising. "But you must remember. No matter what happens, you must stay in a safe place. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. I couldn't help you at all. Everyone. Don't get hurt, okay? Everyone. You must live to see each other again, okay? You must. You must not give up. We will all survive." The horde of zombies in the corridor immediately stirred, turning towards the source of the sound. The group crouched low and slipped out of the broadcasting room. Jiang Yao, like a ghost, glided towards the leftmost classroom. The nearest zombie had its back to him, its rotting nape clearly visible. He gently opened the classroom door. Inside, a group of zombies were baring their teeth at the loudspeaker, completely unaware of the movement behind them. The mission proceeded surprisingly smoothly, until Chapter 123. A sharp crackling sound suddenly emanated from the loudspeaker, followed by an abrupt halt. The zombies in the corridor all turned their heads, dozens of murky eyes instantly locking onto Zhang Yujin, who was opening a door. "Run!" Jiang Yao's roar exploded. Everyone took off running, Jiang Yao not forgetting to pull open the last tightly closed classroom door. When Zhao and Nanla calmly pressed the handles of the fire extinguishers, white powder instantly sprang out, the entire corridor immediately enveloped in thick smoke and dust. Bang! The door to the broadcasting room slammed shut, everyone collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Liang Daxiu suddenly remembered the madman who had been messing with the fire extinguisher, then looked up at the others' ashes-covered faces, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The laughter seemed contagious, and soon everyone covered their mouths and chuckled. Han Jingxiu pointed to Wu Juning's glasses, which were covered in a layer of frost. Xiu's black hair had turned gray, making him look like a little old man. Even the usually serious Jiang Yao had a slight smile on his lips as he wiped the powder off his nose. This is the breath of youth. After a short rest, Jiang Yao gently pushed open the soundproof door of the recording studio. Teacher Park was leaning wearily against the mixing console. The twilight outside the window was tinged with blood, and the roars echoing from the playground came through the glass. "Teacher, it's time to move on to the next step." Jiang Yao's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Teacher Park nodded, her bloodshot eyes refocusing on the control panel. Her trembling fingers flicked a few knobs, and suddenly, the loudspeakers from the playground burst into a deafening march. Thump, thump, thump! The melody of Symphony No. 5 exploded in the twilight, as if the entire school building was shaking. A flurry of footsteps echoed down the corridor, like a bizarre tap dance performance. Minutes later, Jiang Yao, along with Xiu He and Qin Shan, began their inspection. Through the open sliding doors, the three saw that the zombies in all 8 classrooms had been lured away. "I checked the restrooms. You guys go and block the corridor," Jiang Yao ordered, turning around. Qin Shan and Xiu He nodded and went back to gather the others. The men's restroom door was ajar. The moment it was pushed open, a strong stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. Jiang Yao, however, remained unfazed and kicked open each stall door. In the third stall, a mangled corpse was curled up, trapped in a corner and struggling. Jiang Yao took out his Miao sword and killed it quickly, then similarly checked the women's restroom. Back in the corridor, the other students were already in action. Qishan and Xiuhe were working together to lift a solid wooden lectern, their strong arms bulging with veins. Yang Daxiu, sweating profusely, carried a dismantled door panel, looking like a comical tortoise. Soon, crooked but sturdy roadblocks were erected at both ends of the corridor, the intersecting desk legs casting spiderweb-like shadows in the moonlight. The process of scavenging for supplies resembled a joyful treasure hunt. Han Jingxiu pulled 3 crumpled packs of chocolate pies from a desk, while Li Shou was pleasantly surprised to find a whole case of drinks and instant noodles in the teacher's lounge. When they piled their spoils on the floor of the broadcasting room, they even covered half a corner. After night completely fell, some people wrapped curtains in makeshift sleeping bags, while others used their school bags as pillows. Outside the window, the entire city was immersed in an eerie darkness, with occasional stray lights flickering in the distance before quickly going out. The students had different thoughts, but they all understood that the entire city was likely engulfed in disaster. Sleep. Jiang Yao drew the last curtain, moonlight casting a silver line across his face. Tomorrow. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the rest. The broadcast room gradually filled with even breathing. Someone was sobbing softly, quickly swallowed by exhaustion and sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao's godlike perspective, gained from the Emperor's armor, shifted to another location. Pei had vented her emotions on the rooftop, the emotional roller coaster combined with her extreme physical exhaustion. Suddenly, the world spun before her eyes, and she collapsed heavily onto the concrete floor. Jin Jinxiu had already quietly curled up in a corner when he saw Pei laughing maniacally. Now that Pei had fainted, he hesitated, wanting to put a coat on her, but his thin clothes made him think he might get cold if he took them off. In his hesitation, he too drifted off to sleep against the wall. When she awoke again, the moonlight had already gilded the rooftop with a layer of silvery frost. Bei Yunji had fully recovered and noticed Kim Jin-soo glancing at her with that familiar, timid look. Just like the self she had seen through countless toilet stall mirrors. The phone. She suddenly became agitated, her voice hoarse, and deleted the video. Kim Jin-soo's Adam's apple bobbed, cold sweat trickling down his temples to his chin. Yoon Kyunam. He set a timer to send it. These words seemed to have exhausted all his courage. The phone was at the administration office. If he didn't pay by 9 tomorrow, the video would. Useless. Bae-eun-ji cursed, startling Kim Jin-soo. She fastened the summoner to her wrist, and the Earth Tiger armor instantly enveloped her entire body. Ignoring the cowardly fellow, Bae-eun-ji leaped off the rooftop. The night wind howled past her faceplate, the administration office drawing ever closer. Boom! The entire glass window shattered into a shower of shimmering rain from the impact of her shoulder armor. A quick glance around revealed Kim Jin-soo's blue phone in its case. Bae-eun-ji picked up the phone and placed it on her belt. A flash of light swept across it, and the phone unlocked instantly. She found the post, canceled it, and then reset the phone to factory settings. Just as she was about to leave, Bae-eun-ji suddenly saw a familiar figure. Yoon Kyunam was wearing a school uniform 2 sizes too big, seemingly stolen from some unlucky soul. His bicycle chain was nowhere to be seen. He was now frantically pedaling the spitting pedals. The short knife he was biting reflected the moonlight, looking like a silver tongue. Hee. A sickly smile spread across Bae-eun-ji's faceplate as she slammed her feet into another window, leaping out. Yoon Kyunam was frantically pedaling his chainless bicycle when he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. A hand covered in metal claws grabbed his collar. The next second, the world spun wildly before his eyes. Ah! His scream pierced the night. Rotting faces drew closer from below. In the gaping maws of the zombies, bits of flesh clung to yellow teeth. Stinky, warm saliva sprayed onto his face. Just as he could almost count the strips of flesh on one zombie's gums, he was suddenly lifted up again. The weightlessness made his stomach churn, and a suspicious, damp heat emanated from his school uniform trousers. Yoon Kyunam hysterically brandished his short knife, the blade tracing silver arcs in the moonlight. With a sharp clang, the blade scraped against the armor, creating a dazzling spark, yet leaving not a single scratch. On his third fall, his nose nearly grazed the cracked chin of a female zombie. The creature's tongue, now only half intact, was excitedly slapping its rotting cheek. The 6th time. Ugh! When he was lifted up for the 7th time, Yoon Kyunam smelled the putrid slime clinging to his hair. His crotch was completely soaked, tears and snot streaming down his face. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Sister. Mother. Ancestors, please, have mercy on me. Bae-eun-ji's lips curled into a cold smile beneath her visor. The red light on her energy indicator flashed rapidly, reminding her that time was running out. She suddenly felt that this thug who had once given her nightmares now resembled a comical puppet. Clang! Yoon Kyunam flew in an arc towards a trash can 5 meters away, his back slamming against the metal with a sickeningly loud thud. Chapter 124. Morning light slanted through the broken window panes, casting dappled shadows on the floor. The students, awakened in the classroom, all looked out the window. Apart from the zombies chasing horns, there was no sign of the rescue team on the playground. Someone sighed softly, but compared to yesterday's panic, the atmosphere today was more composed. Jiang Yao strode towards the red fire cabinet at the end of the corridor, its metal doors gleaming coldly in the morning light. With a click, the cabinet door popped open, sending dust flying in the sunlight. He deftly took down the fire axe, handed it to Xiao He who had followed him, patted him on the shoulder, and told him to guard this spot. Then he turned and pulled out a coiled fire hose, his long, slender fingers tying a professional double knot every half meter. The way the knots danced in his palms was like a magician performing a rope trick. I need to go check the situation on the first floor. Jiang Yao suddenly looked up, his gaze sweeping over every tense face. Who's with me? Before he finished speaking, Qishan had already stepped out of the line. This guy was always the first to get things done in the team. Jiang Yao nodded almost imperceptibly. He secured the end of the hose firmly to the radiator pipe, giving it 3 firm tugs to test its stability. The hose dangled out the window, swaying gently in the morning breeze. Follow me closely. Jiang Yao gripped the hose with one hand, flipped, and leaped over the windowsill. His sneakers left 2 gray marks on the wall, and the taut muscles of his descent were clearly visible through his shirt. Qishan took a deep breath and, mimicking Jiang Yao, gripped the rope. When he was halfway down, he suddenly smelled a stench of decay. The flower bed below the windowsill was piled high with severed limbs. His palms instantly broke out in a cold sweat, almost slipping from his grasp. Thump! His sneakers landed on something soft. Looking down, he saw half an arm lying across his feet, the pale knuckles still in a clenched grip. Qingshan's stomach clenched violently, acid rising in his throat. Qingshan covered his mouth tightly, forcefully suppressing the nausea, quickly regaining his composure. Jiang Yao's hand silently landed on his shoulder, the warm touch sending a shiver down his spine. "Let's go!" Jiang Yao's lips moved silently, and Qingshan slowly nodded. The two crouched low and crept into the first floor, the corridor seeming to be muted. Scattered backpacks, shards of glass everywhere, bloodstains splattered on the walls, all traces testified to the chaos that had once gripped the building. Thump! A dull thud came from the direction of the principal's office, like something heavy hitting a solid wood bookshelf. The two stopped simultaneously, Jiang Yao's ears twitching slightly. He stealthily moved towards the source of the sound, pushed open the door, and was immediately greeted by a fresh smell of blood. The door hinges creaked softly, and through the widening crack, he could see. Guinan stood with his back to the doorway, the hem of his blood-stained school uniform billowing as he drew his sword. The principal's body slumped limply from the desk, a spurt of blood from his chest splattering onto the honor banners on the wall. Sunlight shone on Guinan's profile, his usually arrogant face now contorted beyond recognition. Has this guy gone mad? Qingshan gripped Jiang Yao's sleeve tightly, his voice low but trembling uncontrollably. "I must avenge him." Click. Guinan's neck suddenly twisted, his blood-stained face contorted in a grotesque grimace. "Run!" The instant Jiang Yao's roar exploded, Guinan had already pounced. A blood-stained dagger sliced through the door, splinters flying as a maniacal laugh echoed. "You saw it, didn't you? You all saw it. Die, die." Jiang Yao suddenly slammed on the brakes, his sneakers screeching against the floor as he turned. The dagger, hurtling through the air, seemed almost motionless to him. The blood droplets on the tip still hovered in the air as his right leg drew a perfect semicircle. Clang! The echo of metal clashing reverberated through the corridor as the dagger spun against the wall, bouncing off and striking the floor with a crisp sound. Guinan's distorted reflection flashed across the glass, his footsteps already following like a persistent, unwelcome ailment. The moment the library door was flung open, a stench of decay assaulted the senses. 5 or 6 zombies, scavenging among the bookshelves, looked up at the noise, revealing their bloodied, mangled faces. "Get up there!" Jiang Yao shoved Qingshan onto the nearest bookshelf, then leaped across to the opposite side. Just as Guinan rushed in with his knife, a red light flashed at Jiang Yao's fingertip, and the flame dragon summoner silently appeared on the bookshelf beside Qingshan. "What's that?" Jiang Yao suddenly exclaimed. Qingshan looked down and saw a fiery red wristwatch. The instant his fingers touched the metal surface, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Flame dragon armor. Element: fire, strongest overall combat power, lowest consumption. Weapons: flame blade, flame dart, flame bow. Ultimate skill: flame blades demon sealing slash. Slaying evil and monsters, melting in flames, vanishing in the dawn. Summoning incantation: flame dragon armor. Combine! Note: duration: 1 minute, cooldown: 1 hour. Where did that little BS **** hide? Guinan's voice grew closer. Desperate, Qingshan fastened the summoner to his left wrist, and the flame dragon armor coalesced. In an instant, the flame dragon summoner in Qingshan's hand erupted with a dazzling crimson light. This is? Qingshan stared in astonishment as his arm was enveloped in flowing flames, yet the flames did not burn him in the slightest. Where the flames licked, crimson armor components appeared one by one. First, metallic arm guards wrapped around it, then the breastplate engraved with dragon patterns materialized with a roar. Finally, the dragon head-shaped helmet closed, a cold glint flashing from the blue goggles. Guinan had just climbed onto the bookshelf when he bumped into someone who was no longer the frail student. The warrior before him was completely shrouded in fiery red armor, golden flames flickering between the armor seams. A monster, a monster. Guinan immediately recalled the fear of being dominated by the Earth Tiger warrior the previous night, and the short sword in his hand clattered to the ground. He turned to jump, but a hand encased in crimson dragon scale armor pressed down on his shoulder. In utter terror, he swung his sword, the blade striking the armored neck and sending sparks flying. Crack! The steel blade shattered like a fragile shard of ice, the flying tip tracing a deathly arc through the air before piercing his own left eye socket. Blood mixed with eye fluid gushed down his cheek, appearing an eerie orange-red in the firelight. Aya! A piercing scream shattered the library's silence. Qingshan was startled by the sight, and instinctively released his grip. Guinan tumbled off the bookshelf like a rag doll, and the zombies swarmed him, tearing at his flesh. In his final moments before losing consciousness, Inginen's bloodshot, single eye remained fixed on the flame dragon knight on the bookshelf, a venomous curse churning within its murky pupil. Holy crap, that's so cool. How does it feel? Jiang Yao's exclamation made Qingshan temporarily forget the fact that he might have indirectly killed someone. He looked down at his fist, his voice trembling slightly. The power. It's too strong, but it seems I can only maintain it for a minute. Jiang Yao calmly pointed to the zombie under the bookshelf. Then don't waste it. Chapter 125. Qingshan took a deep breath and leaped down from the bookshelf. Boom! His right fist, accompanied by a scorching shockwave, slammed heavily into the ground. A ring of fire exploded outwards from the point of impact, instantly engulfing the 7 nearest zombies in flames. Seemingly unsatisfied, Qingshan let out a low roar and crossed his arms in front of his chest. The dragon pattern markings on his hands suddenly lit up, and 2 fiery dragon-like flames erupted from his palms, raging through the narrow aisles of the library. The zombies writhed and struggled in the sea of fire, instantly reduced to ashes. Without hesitation, Qingshan charged into the horde of zombies in the activity room. Each punch he threw generated a scorching shockwave, and each kick sparked dazzling fire. When the last zombie turned to ashes in the administration office, the crimson armor vanished as a phantom. Li Qingshan turned his head and met Jiang Yao's teasing gaze. They smiled at each other, their lips curving into knowing smiles. Jiang Yao stepped forward and casually patted Qingshan's shoulder. Next time you transform, he said, making a graceful wrist flick, his fingertips tracing a smooth arc in the air. Remember to flick your wrist like this first. He winked. Momentum was important. One by one, the students on the second floor climbed down the fire hose. Zhang Yujin, having just landed, eagerly announced, "My sister's alive. She said on the phone last night she was in the gym." He waved his phone. The screen displayed a text message received at 3 a.m. "Yujin, my sister's in the gym's restroom at your school, safe. Senior Holly?" Liang Daxio straightened up abruptly, his round face instantly flushing red. "I have to save her." He frantically tightened his shoelaces, almost tripping over himself. Just then, Wu Juning, clutching his phone, squeezed through the crowd, his face deathly pale. "It's over. The internet's completely down." Trembling, he pulled up yesterday's news video. In the footage, hordes of zombies were tearing apart police cars on the street behind the female anchor. The blood-red headline, "Shaoshan City has become a zombie paradise," flashed on the screen like an unhealed wound. Nanla calmly took the phone, her slender fingers lightly swiping the screen. "Look at this." She zoomed in on an aerial photograph. The highway was riddled with roadblocks. The military had sealed off all exits. A sudden roar interrupted Nanla's analysis. Everyone rushed to the windows in unison. A military helicopter was flying low over the playground. "Here! Help!" Several girls frantically waved whatever they could find. However, the zombies on the playground were also attracted by the louder noise and began to gather towards the school building. The crowd could only reluctantly shrink back, silently praying that the helicopter would notice them. On the rooftop, Kim Jin-soo huddled in a corner, the wind whipped up by the helicopter whipping his hair into a ruffle. As rescuers lowered the rope ladder, he glanced back towards the school building. There were his classmates of 2 years, the godlike Kong Yao, and Pei Ng, the girl he once loved but was now insane. "Are there any survivors?" a soldier shouted. Kim Jin-soo's lips trembled, and he finally shook his head. Just me." The sound of the helicopter faded into the distance, a heavy silence filling the classroom. Suddenly, Liang Daxio jumped up and grabbed Zhang Yujin. "Let's go! Go save your sister!" His round body moved with surprising agility as he began packing his backpack, stuffing it full of snacks and bottled water. From Jiang Yao's omniscient perspective, he noticed someone waking up. He casually suggested, "Xiaohe, you come too." Looking at the eager Liang Daxio and Zhang Yujin, the 4 of them made a perfect group. Just as Li Qingshan was about to speak, Jiang Yao handed him the fire axe from Xiaohe's hand. "You stay." Their eyes briefly met in the air, and Qingshan finally nodded. As Jiang Yao turned away, a barely perceptible smile played on his lips. The script was proceeding as planned. Gymnasium women's restroom. Zhang Heli had just pulled up her pants when, turning around, she caught a glimpse of a wristwatch with a faint blue glow lying quietly on the toilet tank. The metal surface was engraved with eagle claw-like patterns, emitting a faint fluorescence in the dim restroom. "What is this?" She reached out to touch it almost unconsciously, her fingertips barely touching the cold metal. A massive flood of information rushed into her mind like a tidal wave. Wind Eagle armor. Element: wood, fastest speed, light and agile. Weapons: Wind Eagle Sword, Wind Eagle Crossbow, Wind Eagle Ring. Ultimate skill, Wind Eagle Sword Piercing Strike. Subduing demons and beasts, breaking through the gale, stopping in an instant, Wind Eagle Leg. Summoning incantation, Wind Eagle Armor. Combine. Note, duration, 1 minute, cooldown, 1 hour. Interesting. She chuckled and fastened her wristwatch to her left wrist. Blue energy flowed through her body like ripples of water, then quickly disappeared. Eugene, wait for your sister. Library Guinan suddenly opened his eyes. The mold on the ceiling gradually became clearer in his vision. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch his left eye. Where his eyeball should have been, there was only a sunken hole. His fingertips touched dried scabs and uneven scars, sending waves of pain through him. I'm not dead? His voice was like rusty gears grinding together, a heavy, metallic taste of blood in his throat. Fragmented memories flooded back, the tearing bites of zombies, the excruciating pain of blades piercing his eyes. Ha! He slowly propped himself up, his bones making a teeth-grinding cracking sound. An unprecedented power surged through his veins. With a casual clench of his fist, he left 5 clear finger marks on the solid wood bookshelf. Familiar hushed conversation drifted from the principal's office, among which Li Qingshan's voice was particularly grating. Li Qingshan. Guinan grinned, his scarlet tongue licking his canines. This time, let's see how you die. Li Qingshan was walking out of the principal's office with a water bottle when he suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. He turned his head. 10 meters away, the one-eyed Guinan leaned against the wall. Pale skin was exposed beneath his tattered school uniform, covered with eerie black veins. His body, ravaged by zombies, was now completely unharmed, except for the empty left eye socket. Hey, where's your iron armor? Guinan tilted his head, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Li Qingshan gripped his fire axe tightly, his knuckles white. He could feel the flame dragon summoner on his left wrist slightly warm, but it would be at least 40 minutes before his next transformation. He had to lure him away. Guinan, he forced himself to keep his voice steady. You didn't turn into a zombie, what a pity. Ha ha ha. Guinan's laughter was like glass scraping against a blackboard. He suddenly sprang into action, his speed rivaling Usain Bolt's. Thanks to you, I'm much stronger than a zombie now. Bang! The first punch came whistling through the air, and Li Qingshan barely managed to block it with the axe handle. The immense impact sent him staggering back several steps, his back slamming heavily against the wall. A tearing pain shot through his hand, and warm blood dripped down the axe handle. That's it? Guinan licked the blood from his knuckles, as his second punch slammed into Li Qingshan's abdomen. Chapter 126. A sharp crack echoed, as the excruciating pain of a broken rib made Li Qingshan's vision go black, and he spat a mouthful of blood onto Guinan's face. Ugh! Li Qingshan curled up and knelt on the ground, yet still struggled to stand up. A third heavy punch slammed into Li Qingshan's shoulder blade, accompanied by a clear crack, and his right shoulder instantly caved in. The intense pain blurred his vision instantly, cold sweat mixed with blood rolling down his forehead, leaving dark stains on the tiles. Pretty tough, huh? Guinan tilted his head, watching the struggling figure on the ground with interest. He lifted his blood-stained sneaker and stomped heavily on Li Qingshan's deformed right shoulder, grinding it down. Why aren't you wearing that armor anymore? Li Qingshan gritted his teeth, blood seeping from between them. His left hand gripped the ground tightly, his nails scraping 5 bloody lines into the tiles. With every inch he moved, his broken ribs pierced his lungs, filling his breath with blood. But he stubbornly crawled towards the other end of the corridor, leaving a gruesome trail of blood behind him. Trying to escape? Guinan grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up. Who do you think you can protect? Li Qingshan's unfocused gaze passed over Guinan, looking towards the principal's office on the other side of the corridor. Through his blurred vision, he seemed to see Wen Zhao trembling behind the door. This image refocused his eyes, and he suddenly lunged forward, slamming his head against Guinan's chin. At least, he hissed, taking advantage of the moment when Guinan loosened his grip in pain to crawl 2 more steps forward. It keep you away from her. Qingshan, with his remaining sanity, didn't utter those words. Guinan wiped the blood from his chin, a flicker of surprise in his single eye. This guy, who should have been unconscious, was actually resisting? He sneered, raising his foot towards Li Qingshan's already deformed right leg. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed down the corridor. Li Qingshan's body arched violently, a suppressed whimper escaping his throat. But the next second, he actually used his left hand to drag his completely useless right leg forward another half meter. Blood pooled behind him, reflecting the flickering emergency lights on the ceiling. Every breath felt like a knife cutting through him, but only one thought grew clearer and clearer in Li Qingshan's muddled mind. Further away. Hold on a little longer. Absolutely. We can't let him get close to everyone. Annoying. Dining grinned maliciously, his sneaker slamming into Li Qingshan's chest, the bones cracking under the strain. He bent down to pick up the blood-stained fire axe, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. You taste the spiciness of a one-eyed man too. Bang! The solid wood chair shattered behind his head, followed by a heavy thud from the fire extinguisher canister against his temple. Yun Yunam swayed, and in the instant he turned his head when Zhao pressed the extinguisher handle. White dry powder erupted like a blizzard, instantly engulfing him. Run! Han Kyung-soo and Namare grabbed Li Chongsan on either side, dragging him frantically towards the other end of the corridor. Chongsan's trousers tore two bloody streaks across the floor, his broken ribs making his vision blur. Cough cough. Trash, this is useless. A contemptuous laugh came from within the dry powder mist. Yun Yunam's figure burst through the dry powder mist like a demon, the dent on his forehead writhing and healing eerily. The shattered skull cracked, and the bluish-black blood vessels beneath the skin writhed like living things, the wound healing instantly. His remaining right eye's pupil contracted to the size of a pinpoint, locked onto the fleeing Han Jingxiu. Suddenly, the muscles in his right leg swelled as if inflating, straining his trouser leg to the point of bursting. The tiles under his sneakers shattered with a crack, just as he was about to be launched. Whoosh! A streak of azure light pierced through the windowpane, a spiral of air swirling around the arrow, the air compressed to an extreme, forming a translucent shockwave. This energy arrow was meant to pierce Yun Yunam's temple precisely. But just inches from its target, its trajectory was forcibly altered by some unseen force. Boom! In a deafening explosion, a cloud of blood mist erupted from Yun Yunam's right shoulder. Fragments of bone and flesh splattered across the wall in a radial pattern. His entire right arm was ripped apart at the shoulder joint. Aya! Yun Yunam collapsed to his knees, a horrifying scream escaping his throat. But chillingly, the corners of his mouth twisted upwards, revealing a maniacal grin. The muscle fibers at the wound writhed wildly like living things, black blood vessels intertwined like a spiderweb, instantly forming a thick scab. Beneath the dark red scab, new flesh buds could be faintly seen writhing eerily. Interesting. He licked his cracked lips, a beastly glint in his single eye. This is truly interesting. Just moments ago, he was making a boastful statement, but the instant he peeked out and saw a blue figure rapidly approaching, he sprang to life like a defeated dog, darting towards the shattered window on the first floor with astonishing speed. Even as he fled, he didn't forget to glare back at the crowd, his single eye blazing with venomous hatred. The Wind Eagle Knight's figure swept past like a gentle breeze, landing beside Li Qingshan in the blink of an eye. He knelt down, a shimmering green light emanating from his palm, as wood energy flowed into Qingshan's body like a gentle stream. The broken bones healed rapidly under the nourishment of the energy, and the bruises and wounds faded visibly. Thank you. Qingshan stretched his shoulders, grinning as if the ordeal had never happened. Zhang Heli's armor also dissipated at this moment. She breathed a sigh of relief, thankful she had been saved. Jiang Yao and his group quickly climbed through the window and surrounded Qingshan. Although Qingshan was now standing there, lively and energetic, Xiuhe, seeing the glaring bloodstains on his friend's clothes, knew just how much suffering he had endured. He pretended to punch her, then gently tapped Qingshan's shoulder. You brat, don't try to be a hero next time. Qingshan, seeing Xiuhe's worried eyes, just chuckled and scratched his head. It's nothing, just a minor injury. This beating solidified Qingshan's resolve to protect everyone, increasing the duration of his flame dragon armor to 10 minutes. Nan Wenxiao stood on the outskirts of the crowd, biting her lip and remaining silent. Seeing this, the crowd tacitly dispersed, giving them space. Wenxiao stepped forward, her slender fingers gently stroking Qingshan's still bloody cheek, her eyes slightly red. Are you stupid? Why did you have to carry this alone? Qingshan grasped her wrist, his eyes more serious than ever. I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially you. He took a deep breath, mustering his courage, and said, Wenxiao, I like you since we were little. Wenxiao froze, her heart suddenly racing. Chapter 127. She and Qingshan grew up together. She always thought their relationship was purely platonic, but now. She hurriedly looked away and whispered. This isn't the time to talk about this. Let's talk properly after the disaster is over, okay? Qingshan, though somewhat disappointed, nodded. Okay, I wait for you. Xiuhe pulled Nanla along, running into the activity room. He closed the door behind him, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He placed his hands on Nanla's shoulders, looking her up and down. "Are you all right? That was too dangerous." Nanla's tense expression suddenly relaxed, a rare smile appearing on her lips. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her hair and making her seem to glow. Shioha was stunned, stammering. What are you smiling about? You look quite cute when you're anxious," Nanla whispered. Soo-hyuk's ears instantly turned bright red, and he stammered, I just what? Namare tilted her head slightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Just like you." Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth and blurted it out. Namare blinked, then suddenly stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his cheek. "Coincidentally, me too." Soo-hyuk froze, his mind blank. When he came to his senses, Namare was already at the window, her back to him, her ears slightly red. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor, and dust motes floated slowly in the beams of light. Soo-hyuk and Namare's gazes were simultaneously drawn to the two wristwatches on the table. The white one was as white as snow, its surface shimmering with a cold, metallic sheen, and upon closer inspection, tiny arcs of electricity could be seen dancing on the strap. The black one was as deep as ink, with a faint, flowing sound, as if an undercurrent was surging beneath the metal. "What is this?" Shioha couldn't help but reach out and touch the white wristwatch. The instant his fingertips touched it, a flash of white light appeared on the watch, and countless pieces of information flooded into his mind like a torrent. Snow Mastiff armor. Element, metal, strongest in strength, second strongest in defense. Weapons, Thunder Axe, Thunder Cudgel. Ultimate skill, Thunder Axe's Thunder Slash. Destroys evil and annihilates all, slicing through chaos like mud. Summoning incantation, Snow Mastiff armor. Unite? Note, duration, 1 minute, cooldown, 1 hour. At the same time, the black wristwatch in Nanla's hand also emitted a ghostly blue light. Her pupils dilated slightly, as the image of the Black Rhino armor flashed through her mind. Black Rhino armor. Water element, strongest defense, second strongest strength. Weapon, Meteor Spear, water armor shield. Ultimate skill, Meteor Spear's raging waterfall. Shatters demons and subdues violence, destroyed by the raging waterfall, calm as a mirror, atop the waterfall. Summoning incantation, Black Rhino armor. Unite? Note, duration 1 minute, cooldown 1 hour. After the information stream ended, the two of them took a deep breath in unison. It seems we also have the power to protect everyone now. If we had appeared sooner, Qinshan wouldn't have needed to. Nanla murmured, her fingertips tracing the water ripples on her wristwatch. Clearly, this class monitor, who had always been a loner, was moved by Qinshan and truly wanted to do something for everyone. The two smiled at each other, the sunlight streaming through the window shining brightly on them, making their black and white wristwatches gleam. After escaping the teaching building, Yoon Gyunam walked forward with his body hunched over. The muscles at the broken part of his right arm twitched strangely, as if countless tiny insects were crawling under his skin. He deliberately avoided the roaming zombie horde, but as he passed a truck, he suddenly heard faint panting coming from underneath. He slowly lowered his head and saw Sun Minghwan, his former boss, huddled under the truck, his face covered in cold sweat. Sun Minghwan turned his head and saw Im Guinan, letting out a scream that startled Im Guinan as well. "You idiot, you're still alive?" Sun Minghwan muttered, "Get in. Don't let those things find you." A cold glint flashed in Im Guinan's single eye, but a submissive smile played on his lips. "Yes, boss." He crawled under the truck like a dog, his movements agile beyond that of a one-armed man. Sun Minghwan's stomach suddenly growled, and he kicked Im Guinan irritably. "Go, distract those zombies outside. I'm going to find something to eat." Im Guinan didn't move. His nostrils twitched slightly, and the throbbing veins in Sun Minghwan's neck suddenly became exceptionally clear in his eyes. A sweet, cloying smell of blood filled his nostrils, causing his chapped lips to unconsciously lick his sharp teeth. "Boss," his voice was hoarse and inhuman. "You smell so good." "What?" Before Sun Minghwan could react, Im Guinan pounced. Thud. Sharp canines pierced his carotid artery precisely, and warm blood gushed out. Sun Minghwan's screams were muffled by Im Guinan's hand, only muffled whimpers escaping his lips. As blood drained away, his struggles weakened until he finally collapsed to the ground. Im Guinan raised his head, crimson blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth. He wiped his mouth with satisfaction, and kicked the dying Sun Minghwan under the car. Ha! The nearby zombies were immediately drawn by the smell of blood, swaying and gathering around. Yoon Gyunam crawled out from under the truck from the other side, intending to escape, but the fresh blood he had just consumed excited him abnormally. Look at his last moments, he muttered to himself, and almost unconsciously circled around to the other side of the truck. Sun Myung-hwan was still alive, futilely clawing at the ground, trying to crawl away. The first zombie to approach grabbed his ankle, its rotting teeth tearing off a chunk of flesh. Aya! The piercing scream made Yoon Gyunam tremble with excitement. His one eye widened as he watched his once invincible boss being torn to pieces by the zombies, his internal organs and intestines ripped out. Just then, a zombie suddenly pounced from behind. Yoon Gyunam froze, instinctively turning to fight back. But the zombie ran straight past him, joining the feast of Sun Myung-hwan. Yoon Gyunam stood frozen, slowly looking down at his blood-soaked body. He tentatively approached the horde of zombies. They didn't react to his approach. In fact, when he pushed aside those blocking his path, they would move aside. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Eun Gainan's laughter grew louder, finally turning into a maniacal roar. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. He excitedly rushed to the school gate, looking at the thousands of zombies attracted by the loudspeaker on the school playground, students and adults from outside the school. Seemingly not satisfied, he quickly ran out of the school, creating noise along the way to attract all the zombies on the street. Looking at the horde of zombies behind him, his smile grew even more sinister. Li Qingshan, he murmured, his single eye filled with venomous resentment. You think you're invincible just because you have armor? Now let's see how you escape. Chapter 128. The conference room in the teaching building. Sunlight streamed in through the broken glass windows, casting fragmented shadows on the floor. Soo-hyuk, having just returned, eagerly pulled Aoyama to a corner. The two boys whispered amongst themselves, heads huddled together. When Soo-hyuk pulled him, he felt something on Aoyama's wrist. Upon questioning him, Aoyama didn't hide anything. After confirming that Aoyama was indeed the Flame Dragon Warrior, he excitedly punched Soo-hyuk's shoulder. I have an announcement. Soo-hyuk suddenly stepped in front of everyone, clapping his hands to attract attention. Nanra walked to his side in unison. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously raised their wrists. Nanra and I have gained the power of the armor, and Aoyama has it too. Soo-hyuk's voice was low, but couldn't hide his excitement. He lightly stroked the Snow Mastiff Summoner with his fingertips. The arcs of electricity dancing on the dial were particularly noticeable in the dim classroom. Now we have 4 suits of armor. A soft laugh suddenly came from the corner. Jiang Yao slowly emerged from the shadows, sunlight gradually illuminating the golden summoner on his wrist. No, a smile played on his lips, we have 5 sets. The Emperor Armor Summoner gleamed in the sunlight, liquid gold seemingly flowing within its intricate patterns. Those who had witnessed the armor's power exchanged glances, their eyes revealing excitement. When Zhao unconsciously tightened her grip on Li Shua's hand, her gaze turning to the window. The distant horde of corpses surged like a black tide. She suddenly asked softly, "Can we just rush out now?" Her voice trailed off. "My father. I don't know how he is." These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Liang Dajing's hand, about to stuff a cookie into his mouth, froze in midair. Wu Juning stopped fiddling with her phone. A brief silence fell over the classroom. Everyone thought of their families at that moment, their mothers trapped in the office building, their fathers perhaps on duty at the police station, or their younger siblings alone at home. The occasional howls of zombies outside the window made the silence even heavier. "Don't worry, they'd be alright." Jiang Yao suddenly spoke, the strength in his voice offering everyone a slight reassurance. But this reassurance didn't last long. Jiang Yao's expression turned grim again. As he turned, sunlight cast sharp shadows on his sharply defined profile. I just saw Eun Gainan moving freely through the horde of zombies. His fingertip lightly touched the windowpane. The zombies didn't attack him. What? Wu Juning jumped up, her chair scraping against the floor. Qingshan slammed his fist on the table. There's no point in being on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. We must take the initiative. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Yao's lips, and the temperature in the classroom seemed to drop several degrees. Luring the snake out of its hole. His left hand made a grasping motion in the air. He was unaware that we had 3 more suits of armor. When the Flame Dragon armor's cooldown ended, Qingshan raised his left arm without hesitation. Flame Dragon armor. Combine! Instantly, blazing flames enveloped his entire body, and his eyes beneath the dragon-shaped mask blazed with fierce battle intent. He leaped out of the window, crashing into the center of the horde of zombies, like a fiery meteor. The instant he landed, a shockwave of flames spread out, instantly igniting the zombies within a 10-meter radius, turning them into hundreds of twisted torches. With a twist of the knob on his side, and a light touch of the weapon mount. A crimson sun and moon Shinkuan blade emerged from the void. The blade was wreathed in flowing flames, emitting a dragon-like hum as it sliced through the air. Qishan gripped the blade with both hands, spitting and slashing horizontally. Swish! A crimson blade aura swept out in a fan shape, severing zombies in its path like harvested stalks of wheat. Before the severed limbs even hit the ground, they were instantly carbonized by the intense heat, turning into black powder that drifted in the wind. Qishan weaved through the sea of fire, each step leaving burning footprints on the ground, each strike clearing a vacuum zone. 3 minutes later, when only a few zombies remained on the playground, Qishan deliberately staggered a few steps, disarming himself in full view of everyone. He knelt on one knee, feigning exhaustion. In the shadows, Ingdinen's single eye gleamed with malice. He watched as the crowd rushed out of the school building frantically helped Qishan up, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Ha ha ha. Li Qishan, you're nothing special. You can't even wear that iron armor anymore, huh? Hee hee. A boastful laugh suddenly echoed across the playground. Ingdinen swaggered out from behind a tree, a white bone spur now growing from his mangled right arm. The tip of the spur grazed his lips, drawing a bloody line. Ingdinen licked the blood with relish, a manic glint in his single eye. Now, I'm going to. Boom! A sonic boom from the horizon interrupted his declaration. An orange meteor streaked across the sky, crashing to the ground with the force of a thunderbolt. The shockwave whipped up a cloud of dust, sending Ingdinen flying several meters before he tumbled awkwardly onto the scorched playground. Earth Tiger armor, combined. Through the dust, Payanji's figure, clad in the Earth Tiger armor, gradually became clear. The orange and silver armor pulsated with the power of the earth, causing the ground to crack open like a spiderweb. Before Ingdinen could even get up, 5 dazzling pillars of light suddenly shot into the sky from all directions. Flame Dragon armor, combined. Amidst crimson flames, Qishan transformed back into the Flame Dragon Knight, the flames flickering on his flaming blade. Black Rhino armor, combined. Nanla was surrounded by black energy, the tip of her meteor spear gleaming with a chilling light. Snow Mastiff armor, combined. Shioa's white armor gleamed with metallic light, arcs of electricity crackling on his thunder axe. Wind Eagle armor, combined. Zhang Heli transformed into a cyan whirlwind, her wing-like shoulder armor unfurling to create sharp wind blades. Emperor armor, combined. Jiang Yao's golden wings unfurled in the sunlight, his figure hovering in midair like a descending angel of judgment. 5 elements of energy intertwined in the center of the playground, forming a dazzling cage, with 5 colored light bands swirling and coiling like living things. The Emperor armor hovered in the center of the magic array, its wings scattering countless golden light spots, each feather leaving a charred mark upon landing. Impossible. Ingdinen collapsed to the ground, his single eye wide open to its limit. How could this be? Jiang Yao's voice, amplified by his armor, resounded through the heavens. Brothers, beat him up! The 5 elements armor instantly erupted. The Flame Dragon armor's blazing blade, accompanied by a dragon's roar, slashed down, its tip lightly grazing Ingdinen's spine. Bone snapped silently, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. The Earth Tiger armor's earth-splitting claw swept across, 5 earth-yellow energy blades severing Ingdinen's newly grown bone spurs at the root. Payanji deliberately slowed down his movements, allowing Ingdinen to clearly see the entire process of his bone spurs breaking. Chapter 129. Black Rhino Knight's meteor spear struck like a venomous snake, its tip precisely severing Ingdinen's Achilles tendon. Nanla flicked his wrist, the spear striking Ingdinen's cheek with a crisp, resounding sound. Snow Mastiff Knight's thunder axe cleaved down with immense force, but before impact, it instantly transformed into the back of the axe, shattering 3 of Ingdinen's ribs. This axe strike was for Qishan's revenge. Ingdinen's screams gradually faded from high-pitched to hoarse, his newly formed healing abilities weakened under the suppression of the 5 elements' power. The black veins writhing beneath his skin began to wither, and the madness in his single eye was gradually replaced by fear. Emperor Knight suddenly raised his hand, and all 5 attacks ceased simultaneously. The golden figure hovering in midair slowly descended, a chilling voice behind the mask. Enough. Send him on his way. Flame Dragon Knight and Earth Tiger Knight exchanged a glance, then leaped up simultaneously. The blazing blade and the earth-splitting blade simultaneously slashed through the fatal strike. Demon Sealing Slash, Earth-Splitting Cleave, a devastating torrent of energy completely engulfed Ingdinen. His body shattered like broken porcelain, countless cracks appearing, blinding light bursting from within. With a final, distorted howl, This piece of trash exploded into countless elementary particles. Qishan, the North District is yours. Jiang Yao's voice came through the Emperor's mask, carrying the majesty of metallic resonance. A blue light flashed from the Flame Dragon Warrior's goggles, the blazing blade spinning a blazing arc in her palm. Understood. NG. Jiang Yao turned his head, his gaze lingering on the orange armor beneath his mask for half a second. West District Commercial Complex, protect the survivors. Yes, Master. The Earth Tiger Warrior's kneeling motion was fluid and graceful, sparks from the collision of the earth-splitting claws forming a brief halo around her. The other armored warriors exchanged mischievous glances, but she remained oblivious. Action. I extend your transformation time. Finish the battle in 8 minutes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 dazzling beams of light streaked across the sky above Shaoshan City, like 6 fallen stars, tracing brilliant paths in the morning light. Flame Dragon Warrior's flames erupted in the city's northern district, its scorching blade energy sweeping across the streets, turning zombies to ashes in the inferno. Earth Tiger Warrior pressed his hands to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Infected individuals were enveloped by the earth's energy, instantly petrifying into earthen figures. Black Rhino Warrior stood on the Hanjiang Bridge, his meteor spear stirring up the river, creating towering waves that crashed against every street, skillfully avoiding buildings and survivors. Snow Mastiff Warrior raised his thunder axe, and lightning descended from the sky, precisely striking every hiding zombie. The Windhawk Warrior darted between buildings, raining down beams of light that impaled hordes of zombies on walls. Meanwhile, the Emperor Warrior hovered above the city, its golden wings unfurling, showering down a rain of light that purified every inch of the land. 7 minutes later, the entire city was completely wiped out of the zombies. As the 6 figures reconvened before the gates of Shaoshan High School, the moment their armor disarmed, a deafening cheer erupted from the campus. Qingshan's mother staggered through the crowd, one of her cloth shoes already lost, her left ankle swollen and purple, yet she seemed oblivious. When she wrapped her arms around her son, almost her entire weight pressed down on him. You brat. Her hoarse voice was like sandpaper scraping, her forehead pressed against her son's blood-stained school uniform, leaving dark welts. Her fingers gripped Qingshan's back tightly, her knuckles white from the force, as if trying to mold the fear of the past 2 days into her very bones. I rode my bike to find you, and those soldiers pointed guns at me. I even tried to take a detour. I went on a huge detour, and someone even bit me like a madman. She choked back tears, recounting yesterday's ordeal in fits and starts. Thankfully, that girl on the flying motorcycle saved me, and said she'd definitely bring me to see you today. As she spoke, Qingshan's mother swayed unnaturally, her ankle, which had given way from the fall, finally gave way. Qishan quickly caught his mother's slumping body, only then noticing that her bare ankle, exposed beneath her trousers, was a deep, purplish-blue bruise. Mom, sit down quickly. Before Qingshan could finish speaking, a flash of light appeared, and his mother's ankle was completely healed. Qishan froze, turning to look at Jiang Yao in the distance, who was smiling at him. Qishan understood immediately. It must be Jiang Yao who healed her mother. And judging from Enji's attitude towards Jiang Yao, it must have been Jiang Yao who arranged for her to rescue her mother. This is an immense act of kindness. She has nothing to offer but to follow Jiang Yao closely, and contribute her own strength. Meanwhile, Nan Wenjiao's father, Nan Xiao, staggered towards his daughter. This usually tough firefighter now had dried bloodstains on his chest, and his face was as pale as paper. Wenjiao's tears instantly overflowed. She rushed to support her father, frantically checking his wounds. Dad. How did you get injured? Nan Xiao smiled weakly, his rough hand gently stroking his daughter's cheek. Silly girl, how could Dad abandon you? It turned out that after completing his mission, he secretly escaped the quarantine base, evading the military's pursuit. He was shot in the chest during the chase, yet he stubbornly swam across the river to the other side. It was Pei Enji who found him in the darkness, and used the power of her armor to temporarily stop his bleeding, allowing him to hold on until now. Dad. When Zhao's tears fell to the ground, as she tightly embraced her father. Jiang Yao, too, healed Nan Xiao in the process. In a corner of the playground, Pei Enji stood quietly, her gaze always following Jiang Yao. Her heart was no longer filled with hatred, only pure faith remained. He had given her a new life, given her strength, given her a reason to live. From the moment she killed Yin Guinan, her soul belonged entirely to him. This unwavering devotion allowed the Earth Tiger armor to unleash unprecedented power in her hands. After eliminating all the zombies, Jiang Yao led the 5 of them on a detour outside Shaoshan City. A blue screen immediately appeared in his vision. Main quest. Lead the protagonist group out of Shaoshan City. Completed. Quest rewards. Physique enhancer. Summon Seiko Busujima. 10 million. World fusion activated. Detected adjacent dimension. After school war activity world. Invasion crisis. Side quest. If the enemy can go, so can I. Counterattack the alien creature's lair. Destroy the mother body. Quest rewards. Physique enhancer * 2. Spatial gate. Island filling blocks X100. The center of the playground suddenly distorted, the air peeling away like shattered mirror. A 2-meter high, half-meter wide, dark blue spatial rift slowly formed, its edges flickering with unstable electric light. At the other end of the rift, the azure spheres scattered throughout the sky were faintly visible. Suddenly, a message flooded everyone's minds. The country of Dhaka in another parallel world is being invaded by alien creatures. If that world falls, the war will spread to their world. Chapter 130. No! It's too dangerous. Qingshan's mother gripped her son's arm tightly. You just crawled out of a zombie horde, and now you're going to some alien world? Mom, Qingshan gently grasped his mother's trembling hand. If we don't stop them, those monsters will eventually invade our world. Peianji stood silently behind Jiangyao, her orange and silver armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Her posture said it all. Wherever Jiangyao went, she would follow. Xiohe and Nanla intertwined their fingers, their summoners, the snow mastiff and the black rhinoceros, shining brightly. When Zhao gazed at Qingshan's tall, straight back, suddenly feeling that her childhood sweetheart had become somewhat unfamiliar. He stood in the morning light, the flame dragon summoner glowing intensely on his wrist, the unwavering determination in his brows something she had never seen before. She walked gently to Qingshan's side, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Qingshan. Her voice trembled slightly. You must come back alive. Nen Xiao had also arrived at some point, this usually stern firefighter uncle now showing a rare gentleness in his eyes. He patted Qingshan's shoulder heavily, so hard that Qingshan stumbled. Qingshan, I believe in you. He paused, then lowered his voice. But if you dare to hurt my daughter, I won't forgive you. Hey! Don't make it sound like a life or death situation. Han Jingxiu suddenly pounced from behind, grabbing Qingshan's neck. Deliberately breaking the heavy atmosphere with an exaggerated tone. Don't forget you still owe me 3 meals of barbecue. You have to pay back the debt before you die. Liang Daxiu, in the corner, blushed, his round body squirming uneasily. He stole a glance at Zhang Heli, who was checking the Wind Eagle summoner, and suddenly mustered his courage to shout, Senior Heli. I like you. The entire playground fell silent for a second. Zhang Heli turned around in surprise, looking at the chubby boy who always called her little brother or little brother-in-law. She suddenly smiled, her handsome features softening. Thank you, but... She deliberately looked Liang Daxiu up and down. You have to lose this first. She poked his round belly. The parents stood to the side, their eyes filled with a mixture of worry and pride. Qingshan's mother bit her lip tightly, finally releasing her grip on her son's sleeve. Her voice was almost inaudible. You must come back. Let's go! Jiang Yao's voice pierced the air. As the 6 figures turned and walked towards the spatial rift, when Zhao suddenly rushed forward. Qingshan. Her voice was exceptionally clear in the wind. I wait for you. Nan Xiao frowned, instinctively wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. He looked at his daughter's reddened ears, then at Qingshan's instantly frozen back, and finally just shook his head helplessly. Qingshan didn't turn around, but simply raised his left hand high. When Zhao, I hope when I return. His voice carried a hint of amusement. I get your answer. Just as he was about to step into the rift, Jiang Yao suddenly paused. An invisible golden light silently burrowed into the ground, and a Tai Chi array flashed across the school's perimeter before quickly disappearing. Master, what did you do? Peianji asked in a low voice. Jiang Yao glanced back into the distance, a meaningful, cold smile playing on his lips. Some friends might not be so friendly. His figure finally disappeared into the dark blue rift, and the passage immediately twisted violently. The spatial rift slowly closed behind them, swallowing the figures of the boys, and the tears of their parents. The playground was silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. When Zhao watched the blue light fade, suddenly feeling something sprouting in his chest. As everyone gradually came to their senses, the glaring incandescent light made them instinctively squint. The teacher's flat explanation came through the classroom. These are the new transfer students. I hope you all get along well. Sparse applause rang out in the classroom. Most students didn't even bother to look up. A few boys in the front row, wearing thick glasses, were frantically working on mock exams, their pens scratching on the paper. A few girls in the back row were secretly passing around cosmetics and small mirrors. By the window, two boys, using their textbooks as cover, were engrossed in playing online games. On the small blackboard at the back, the words 37 days until the college entrance exam, written in red chalk, were particularly glaring. Senior year. Jiang Yao sighed softly, his gaze sweeping across the classroom. Sunlight streamed obliquely through the windows, illuminating the desks, exam papers, and the students' weary faces, giving him a fleeting, dreamlike feeling of being transported back in time. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the classroom. "Hey! Look over there!" A boy glanced up unintentionally, his gaze instantly fixed on Seiko Busujima. His pen clattered onto the desk, the sound particularly clear in the quiet classroom. Like a chain reaction, more and more boys looked up. Her amethyst-like hair shimmered in the sunlight, her fair skin as smooth as porcelain. Her explosively beautiful figure stunned everyone. Seiko Busujima, simply standing there quietly, naturally became the center of attention. "Is that the new transfer student? She's so beautiful. Should we ask for her contact information?" Whispers rose and fell among the boys, a few in the back even secretly taking out their phones to take pictures. Meanwhile, the girls' attention was completely drawn to Jiang Yao. He stood lazily on the podium, the sunlight gilding him. Beneath his black, tousled hair were a pair of deep eyes, and the faint smile at the corner of his lips was captivating. "Oh my God, that transfer student is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." The buzzing in the classroom hadn't subsided when a chorus of sighs erupted. The boys watched helplessly as the purple-haired beauty was led by Jiang Yao to the back of the classroom, their hearts breaking. "Damn it, she's already taken. Who is that transfer student?" Bakushima Seiko ignored the stares around her, her amethyst eyes fixed solely on Jiang Yao. As they sat down, her skirt spread out gracefully like flower petals. A bespectacled boy with a gloomy expression was the same guy who had molested the class beauty and shot his teammate in the original story. He was staring lewdly at Seiko Busujima's skirt. He clutched a small mirror, adjusting its position using the sunlight, muttering higher. Of course, his wish was impossible. Seiko's school uniform was a transformation of her combat suit, and leggings were essential. "Hey, what's that guy doing? Disgusting, peeping at girls again?" Chapter 131. Several girls, who noticed his actions, turned their faces away in disgust. Before he could make any further move, Jiang Yao's eyes suddenly turned cold. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and an invisible mental wave instantly pierced the brain of the high school student preparing for the college entrance exam. "Ah!" Under the shocked gazes of the entire class, the high school student suddenly sprang up from his seat, his eyes bloodshot. "I want to go to university. I must go to university." He hysterically tore at his school uniform. "If I don't get in, I die." "Hey! Calm down." The class monitor tried to stop him. But the high school student had already smashed through the desks and chairs and rushed out of the classroom, his roar echoing in the corridor. "The college entrance exam is in 37 days. I'm going to university." The high school student ran wildly, climbed the rooftop railing, and spread his arms in the bright sunlight. "Seoul National University. Here I come." Under the gaze of dozens of terrified eyes, his figure traced an arc, finally crashing heavily to the floor, crimson blood instantly flowing out. "Ugh." Several girls immediately gagged. "Call an ambulance. He's beyond saving." The school quickly dispatched personnel to dispose of the male student's body, and school leaders held an emergency meeting. They strictly ordered all class teachers to control public opinion and forbid students from discussing the incident. Classmates, Young-soo was just under too much pressure and accidentally fell. "Do you understand?" Class teacher Park Eun-young said sternly. Sparse replies rang out in the classroom, and a few girls were still whispering behind their textbooks. A boy by the window secretly scrolled through his phone. The screen displayed photos of the scene that had just been posted on the school forum. Park Eun-young suddenly slammed her hand on the desk, the loud bang sending chalk dust flying. "Don't spread rumors, especially not online. Children, this is a crucial time for the college entrance exam. Don't let this ruin your lives." Aoyama and the others exchanged glances and silently nodded. Jiang Yao had already instructed them via mental link to hold back and first integrate into their student identities in this world. Having eliminated the thing that was affecting his mood, Jiang Yao lightly traced a line under the desk with his fingertip, and a ripple of golden energy silently spread out. He left behind a mental cue and a luminous clone, bringing Seiko Busujima to the mirror space. "Welcome to my domain." The imperial armor gradually materialized as Jiang Yao rose. The golden shoulder armor reflected a dazzling halo in the sunlight of the mirror space, and the energy veins on the dragon-patterned breastplate flickered like breath. He deliberately flew into the air and performed a magnificent turn, the luminous feathers on his back unfolding like a peacock's tail. Seiko Busujima leaned against the desk in the mirror space, her amethyst eyes widening at just the right moment. She lightly touched her lips with her fingertips and uttered a genuine exclamation. Truly, awe-inspiring power. As the imperial armor dissipated into particles of light, Jiang Yao, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, surveyed Seiko Busujima standing beside the desk. She wore a crisp JK uniform, a white shirt with a small bow at the collar. Her purple pleated skirt swayed gently with her movements, her long legs encased in black over-the-knee stockings, making them appear even more slender and alluring. Her expressive eyes were naturally captivating, causing Jiang Yao's heart to skip a beat. He rested one hand on the desk behind Seiko, the other tucking a stray strand of her hair behind her ear, more than the armor. His nose almost touched her forehead. He was more curious about how the Kendo Club president would evaluate this lesson. The desk gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the mirrored space, reflecting the two intertwined figures. Seiko's school uniform tie was slightly askew, yet she maintained her elegant posture. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Jiang Yao's tie, lightly stepping on the desk. The absolute territory created by her over-the-knee socks and skirt was as smooth as mutton-fat jade. She lightly lifted Jiang Yao's chin with her delicate hand. Teacher Jiang, does this count as tutoring? An hour later, Seiko slumped on her desk. Jiang Yao gently helped her up and handed her the EP101 sword. I didn't bring Ziyuan, but it can become the new Ziyuan. Don't worry, I have the Emperor's armor. Seiko nodded obediently, her fingertips touching the hilt of the sword. The small seal script inscription at the end twisted and rearranged as if alive, finally settling on the two characters Ziyuan. Interesting. Seiko spun and slashed, the sword energy leaving purple afterimages in the air. As her thoughts stirred, EP101 transformed into red hair and a halberd, Seiko straddling the saddle, her skirt fluttering in the wind. Looking at the dashing Seiko Busujima, Jiang Yao's heart stirred again, and the two engaged in another fierce battle. Jiang Yao breathed hot air into her flushed ear. Transfer student, your tutoring is over. In the following math class, Park Eun-young, who shouldn't have been there, banged on the blackboard and announced, all university recommendation slots are cancelled this year. The classroom erupted in chaos. What? I prepared my recommendation materials for a whole year. This is killing me. Amidst the groans, Jiang Yao casually pushed two desks together. Seiko Busujima leaned in gracefully, her purple hair cascading over Jiang Yao's shoulder. Jiang Yao's slender fingers subtly caressed her absolute territory. Seiko Busujima smiled slightly, her fingertips drawing circles in his palm. Ah, this is youth. Please let me finish. Park Eun-young shook her head helplessly, then simply turned on the classroom TV. Let's all watch the news. On the screen, the Minister of Defense of Dhaka was giving a speech. Effective immediately, all senior high school students nationwide will be incorporated into the reserve force. Those who complete military training will receive bonus points on their college entrance exams. The classroom fell silent instantly. Teacher, what's the training like? Are we really going to be issued guns? What if we get injured? Which country are we going to fight? Hearing Cha Soyun's question, Kang Yo couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, who can you possibly beat? The homeroom teacher was speechless, and could only say with a stern face, focus on the lesson. Except for the increased training, everything else remains the same. He handed out notices to everyone, telling them to get their parents' signatures at home, and then hurriedly left the classroom. The oppressive atmosphere instantly exploded, and the students began to discuss. Kwan Il-ha casually leaned against Young Hoon's desk, pressing down on his pencil case. The phone, still lit up, was pressed against his ear. Did you guys get it too? After hanging up, he sighed to himself. Looks like they're serious. Young Hoon said impatiently, hey, go back home after you finish your call. Kwan Il-ha grinned, not moving at all, but instead slamming his entire weight onto the desk. I don't want to. Not handing over the phone would result in points being deducted. Young Hoon's voice was cold, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. Crash! Kwan Il-ha suddenly overturned the desk, his nose almost touching Young Hoon's face. Then tell me, how many points will I lose if I beat you half to death? Chapter 132. Ing Xuan sprang up, like a cheetah, delivering a powerful headbutt to his opponent's chin. Kwan Il-ha grunted, the taste of rust filling his mouth. You? Kwan Il-ha swung a fallen desk at him, but Ing Xuan dodged to the side and caught him around the waist. The two tumbled to the ground like wild beasts, the dull thuds of fists and knees striking flesh echoing through the classroom. Jiang Yao, with Siko in his arms, retreated to the window, watching the fight with great interest. Siko even commented, "The right hook angle is wrong, it should be 5 degrees higher." Taking advantage of the moment, when the two were separated by a kick to the chest, the boys pulled them apart. The two continued shouting until Diakchung suddenly yelled, "Look outside." Everyone rushed to the window. A dozen military trucks were rolling across the playground lawn, and fully armed soldiers ran down in formation. Upon realizing it was for real, the students exclaimed that they were doomed. After school, everyone went home to their mothers, and almost all the parents signed the notification form. Jiang Yao also took Qishan and the others to a presidential suite for the night, instructing them to participate in military training first and not to act rashly for the time being. Early the next morning, the homeroom teacher brought an officer to the classroom. The young officer wore a military cap and had a handsome face. Che Xiaoyan looked up, her gaze unconsciously following the officer. Having just felt heartbroken by Jiang Yao, she felt like she was in love again. Her eyes were fixed on the squad leader, sparkling. Chalk dust floated silently in the morning light, and Captain Li Chunhao's military boots made a crisp sound as he stepped onto the podium. He stood ramrod straight, like a drawn sword, even his shadow more angular than others. Loyalty. His salute was crisp and clean, his right hand drawing a sharp line across his temple. "I am Captain Li Chunhao, in charge of your training." His gaze swept across the classroom. "From today onwards, you are no longer ordinary students." He suddenly slammed his fist on the podium, sending the chalk box bouncing half an inch, "But warriors defending our homeland." Squad leader. A small girl wearing glasses stepped forward, a veteran trainee. "Now we are selecting recorders to film the training videos. Who would like to volunteer?" Class teacher Ms. Park brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and stepped forward. "Captain, may I recommend someone?" She looked at Young Hoon sitting in the middle. "Young Hoon, would you like to give it a try? Perhaps you can experience something different." "Feel what?" "I want to study." A hint of disdain flashed in Young Hoon's eyes behind his glasses. "Nothing could stop me from studying." Quan Ilha suddenly egged him on from behind. "Just be the one we're supposed to be. What are you pretending for?" Young Hoon turned around. "Then why don't you try?" Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Li Chunho suddenly looked at Kim Chi-yul by the window. "You be the recorder." Following Li Chunho's gaze, Kim Chi-yul confirmed it was him several times before accepting the task. "Now, move quickly to the dormitory." The dormitory, which was a converted classroom, had tables and chairs in the middle and military-style bedding around the perimeter. The girls took out their cosmetics, dolls, and playing cards, chattering excitedly. Quan Ilha stepped onto a neatly folded bedding, mimicking Li Chunho's salute, "Loyal, Chung." He deliberately drew out the last syllable, making the surrounding boys laugh uproariously, completely ignoring the gaze of Instructor Won Bin. Li Chunhao coldly watched the group of boys, ordering them to quickly pack their belongings and go to the sports field to collect their individual weapons. After the instructors left, the boys huddled together, mocking Won Bin. "His name is Won Bin. Why is he so dark-skinned?" The weapon presentation ceremony was held in the afternoon. The students lined up to receive their M16 rifles, magazines removed, from the instructors. "Wow, a real gun!" Quan Ilha excitedly fiddled with the weapon in his hand, deliberately making a shooting gesture in Young Hoon's direction. Young Hoon frowned in disgust and dodged to the side. "Stop messing around." Kim Chi-yul grabbed Quan Ilha's shoulder, but was shoved away. "What's it to you?" the squad leader shouted sternly. "Quiet! Guns aren't toys. From now on, you must cherish them as you cherish your own lives." Training lasted all day. Gun stances, basic tactical maneuvers, shuttle runs. By sunset, almost all the students were exhausted. Boys and girls returned separately to their classrooms, which had been converted into temporary dormitories. Many fell asleep the moment they touched their mattresses. Back in the boys' dormitory, the conflict between Quan Rai and Ingshu erupted again. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Ingshu glared at Quan Rai, who had accidentally stepped on his blanket. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Quan Rai apologized, but a defiant smile remained on his face. "You too?" The instructor burst in. "So much energy? Go and take out the trash for the whole building." The night was as dark as ink. Only a few streetlights remained, barely casting a few dim yellow glows in the thick darkness. Quan Rai and Ingshu carried heavy trash cans, glaring at each other. "Hurry up, you piece of trash!" Quan Ilha deliberately slowed his pace, a malicious smile playing on his lips. Can't even do this little bit of work? The streetlights cast distorted reflections on Young Hoon's glasses, obscuring his reddened eyes. What can you do besides bully people? His voice sounded like it was being squeezed out between clenched teeth. Kwon Il-ha suddenly released his grip, the trash can crashing to the ground with a thud, scattering its sour, foul-smelling garbage everywhere. Oops, slipped. He exaggeratedly opened his palm. Why don't you kneel down and pick it up? You piece of trash, who only knows how to bully people. Young Hoon's chest heaved violently, his eyes behind his glasses blazing with rage. How come you weren't killed by that sphere? What did you say? Kwon Il-ha's fist whistled, as it slammed towards Young Hoon's face. Young Hoon dodged, but his glasses were still grazed, hanging askew on his face. The two wrestled, Kwon Il-ha grabbing Young Hoon's collar and slamming him to the ground, while Young Hoon gripped Kwon Il-ha's wrist tightly. Stop! Kim Chi-yul came running from the direction of the dormitory, not even bothering to pick up his slipper as he ran. He had just grabbed Kwon Il-ha's shoulder to pull the two apart when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A huge shadow tore through the night sky, crashing down with a teeth-grinding shriek. Before the three could even look up, a deafening impact exploded. The ground shattered like a fragile biscuit, the shockwave throwing them all to the ground. Kim Chi-yul's back slammed heavily against the asphalt, his lungs bursting with air. Dust billowed like waves, and Kwon Il-ha was the first to get up, spitting out a mouthful of saliva mixed with sand. When the dust settled slightly, he saw a sphere about 3 meters in diameter, deeply embedded in the cracked ground, its surface gleaming with a sickly purple light. Chapter 133. Ing Xuan was thrown to the edge of the pit. He staggered to his feet, his back to the terrifying sphere, his glasses shattered. You're a piece of trash, he roared, his voice distorted with fear and rage, only daring to attack the weak. Suddenly, the surface of the sphere began to writhe. Its smooth outer skin cracked open like melted wax, and dozens of sticky tentacles emerged from the fissures. One of the tentacles silently slid across the ground, coiling around Ing Xuan's ankle like a venomous snake. What? Ing Xuan suddenly felt a tightening around his ankle, the icy touch piercing through his sock and stabbing his skin. The next second, the world spun, and he was hoisted upside down into the air. More tentacles greedily coiled around him, wrapping around his calves and abdomen. One particularly long and thin tentacle split its tip into 4 lobes, revealing rings of sharp teeth, slowly approaching his pale face. Just then, a crimson light ripped through the night sky. Swish! The tentacles binding Ing Xuan snapped off instantly. Fukushima Siko was already standing at the edge of the pit, her Miao sword gleaming coldly in the moonlight. She was still wearing her school uniform skirt, but it didn't diminish her swift and fierce movements in the slightest. The spherical monster seemed enraged. All its tentacles simultaneously attacked Fukushima Siko. A slight smile played on her lips, a bloodthirsty excitement flashing in her eyes. The sword flashed like crimson lightning, weaving a deadly net across the night sky. With each flash, a tentacle was neatly severed. The monster let out a silent roar, and suddenly countless tiny holes cracked open on the surface of the sphere, from which hundreds upon hundreds of palm-sized, moth-like creatures swarmed out. Fukushima Siko remained calm and composed. The Miao sword seemed to come alive in her hand. She spun, her blade transforming into a crimson tornado, shredding any moths that approached. Purple fluid rained down, yet not a drop touched her. Seeing the danger, the sphere slowly floated into the air, attempting to escape. Trying to leave? Siko Busujima gripped her sword with both hands, unleashing a 3-meter-long crimson blade of energy that cleaved through the air. The sphere was split in two, crashing heavily to the ground, its purple light gradually fading. Is it over? Quan Rihe's voice trembled. At that moment, the squad leader rushed in. He glanced at the sphere split in two on the ground, then at the long sword in Siko Busujima's hand, his eyes flashing with shock and confusion. You? The squad leader hesitated, ultimately only saying, Everyone, return to your dorms immediately. What happened tonight is not to be told to anyone. Back in the girls' dormitory, Siko Busujima had just lain down when Jiang Yao's voice echoed in her mind. Senior, how are you feeling? Interesting, Siko replied via telepathic link. When I killed that monster, I felt an energy flow into my body, and my physical abilities seemed to have slightly improved. Upon hearing this benefit, Jiang Yao, with a flash of golden light, led Siko and the others to the sports field. 7 beams of light flashed, and the warriors, summoning their light steeds, soared into the air. Remember, only operate at night, keep a low profile during the day, Jiang Yao instructed. Siko Busujima felt the power amplification from her armor, a battle-ready smile playing on her lips. She was the first to charge towards a sphere floating in the night sky, her meow sword drawing a beautiful arc of death in the moonlight. Jiang Yao hovered in midair, watching his companions battle the spheres. He tried to absorb the energy of a slain sphere, only to find that this enhancement had no effect on him. Sigh, it's useless against me after all. Jiang Yao shook his head, deciding to focus on supporting his companions. The following days followed a fixed pattern. During the day, the students participated in military training, and at night, Jiang Yao led a few people to hunt down the orbs. Seiko Busujima's strength increased at a visible rate, and the others also improved to varying degrees. But strangely, no matter how many orbs they killed, the number floating in the night sky seemed never to decrease. After a period of training, Li Chuanhao led Class 2 of Grade 3 to the shooting range for live-fire shooting. Li Naoyuo narrowed her left eye, her index finger lightly tapping the trigger. With another crisp gunshot, a neat bullet hole was added to the bullseye. 10 rings. Another 10 rings. The recorder's voice was already numb. Standing next to her, Zhang Heli's lips curled slightly, her M16 in her hand as steady as if under a spell. She deliberately tilted the muzzle, the bullet tearing a gap at the boundary between the 9 and 10 rings. Not far away, Jiang Yao and Seiko Busujima exchanged a knowing smile. Jiang Yao's target paper was scattered with bullet holes of 7 or 8 rings, seemingly ordinary, but if someone measured it carefully, they would find that the distance from each bullet hole to the bullseye was exactly the same. Seiko Busujima, on the other hand, deliberately missed a few shots, keeping her score slightly above average. On the way back to school, the students were still excitedly comparing their report cards when Li Chuanhao suddenly tensed up. He quickly checked the DU bullets in his rifle. These specially made gray-blue bullets gleamed eerily in the sunlight. Yuan Bin, you guys keep an eye on the trainees, I go check on them. Li Chuanhao's voice was extremely low, and the two instructors nodded almost imperceptibly. He walked alone towards the source of the sound of his military boots crunching through fallen leaves like a countdown. The squad leader suddenly stopped. These guys, how could they leave their equipment like that? They get points deducted. She frowned, looking at the protruding gun barrel under cover, and bent down to pick it up. She yanked hard, and half a bluish-gray arm slid out of the rubble, the purple nerve bundle hanging from the severed end still twitching slightly. Ah! A scream exploded through the street. In an instant, the entire street seemed to come alive. Crouch! Everyone lie down. Teacher Park's shout had changed. She quickly picked up the discarded rifle, the DU round hitting the front row of purple moths, instantly turning them to dust. Maintain suppressive fire. Instructor Yuan Bin's roar was drowned out by the roar of wings. He and another instructor formed a crossfire network back-to-back, but the number of monsters was simply too great. A four-winged moth broke through the barrage of bullets, its proboscis suddenly splitting into 4 lobes, revealing spirally arranged serrated teeth. Teacher Park's pupils reflected the approaching deadly weapon. In that split second, she clearly saw bits of flesh still clinging to those serrated teeth. Corrosive slime seeped from between the teeth, dripping onto the ground and scorching the cement, sending wisps of blue smoke rising. Whoosh! The moment the blue streak pierced the purple moth, time seemed to stand still. The arrow, composed of pure energy, exploded into countless particles of light upon hitting its target, each particle precisely finding a purple moth. Amidst the continuous explosions, a rain of purple and blue light fell from the sky. A purple moth, with blade-like forelimbs attempted a sneak attack from the side, its sharp forelimbs aimed straight for Windhawk's throat. Windhawk merely tilted its head casually, its forelimbs grazing its visor without leaving even a white mark. With a backhand elbow strike, the unfortunate moth was sent flying dozens of meters away, as if hit by a truck, crashing into the wall and creating a purple firework. Chapter 134. More purple moths swarmed in, one after another. Finally, Windhawk Warrior moved. She flashed, leaving a blue afterimage in her wake. The next instant, she appeared in the center of the moth swarm, her Windhawk crossbow switching to scattering mode. Boom! 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 Dozens of energy arrows exploded in spherical bursts in all directions, each blasting out a shower of purple light. A few escaped moths tried to flee, but Windhawk Warrior sneered and snapped her fingers. A blue energy net suddenly appeared around the fleeing moths, trapping them firmly. As she closed her fingers, the energy net contracted rapidly, shredding the monsters inside into clumps of purple goo. The battle, from start to finish, lasted only a dozen seconds. Windhawk Warrior lightly dusted off non-existent dust from her armor and turned to leave. On the other side, Li Chuanhao's military boots crunched over gravel. He crouched low, the beam of his tactical flashlight piercing the deep pit. A viscous purple liquid lingered at the bottom, bubbling eerily, and the air reeked of a pungent odor reminiscent of rotting eggs. Where did they go? He cursed under his breath, his finger already on the trigger. Crash! The glass curtain wall beside the road suddenly shattered, countless fragments raining down. 3 purplish-black tentacles lashed through the air, each as thick as a telephone pole, their surfaces covered with pulsating blood vessels and mucus glands. At the same time, a dense buzzing of wings came from all directions. Dozens of palm-sized purple moths surged from the shadows, their sharp forelegs gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Li Chuanhao rolled sideways behind an abandoned taxi, his bullet precisely detonating 3 of the swooping moths. The tentacles slammed heavily onto the taxi roof, crushing the entire vehicle into a pancake. Li Chuanhao rolled away in time, but his military uniform was still cut in several places by flying glass. He knelt on one knee, firing a burst of shots from his rifle, shooting down 5 more moths. With a soft click, the magazine was empty. Li Chuanhao quickly reloaded, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of red light. A crimson wristwatch was gleaming at his feet. The moment his boot touched the device, a searing heat shot straight to his heart. 3 tentacles attacked simultaneously from different angles, the resulting stench stirring up dust. Li Chuanhao had no time to think. The fiery dragon armor, merge. A mechanical dragon's roar echoed through the night sky, and the crimson armor materialized from the void in the blink of an eye, covering his entire body. Before Li Chuanhao could even adjust to this power, the 3 tentacles were already upon him, ready to crush him. Get out of my way! He instinctively swung his fist, unleashing a fiery dragon from his knuckles. The tentacles twisted and carbonized in the flames, emitting a piercing shriek. From the distant ruins, the sphere finally revealed itself, a 5-meter diameter, tumor-like monster, its surface covered in pulsating purple veins. It split open, spewing out dozens of mutated moths. Li Chuanhao turned the weapon knob, lightly touching the weapon mount, and the flame bow materialized in his hand. The instant he drew the bowstring, 7 flaming arrows automatically formed. Whoosh! 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 The arrows left the bowstring, tracing crimson paths through the air. Each arrow precisely struck a moth, incinerating them to ashes. The remaining arrows coalesced into a fiery dragon, crashing directly into the spherical monster. The monster emitted ear-piercing ultrasonic waves, shattering the windows of the surrounding buildings. Li Chuanhao remained motionless, his arms crossed in front of his chest, the core of his armor beginning to gather energy. Ember eruption. A pillar of fire, 3 meters in diameter, erupted from the ground, engulfing the monster entirely. Amid the flames, the sphere writhed wildly, its tentacles lashing the ground like whips, yet unable to extinguish the fire emanating from the armor's core. 3 seconds later, the flames subsided, leaving only a pile of charred remains, still smoldering. Li Chuanhao deactivated his transformation, feeling the significant boost to his physical abilities, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He quickly picked up his rifle and rushed towards the training troops. When Li Chuanhao returned to the group, reeking of gunpowder, the students were slumped in small groups along the street. Yuan Bin hurried to meet him, his dark face still showing lingering shock. "Captain! There was a guy in blue armor just now." Yuan Bin's voice was low, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the barrel of his gun. "That guy could shoot down a dozen monsters with a single arrow." Li Chuanhao's gaze passed over Yuan Bin's shoulder, briefly meeting Qingshan's eyes in the crowd. The instant their eyes met, the flame dragon summoner on Qingshan's wrist felt slightly hot. Li Chuanhao nodded imperceptibly, his fingertips brushing against the equally hot summoner in the hidden pocket at his waist. "Ah! Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" A groan interrupted his thoughts. Wang Taiwan and Yu Shila were dragged over by the back of their collars by the instructor, each carrying several bags of puff snacks. Yu Shila's school uniform collar was pulled askew, while Wang Taiwan's trouser legs still had a few drops of undried purple slime on them. "Report, report," Wang Taiwan stammered, suddenly glancing left and right, then mysteriously pulling a small convenience store ice pack from his pocket. Frost had formed on the walls of the transparent plastic box, and inside, curled up a shriveled, lifeless purple moth monster. Li Chuanhao's brow furrowed instantly. Wang Taiwan swallowed hard, his voice barely audible. "We found it in the convenience store freezer. These monsters seem particularly sensitive to the cold." Li Chuanhao's fingers unconsciously tightened around the edge of the icebox, the plastic creaking under the weight. Unauthorized departure from the team, a 20-kilometer run with added weight. He coldly shoved the icebox into his tactical pocket, and Wang Taiwan's shoulders slumped. But the next second, Li Chunhao turned and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Good job." Teacher Park's fingertips trembled slightly as she traced the familiar names one by one on the roster. After calling out each name, she would personally confirm the students' response, her gaze lingering on their faces for a moment, as if to confirm that these young faces were still intact. Kim Chi-yul. Here. Kwon Il-ha. Here, here. Jong Heli. Here, teacher. As she finally finished reading the last name, the usually impeccably made-up teacher suddenly collapsed backward, her back slamming heavily against the glass of a street-side shop. The cold touch of the glass seeped through her thin shirt, and she realized her back was completely soaked with sweat. Students. Her voice choked, and she had to stop and clear her throat. The street was littered with the purple ash of the monster's corpse, tiny fluorescent particles rising in the breeze. Further away, the haphazardly laid corpses were particularly glaring. From today onwards, her voice was soft, yet it etched itself into everyone's hearts like a knife. Remember, this is not a drill, not a movie, not a game, this is a war. A gust of wind blew, swirling the purple ash on the ground, forming a small vortex in the air. The light shone on the students' young faces, casting an unreal glow over everyone. They suddenly realized that the war scenes they had seen on television news were now happening to them in real life. Chapter 135. A heavy silence filled the classroom, broken only by the faint hum of the overhead fluorescent lights. Kwon Il-ha's fingers tapped unconsciously on the desk, the rhythm quickening until Yun Bare grabbed his wrist. "Enough," she whispered, her nails digging almost into his skin. The notebook opened before Young-hoon was filled with analyses of the monster's characteristics, but the last line contained only 3 large characters. What to do? Outside the window, a squad of soldiers hurried across the parade ground, the distant roar of helicopter rotors faintly echoing. "Let's take a head count." The squad leader stood up, the chair legs scraping harshly on the floor. She held up a crumpled A4 sheet of paper, already signed with over 20 names. More than 2/3 of the students had agreed to withdraw from training. Just then, the classroom door was flung open, and Li Chunho stood in the doorway, his military uniform impeccably straight. He scanned the listless students in the classroom, his gaze finally settling on the application form covered in signatures. "Rejected." His voice was as cold as steel. "According to Article 17 of the Wartime Special Mobilization Law, you are all now formally employed personnel of the National Defense Forces." Teacher Park opened his mouth as if to say something, but Li Chunho stopped him with a raised hand. He walked to the podium. The training plan was moved up. He slammed the documents heavily on the desk, dust swirling in the sunlight. "Starting tomorrow, live-fire training will be increased by 4 hours, and nighttime emergency assembly drills will be conducted 3 times a week." Young-hoon jumped up, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. "This is unreasonable. We haven't even finished basic training." Li Chunho's eyes suddenly sharpened like knives. "Do you think those monsters care whether you finished your training or not?" As Li Chunho turned to leave, the sound of his military boots pounding on the ground struck everyone's hearts like a death knell. The moment the door closed, Kwon Rai slammed his fist against the wall, blood immediately seeping from his knuckles. But no one stopped him, because everyone felt the same suffocating feeling of being strangled by fate. A heavy silence filled the classroom, suddenly broken by Wang Taiwan's slamming of the desk. "I got an idea." His eyes gleamed frighteningly, his fingers tracing patterns on the table. "We can." His voice suddenly lowered, his head thrusting into the crowd. "Let the entire senior class boycott." Kwon Rai abruptly straightened up, a dangerous grin spreading across his face. "You finally said something sensible." "I go to class 3. Sheila suddenly stood up, her small eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "Class 4 is mine." Kwon Rai licked his dry lips. "Class 5 has more girls, I'm more suitable." Yin Baoluo smiled knowingly. In the dead of night, several dark figures moved among the dormitories, whispers spreading like a plague. The next morning, the atmosphere on the training ground was noticeably off. Instructor Yuan Bin blew the assembly whistle for the 3rd time, but most of the students still dawdled, refusing to go to drill. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his rifle sling. "Attention!" Li Chunhao's roar echoed across the drill ground. The only response was a sparse thud of footsteps. Wang Taiwan stood at the front of the line, his school uniform open, revealing the hastily written words "We want to go home" underneath. "Report, instructor!" He suddenly shouted, his voice trembling but unusually resolute, according to Article of the Law on the Protection of Minors. "Shut up." Li Chunhao grabbed his collar, but the next second he abruptly looked up. A familiar shriek echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up simultaneously. Dozens of purple spheres were plummeting from the sky, leaving burning afterimages on their retinas. The closest sphere crashed into the cafeteria roof, shattering the reinforced concrete like biscuits. "Run!" someone shouted first, and the training ground erupted in chaos. Students scattered like a frightened herd, knocking over equipment racks and trampling shoes. Kwon Il-ha, jostled by the crowd, saw Chae So-yeon pushed to the ground, and a purple moth with mantis-like forelegs emerged from the smoke. The instructor's shouts were completely drowned out. Wang Taeman was futilely trying to help his fallen classmate up, his face covered in a mixture of tears and dust. Spheres exploded one after another, and purplish-black monsters flooded the playground like a tide. Lee Chun-ho's pupils contracted sharply. 3 purple moths had already swarmed in front of Chae So-yeon. The girl slumped to the ground, her school uniform skirt covered in dust. The foremost monster's mandibles were fully open, revealing spiraling serrations that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth, his right hand already on the hidden pouch at his waist. Flame dragon armor, combined. A torrent of crimson energy instantly swept over his entire body. Cha Xiaoyan only saw a blur before a burning figure blocked her path. The moment the flaming blade was drawn, the surrounding air distorted with intense heat. As the blade sliced through the purple moth's body, the monster didn't even have time to scream before it vaporized into purple smoke. This is... Cha Xiaoyan's lips trembled as she stared at the figure before her, completely covered in crimson armor. Lee Chun-hao had no time to explain. He slightly bent one knee, the joints of his armor clicking mechanically. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a crimson blur and plunged into the horde of monsters. Chae Xiaoyan only had time to catch a glimpse of the fiery cloak billowing behind him. His blazing blade swept across, unleashing streaks of fiery red energy that ravaged the monster horde, each strike reducing hundreds of purple moths to ashes. A ripping, teeth-grinding sound came from above. As Chae Xiaoyan looked up, she saw Lee Chun-hao leap 5 meters into the air, his blazing blade cleaving a spherical monster in two from below. The purple entrails gushing from the monster's body scattered in slow motion, only to be vaporized by the intense heat half a meter from its armor, turning into a cloud of purple steam. Lee Chun-hao knelt on one knee, his left hand bracing against the ground, and the instant he did so, 5 rings of fire exploded around him. These ignited the purple moths surrounding the playground, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Hiding behind the equipment room window, Wang Taiwan's eyes widened. Holy crap. This is even more exaggerated than in the movies. That's... Instructor Lee? Ing Chuan's glasses were askew, the lenses covered in handprints. He saw Lee Chun-hao perform a backflip to dodge the tentacle attack, then hurling 3 fiery darts in midair, turning the 3 spheres into 3 torches. After splitting the last sphere in 2, Lee Chun-hao knelt down, deactivating his transformation, his armor dissipating into countless points of light. Instructor. Chae Xiaoyan stumbled over, tears still streaming down her face. Her eyes shone brightly, her fingers clutching her school badge tightly. Are you alright? Lee Chun-hao looked up, meeting the girl's tear-filled eyes. The surging adoration and love within them almost materialized, leaving the battle-hardened soldier speechless for a moment. Chapter 136. Before Lee Chun-hao could even catch his breath, the sky suddenly darkened. Boom! 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 Dozens of spheres crashed down across the campus like meteorites. The glass dome of the library collapsed, and the cafeteria chimney was snapped in half. But strangely, these deadly falling objects seemed to have eyes, deliberately avoiding the dense crowds on the playground. In an inconspicuous corner, Jiang Yao's fingertips glowed with a barely perceptible golden light. Scatter! Lee Chun-hao's shout was drowned out by the roar of the explosions. The sphere closest to him crashed near the flagpole. The moment the ground cracked, countless purple moths gushed forth from the fissures like a fountain. Eerie purple lightning crackled on their wings, the sound of their flapping wings coalescing into a chilling buzz. A large purple moth suddenly leaped from the dust, its sharp forelegs aimed straight for Lee Chun-hao's throat. He instinctively tried to roll, but a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Instructor, watch out! Chae Xiaoyan spread her arms, closed her eyes, and faced death, her hair whipping wildly in the wind. The expected pain didn't come. Instead, a deafening clang rang out. She opened her eyes trembling, finding her arms encased in snow-white armor. The purple moth's forelegs froze an inch from the armor, the lighting flowing across the surface spreading along the monster's limbs, instantly carbonizing it into dust. What am I? Chae Xiaoyan looked down at her transformed body, the silver and blue lightning patterns on the snow-white armor moving like living creatures. Before she could react, more purple moths swarmed towards her. Aya! She frantically waved her hands, and two short rods wrapped in golden lightning suddenly appeared in her palms. Without a second thought, Che Xiaoyan instinctively unleashed a chaotic set of Xia Ji's 8-strike staff techniques. Each swing of the thunderclap staff crackled with blinding lightning, instantly turning any purple maw struck into either charred remains or shattered into fragments. Bang! A staff slammed into a maw's abdomen, golden lightning exploding into a spiderweb pattern. Slash! The two staffs crossed, simultaneously cleaving two monsters in half at the waist. Boom! A leaping, spinning attack unleashed a ring of lightning, clearing all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Li Chunhao stared in disbelief as this girl, who normally couldn't even open a water bottle cap, now rampaged through the monster horde like a human-sized walking lightning generator. Each of her attacks was accompanied by an exaggerated scream. Her movements were clumsy, like a novice playing a motion sensor game for the first time, yet the destructive power was astonishing. I didn't mean to. Che Xiaoyan slammed her stick into the ground in a wide arc, the force of which exploded outwards, sending 70 or 80 purple moths flying. She herself was thrown back by the recoil, bumping right into Li Chunhao's arms. Her armor automatically disarmed, revealing her flushed face. Instructor, this armor suddenly. Gunshots rang out across the campus. Li Naoyuo and Zhang Heli stood back to back on the steps in front of the library, the barrels of their rifles glowing red-hot. Bang! Li Naoyuo's bullet pierced a purple moth precisely, splattering purple fluid onto the stone pillar behind her. She quickly sidestepped, giving Zhang Heli a better angle to fire. Bang! Another shot rang out, Zhang Heli's bullet grazing Li Naoyuo's hair, taking down a monster that pounced from the side. The two exchanged a smile, tacitly changing magazines. 3 magazines left. Li Naoyuo panted heavily, sweat dripping from her chin onto the gun with a soft hissing sound. Zhang Heli didn't answer, her gaze suddenly froze on the top of Li Naoyuo's head. A huge purple moth was hanging upside down in the library porch, its sharp forelegs raised high. Get down! Zhang Heli pounced on Li Naoyuo, simultaneously firing her gun with one hand. The bullet entered through the moth's gaping maw, exiting through the back of its head, leaving a spray of purple slime that rained down around them. Thanks, Li Naoyuo whispered. They both rolled to their feet and continued firing. But the number of monsters was overwhelming. Soon, their last bullet was gone. Click, click. The sound of an empty magazine making Li Naoyuo's heart tighten. She quickly looked around. The nearest supply point was blocked by the monster horde, and a dozen purple moths were already swarming towards them. Under the bus. Quick! Zhang Heli grabbed Li Naoyuo, and the two rolled under an abandoned school bus. In the cramped space, their breathing was clearly audible. Li Naoyuo's hand suddenly touched a cold object, a wristwatch with a faint blue glow, the eagle pattern on the dial lifelike. This is... Before she could react, the watch automatically snapped onto her wrist, a flood of information rushing into her mind. Outside the school bus, monsters were approaching, the sharp limbs scraping against the metal body, making a grating sound. Wind Eagle armor. Combine! A burst of blue light erupted from under the bus, startling the purple moths into retreating en masse. The next second, an indigo figure shot out from the wrecked carriage like lightning. Before Li Naoyuo even landed, the Wind Eagle crossbow was already raised. Whoosh! 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 7 energy arrows shot through the air in quick succession, their tails trailing azure streaks like 7 falling meteors. The 7 closest purple moths, barely fluttering their wings, were precisely pierced through their compound eyes. The wood elemental energy within the arrows exploded instantly, blasting them into a shower of purple dust. This is the power of the armor? Li Naoyuo felt the surging energy within her, every cell rejoicing. She held the crossbow steadily in her left hand, while her right hand clenched in midair, the Wind Eagle sword. An emerald-like longsword materialized from the void, its feather-like patterns gleaming faintly. 3 purple moths attacked from the side, their sharp forelimbs only inches from her visor. Li Naoyuo, however, curled her lips into a smile, her body spinning like a dance. The Wind Eagle sword drew a perfect arc, freezing the 3 monsters in midair before they slowly separated along the smooth cut. A rain of azure and purple light fell from the sky, sword energy and arrows weaving a web of death. One of the struck spheres shattered into starlight-like particles. Li Naoyuo suddenly noticed that some of these particles were seeping into her armor, bringing a warm current. Could it be? A thought flashed through her mind, and she deliberately slowed her movements. When another spherical monster was cleaved in two by the Wind Eagle's sword, she clearly felt a surge of pure energy flowing into her limbs and bones. Her previously exhausted body was suddenly filled with strength again. So that's it. A realization flashed in her eyes. Killing these monsters could strengthen her physique. The battle ended, the armor dissipated, and Li Naoyuo collapsed to the ground, staring incredulously at her hands. Zhang Heli ran over and hugged her tightly. Both could feel each other's rapid heartbeats. Chapter 137. The shattered campus reeked of gunpowder and scorched earth. Li Chuanhao stared at the ruined school buildings, his fists clenching involuntarily. All assemble. His voice was hoarse and weary. 10 minutes later, they would board the vehicles and head to the 7th military base. The roar of the military vehicles broke the deathly silence. The students lined up silently, each face bearing the dazed look of someone who had survived a catastrophe. After the convoy had driven a short distance, a familiar shrill whistle suddenly echoed from the sky. It's happening again! The squad leader pulled back the curtain, seeing in horror a dozen or so spheres piercing through the clouds. Just as the first sphere was about to strike the lead vehicle, a pillar of crimson fire shot into the sky. Qin Shan was already standing on the roof of the vehicle, his fiery dragon armor particularly conspicuous in the morning light. Blazing blade. With a clear shout, a crimson blade flashed across the sky. Qin Shan's figure moved swiftly above the convoy, each strike precisely slicing down a sphere. The explosion illuminated the entire highway as if it were daytime, and the heatwave made the roadside trees sway violently. Bang! A deafening roar followed, as the last military vehicle was overturned by the shockwave, sliding several meters across the road, sparks flying from the metal. Get out quickly! The soldier driving the vehicle kicked open the door, dragging the dazed students out one by one. In the distance, more purple moths were swarming out from the fallen sphere. Over there! Quick! Teacher Park pointed to an abandoned farm machinery warehouse by the roadside. The students stumbled and rushed inside, the heavy iron door slamming shut behind them. The warehouse reeked of diesel fuel and rust. In the dim light, only their pale faces and hurried breaths could be seen. Just then, a muffled thud came from outside the door, the entire warehouse shook, and dust fell from the walls. They found us. Eng Xuan's voice trembled. The bullets were all used up. Their only weapons were a few entrenching tools. The purple moths were hitting the door more and more frequently, and the rusty bolt was beginning to warp. Let's draw lots, Quan Rai suddenly said. Tear off a piece of paper and cut it into strips. The shortest one will lure them away. In the deathly silence, the sound of paper rubbing together was particularly jarring. The short-haired girl's hands trembled so much she could barely hold the strip. Hiss. With a soft sound, Zhang Zhu tore the slip of paper in his hand. This usually taciturn boy stood up and rummaged through his toolbox, pulling out a tin bucket and a steel pipe. What are you doing? Teacher Park grabbed his arm. Zhang Zhu smiled and banged the steel pipe against the bucket, making a harsh sound. Someone has to be the bait. His gaze swept over everyone. I'm fast. Before anyone could react, he had already rushed to the door. Kim Chi-yul suddenly caught up. I'm a recorder, I have to record. Are you crazy? Wang Taiwan tried to pull him away, but was dodged. Jiang Su took a deep breath and flung open the door. Come on! You ugly freaks! A steel pipe slammed heavily against a bucket, the ear-piercing metallic clang echoing through the air. A swarm of purple moths was immediately attracted, turning and rushing towards him. Jiang Su turned and ran, Kim Chi-yul close behind, his notebook rustling in the wind. Everyone in the warehouse held their breath, listening to the footsteps and flapping wings gradually fade into the distance. Teacher Park's tears fell silently, splashing tiny specks of dust on the ground. In the distance, Zhang Zhu's shouts and Jean Gillia's intermittent recording could be faintly heard. The time is now 10:27. The monster's pursuit speed is about 8 meters per second. Zhang Zhu is currently. Just as the swarm of purple moths was about to engulf Zhang Zhu and Jean Gilia, the entire world suddenly fell into an eerie stillness. The flying monsters froze in midair, the dust they kicked up frozen like sculptures. Even the beads of sweat dripping from Zhang Zhu's forehead seemed to hang suspended in midair. Tap, tap, tap. Clear footsteps echoed from the void. Jiang Yao, clad in the ultimate emperor armor, walked slowly forward, Siko Busujima following behind him, her Miao sword gleaming coldly in the frozen space. Finally, they're all together. Jiang Yao sighed, raising his hand and lightly tapping the void. 2 streams of light flew from his fingertips, transforming into summoners for the Black Rhino armor and the Earth Tiger armor, slowly drifting towards Zhang Zhu and Kim Chi-yul's wrists. Jiang Yao snapped his fingers, deactivating the summon. Time began to flow again. Zhang Zhu felt a sudden weight on his wrist. Before he could react, his body involuntarily raised his left hand, Black Rhino armor. Combine! Black armor flowed over his entire body like water, the heavy rhino horn helmet narrowing his vision. At the same time, Jean Julia was also enveloped in orange earth tiger armor, the power of the earth pulsating on his claws. This is... Zhang Ju looked down at his own armor, and instinctively threw a punch. The black rhino armor's powerful punch smashed 3 purple moths into a bloody pulp, the shockwave shattering the roadside railing. Seeing the purple moths pounce on him, Jean Julia instinctively lunged towards the ground, the earth tiger armor allowing him to merge directly into the earth. The next second, he burst from beneath the spherical monster, his claws tearing the monster in two from bottom to top. Jiang Yao and Seiko Busujima exchanged a glance. "Senior, let's go!" Seiko Busujima's lips curled into a slight smile, and her slender fingers formed a hand seal in front of her chest. Emperor armor. Combine! A dazzling golden light shot into the sky, and when she reappeared, she had transformed into Emperor armor. Unlike Jiang Yao's ultimate Emperor armor, her version was more slender and elegant, yet equally exuded a suffocating pressure. Split. With a soft shout, thousands of golden clones split off from her body. Each clone was like a physical entity, instantly filling the entire sky above Dhaka. From the ground, it looked as if countless small suns had suddenly appeared. Annihilate. At the brief command, all the clones attacked simultaneously. A torrent of golden energy pierced through each sphere, with surgical precision. The swarm of spheres above Seoul vaporized completely in a tenth of a second, leaving not even a trace. Seiko Busujima's main body took a step forward, appearing directly in near-Earth orbit. She looked down at the Asher Earth, and the army of spheres gathering outside the atmosphere. 5 Saints' ultimate strike. The Aurora sword pierced through the 5 armor-marked scrolls in succession, finally transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon spanning the sky. A golden dragon roared and soared across the earth. Wherever it passed, the spheres in the sky shattered and vanished like bubbles. As the last sphere was purified, the golden dragon transformed into a shower of light that rained down upon the earth. Those who had been harmed by the monster were astonished to find their wounds healing at a visible speed. On the ground, Zhang Ju and Jean Julia, having deactivated their transformations, stared blankly at the now calm sky. Jiang Yao had somehow returned to the crowd, as if he had never left. It's over," Wang Taiwan stammered. Jiang Yao smiled without answering, only looking up at the golden figure slowly descending. After deactivating her transformation, Busujima Seiko's hair remained perfectly styled. She simply brushed non-existent dust off her school uniform. "For now," she said calmly, her gaze fixed on the distant stars. "However, you better hurry up and train." "Why?" Cha Soyun asked timidly. Jiang Yao and Seiko Busujima exchanged a glance, then simultaneously revealed a meaningful smile. "Because..." Chapter 138. Jiang Yao formed a profound hand seal in front of his chest. As golden light flowed from his fingertips, the surrounding space began to distort and deform, rippling like waves on water. Mirror space open. In an instant, Seiko Busujima and 2 teams of armored warriors were pulled into an alternate dimension. "You have 2 weeks here." Jiang Yao's voice echoed in the space, while only 10 minutes had passed outside. Seiko Busujima stood to the side, holding her Miao sword, and said coldly, "Don't waste this opportunity." The first and second teams of armored warriors looked at each other. Li Qinshan stepped forward first, his flame dragon armor instantly merging. "Let's begin." For the next 2 weeks, deafening roars continuously erupted within the mirror space. Jiang Yao simulated various extreme battlefield environments, from lava hell to polar glaciers, from gravity anomaly zones to quantum disorder zones. Seiko Busujima personally took to the field, teaching each warrior a lesson with her Miao sword. Her blade always left a trail of sparks on their armor, never truly harming them, yet ensuring they learned their lesson. Too slow. She cleaved through a team of Black Rhino warriors' meteor spears with a single strike. In a real battlefield, you'd be dead. A second team of Wind Eagle warriors attempted a high-altitude assault, only to be sent flying by a spinning kick from Busujima without even turning her head. Flashy but ineffective. By the end of the training, both teams of armored warriors had undergone a complete transformation. "It's time!" Jiang Yao waved his hand, dispelling the mirror space. "Follow me." The group summoned their light steeds, who followed him into outer space. The earth slowly rotated beneath their feet, a beautiful azure blue. Jiang Yao raised his Aurora sword, its tip condensing into a dazzling golden light. Based on information gleaned from the previous battle's malicious counterattacks, combined with the Emperor Armor's cosmic-level perception capabilities, Jiang Yao's consciousness instantly traversed 3,000 light-years, locking onto the purple planet hidden in the Orion arm. "Found it." With a swift slash of the Aurora's sword, a spatial rift spanning the universe opened, gradually transforming into a galactic tunnel. Let's go! The instant they passed through the spatial tunnel, they saw a planet completely shrouded in purple mist, suspended in the void. The mist writhed like living things, occasionally bubbling up enormous bubbles, within which glimpses of spherical monsters hatching. The entire planet's surface was covered with honeycomb-like nests, each teeming with tens of thousands of spheres. This is their home planet? The voice of the second team's Earth Tiger warriors trembled slightly. Jiang Yao didn't answer. He spread his hands, and a pure golden light enveloped all the armored warriors. 5 elements enhancement. Each person's armor began to evolve. The flames of Flame Dragon Warrior turned platinum, and photon feathers sprouted from the shoulders of Wind Eagle Warrior. Star patterns appeared on Black Rhino Warrior's heavy armor. Earth Tiger Warrior's claws were wrapped with the pulse of the earth, and Snow Mastiff Warrior's body crackled with lightning. Seiko Busujima's Emperor armor gained 12 floating cannons, which unfolded behind her like angel wings. Segment your operations, Jiang Yao ordered. Remember, this is not training. Li Qingshan's armor burned with blazing white flames in the purple mist. He held a sword in both hands, the flame patterns on the blade flowing like life. 5 evolved spheres surrounded them from all directions, purple energy circuits flashing on their shells, high-energy lasers condensing in their compound eyes. Unji! Li Qingshan shouted. Pei Enji grinned, slamming his palms into the ground. Earth tremor. The entire purple fungal carpet collapsed with a deafening roar, the sudden gravity pulling the 5 spheres into the deep pit. The next second, countless sharp crystal spikes erupted from the bottom of the pit, instantly piercing 3 spheres, their purple fluid spurting out. The remaining 2 hastily activated teleportation, only to collide head-on with Li Qingshan's already prepared blazing sword energy. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion cleared the purple mist within a kilometer radius, revealing the honeycomb-like surface of the nest. However, more spheres surged from the ground, their outer shells forming an energy shield that forcefully blocked the aftershocks of the flames. Tisk, interesting. Li Qingshan wiped his faceplate, the armor humming excitedly. Nanla charged in from the flank, her shield deflecting a barrage of lasers. She swung her water darts, pinning 3 attacking spheres to the rock face. These guys are much tougher than those on Earth. She gritted her teeth. Don't get distracted. Xiu had charged forward, his thunder axe sweeping across, slicing 2 approaching spheres in 2. Their energy shields have weaknesses, attack the joints. High in the air, Zhang Heli unfurled her photon wings, her Windhawk crossbow firing in rapid succession, each arrow hitting the sphere's energy core precisely. Mother nest detected? She shouted into the comms. Large-scale energy reaction at 300 meters underground. On the other side, Zhang Zhu, like a heavy tank, rampaged through the enemy ranks, his meteor spear sweeping away several spheres with each attack. However, their plasma blades sparked against the Black Rhino armor. Windhawk! Clear the field! Zhang Zhu roared, raising his energy shield to buy time for his teammates. Li Nalu was already poised for action, her Wind Eagle sword and Wind Eagle crossbow combining into a giant boomerang, Azure Star Vortex. The boomerang transformed into a blue halo, slicing through the enemy ranks, monsters falling like waves of wheat in its path. However, 3 Lord-level spheres suddenly teleported behind her, purple energy blasts condensing in their mouthparts already locked onto her back. Watch out! Che Xiaoyan charged in from the side, her chest armor taking the brunt of 3 energy blasts, exploding into layers of sparks. At the same time, Jean Gilia launched a surprise attack from underground, his earth-splitting blade cleaving a lord in 2 from below. Their teleportation has a cooldown. Jean Gilia shouted, now. Li Chunhao seized the opportunity, his flaming blade igniting a towering pillar of fire, cleaving through the energy shields of the last 2 lords in 2. Jiang Yao hovered above the battlefield, the golden light of his ultimate emperor armor standing out starkly against the purple mist. He gripped the Aurora sword in one hand, its blade slicing through space with effortless ease, creating a spatial rift that devoured dozens of spheres. They can even become invisible, there's something else, he commented, then with a backhand strike, froze 3 more spheres attempting to self-destruct in spacetime. Seiko Busujima's figure flashed like a ghost, her Miao sword shimmering with 5-colored light, each strike precisely severing the sphere's energy pathways. Her movements were as graceful as a dance, yet deadly efficient. Jiang Yao chuckled, pointing the Aurora sword at the Earth's core. The little culprit has awakened. The entire planet suddenly trembled violently, its tectonic plates beginning to reorganize. A colossal sphere, comparable to a mountain range, was awakening, each of its tentacles the size of a city, its surface covered in black hole-like absorbing scales. Give this to me. Seiko Busujima's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Jiang Yao, however, pressed down on her shoulder. Let them try first. With that, he issued a rallying order to all the armored warriors. The ultimate test was about to begin. When the two teams of battered armored warriors saw the giant monster bursting from the ground, everyone fell silent. Charge! Li Qingshan charged forward first, his flaming blade unleashing a 1,000-meter-long wave of fire. Chapter 139. Form the formation. With a roar from Li Qingshan, 5 dazzling beams of light shot into the sky. The 5 armored warriors of the team stepped onto the 5 elements positions, their armor's energy pattern simultaneously lighting up, weaving into a massive energy network in the void. Fire generates earth. Li Qingshan gripped the flaming blade with both hands, channeling scorching fire energy into the armor of Earth Tiger warrior Pei'anji. Pei'anji's earth-splitting blade instantly swelled several times in size, lava-like patterns appearing on its blade. Earth generates metal. Pei'anji transferred energy to Snow Mastiff warrior Xiohe. Thunder roared on Xiohe's thunder axe, lightning condensing into a tangible golden blade. Metal generates water. Xiohe turned and injected energy into Black Rhino warrior Nanla's body. Nanla's meteor spear was instantly covered by a crystalline water curtain, its tip spewing high-pressure water blades. Water generates wood. Nanla's energy flowed towards Zhang Heli, the Wind Eagle hero. Zhang Heli's Wind Eagle sword shone with an emerald-like brilliance, the feather patterns on its blade seemingly coming to life. Wood generates fire. Zhang Heli finally transferred the energy back to Li Qingshan. When the 5 elements mutual generation was complete, a massive magic array, with a diameter of 1 million meters appeared beneath the 5 figures, its 5-colored light shooting straight into the sky. 5 elements demon-slaying array activated. At the center of the array, the spherical queen let out a terrified roar. It frantically waved its tentacles, trying to escape, but was firmly imprisoned in place by the power of the 5 elements. Demon Sealing Slash. Li Qingshan struck first, his blazing blade unleashing a fiery line that cleaved through the heavens and earth, cleaving the queen's protective shield. Earth-splitting slash. Pei'anji followed closely behind, his earth-splitting blade plunging into the ground, countless lava spikes erupting from beneath the queen, pinning it in midair. Piercing wind. Zhang Heli transformed into a streak of azure lightning, her Wind Eagle sword piercing precisely into the core of the Queen Mother. Raging torrent. Nanla's meteor spear flew from his hand, the long spear, carrying high-pressure water blades, cascaded like a galaxy, piercing dozens of transparent holes through the queen's body. Thunderous strike. Xiohe leaped high, his thunderous axe crashing down with immense lightning, the blinding light utterly pulverizing the queen's remains. Under the combined attack of the 5 elements, the spherical queen didn't even have time to scream before being completely annihilated into the most basic particles. On the entire battlefield, only a scorched crater 100 kilometers in diameter remained, testifying to the earth-shattering battle that had taken place here. A squad of armored warriors were celebrating their victory, when the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently. At first, they thought it was the aftershocks of the battle, but the tremors grew stronger, and the entire continent began to crack. Something's wrong. Zhang Heli was the first to notice the anomaly. She unfurled her photon wings and ascended into the air, her pupils contracting sharply. The distant horizon was twisting and bulging, as if some colossal being was awakening. Retreat! This planet is alive! She shouted through the communicator. Almost simultaneously, Qin Chiyul of the second team also noticed something amiss. The underground energy readings had skyrocketed. This wasn't an ordinary earthquake. Without hesitation, both teams summoned their light steeds. 10 streaks of light shot into the sky, instantly breaking through the atmosphere. When they looked back, the sight before them sent chills down everyone's spines. The purple planet was deforming. Countless abyssal fissures cracked open on the surface, spewing forth viscous purple energy streams. The continental plates twisted and reorganized, gradually forming a blurry, gigantic face, while the oceans boiled and coalesced into tens of thousands of tentacles. The entire planet was, in fact, a dormant superlife form. How can we fight this? Che Xiaoyan's voice trembled. Facing an enemy comparable to a planet, even the 5 elements armor seemed so insignificant. Just as everyone was in despair, 2 golden beams of light streaked across the battlefield from the other side. Jiang Yao and Seiko Busujima stood side by side, their armor resonating with a dazzling light. Merge, Jiang Yao commanded briefly. Seiko Busujima nodded, and the Emperor armor instantly disintegrated and reformed, perfectly merging with Jiang Yao's ultimate Emperor armor. When the light faded, the ultimate Emperor armor, radiating stellar light, appeared in the void. The planetary monster roared deafeningly, tens of thousands of tentacles simultaneously attacking the Emperor armor. However, the Emperor armor merely touched the 5 armor mark with the Aurora's sword. 5 Saints' inevitable kill. The moment the sword tip touched the mark, the void trembled. A dazzling golden dragon, spanning the galaxy, leaped from the sword's edge, its 5 claws gleaming with multicolored holy light. Where the golden dragon passed, space rippled. The tentacles, thousands of kilometers in diameter, disintegrated at the molecular level the moment they touched the dragon's breath, like wax in a furnace. The purplish-black monster's tissue first shimmered with a mother-of-pearl-like luster, then dissolved into shimmering stardust. A dreamlike purple rain of light fell over the entire star field. But the vitality of a planet-level monster far exceeded expectations. Countless fleshy energy veins emerged in the purified area, pulsating like blood vessels, drawing energy from the void. At a visible speed, tens of thousands of even thicker tentacles burst forth from the planet's surface. Jiang Yao and Seiko Busujima exchanged a glance, their pupils beneath their visors simultaneously gleaming with brilliant golden light. With swift fingers, ancient cosmic runes condensed into an array in the void. Heaven and earth, open! The Emperor's armor suddenly expanded, each plate transforming into a miniature star. When the giant fully unleashed his Dharma form, his imposing figure surpassed the size of a star. A gigantic hand, shimmering with golden light, grasped, and an Emperor's halberd, spanning the void, gradually took shape. Emperor's demon-slaying annihilation slash. The instant the halberd struck, the starlight of the entire Milky Way dimmed. At the moment of contact, there was no explosion, no deafening roar. A spherical curtain of pure light spread out, and wherever its light touched, matter vanished into nothingness, mountains vaporized, oceans evaporated. When the light swept across the Earth's core, the entire planet disappeared silently into the void, like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. Only the core of a planet, pulsating with purple light, remained suspended in the void, slowly beating like a removed heart. Jiang Yao raised his right hand, and the Aurora's sword drew a perfect yin-yang arc in the void. Splitting. With this soft shout, 2 intertwined ribbons of light shot out from the sword tip. One black, one white, like the first rays of light at the dawn of the universe, precisely binding the restless star's core. The planet's core was evenly cleaved in 2, the cut surface smooth as a mirror, revealing an internal vortex of energy like a galaxy. The 10 armored warriors stared in stunned disbelief. Jean Gilia's earth-splitting blade had fallen from his hand without his noticing. This was the true power of the Emperor's armor. The instant the planet vanished, a blue screen popped up before Jiang Yao's eyes. Side quest. If the enemy can go, so can I. Completed. Quest rewards. Constitution Enhancement Agent *2, Space Gate, Island Filling Blocks X100. You can stay in this world for 24 hours. Mandatory return upon expiration. Chapter 140. Jiang Yao raised his hand and lightly touched his brow. His Dharma form receded like a tide, and the ultimate Emperor armor returned to normal. He gripped the Aurora's sword and elegantly slashed it through the void. Sizzle! A spatial rift opened in response, its interior swirling with starlight like a galaxy. Everyone take note. Jiang Yao's voice carried undeniable authority. Return immediately. The armored warriors of Team 1 and Team 2 rode their light shadow steeds into the spatial passage. After crossing the spatial passage, Jiang Yao turned to Seiko Busujima. One last thing. The two transformed into a rainbow of gold and red light, instantly arriving at the surface of the sun. The scorching corona surged around the Emperor armor, yet it couldn't harm them in the slightest. Jiang Yao opened his palm, and half of the star core left behind by the planetary monster floated up. Go! With a flick of his finger, the star core plummeted into the sun's core like a meteor. The surging solar prominences suddenly froze, and a massive 5-elements array appeared on the entire surface of the star. Indigo, crimson, yellow, white, and black halos flowed within the sun, ultimately forming an eternal energy cycle. Now, Jiang Yao watched the transforming sun with satisfaction. Even if we leave, the 5-elements armor of this world will not disappear. When the two returned to Earth, a dark blue spatial gate had already formed. When they returned to the skies above Seoul, Zhang Heli and the others were already standing before the spatial gate. She glanced back at the worried Li Nalu, then suddenly smiled. Don't look like that. I'm going home. Maybe we see each other again. As the spatial gate slowly closed over the Hyosan High School playground, the anxiously waiting parents finally saw their children return. Qingshan! Qingshan's mother rushed forward first, embracing her son tightly, tears soaking his clothes. Qingshan hugged his mother back tightly, feeling her frail body trembling. Thankfully, it was all over. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Nan Wenxiao stood quietly not far away, her black hair swaying gently in the breeze, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. The hasty farewell, the unfinished confession, all flooded back to him. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Wenxiao took a deep breath and strode towards Qi Shan. Qi Shan. Her voice was soft, yet exceptionally firm. I thought it through. She reached out and hugged him tightly in front of everyone. Let's date. These words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. Qi Shan's mother's eyes widened, then she burst into laughter through her tears. Nan Xiao raised an eyebrow, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Han Jingxiu let out an exaggerated whistle, while Xiuhe and Nanla exchanged a knowing smile. Qi Shan stood frozen, feeling the warmth of the girl in his arms. Her hair brushed against his cheek, carrying a faint scent of cherry blossoms. At this moment, all the battles, all the pain, became worthwhile. I thought, his voice was a little hoarse, you make me wait even longer. When Zhao looked up, his eyes filled with tears yet a smile. Fool, do you want me to wait until the next apocalypse? A burst of good-natured laughter and applause rang out on the playground. And just then, the ground began to tremble violently, the gravel on the playground bouncing as if boiling. What's going on? Nan Xiao instinctively shielded his daughter behind him. Outside the school gate, a torrent of steel was rolling in. More than 30 K2 main battle tanks, their 125mm smoothbore guns all turning towards the school, their muzzles gleaming with a deathly cold light in the sunlight. 8 H-1S Cobra attack helicopters hovered in combat formation 100 meters above the ground, their 20mm cannons gleaming with a brass sheen. Higher up, 4 F-15K fighter jets tore through the clouds, their AGM-84 missiles already disarmed. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. A mechanized ultimatum blared from a military jeep's loudspeaker, or else necessary measures would be taken. Just as the first tank's cannon ignited with a charging flash, the entire campus was suddenly engulfed in golden light. A yin-yang symbol, a kilometer in diameter, appeared from the void. As the yin and yang fish slowly rotated, all incoming artillery fire was annihilated the moment it touched the light barrier. A tow missile that exploded on the surface of the symbol was absorbed and transformed by the yin and yang fish as if by ink. Jiang Yao, hovering 100 meters in the air, silently watched all this. Having just wiped out the monster planet, this childish game held no interest for him. Boring. With a soft sigh, Jiang Yao snapped his right thumb and middle finger together, giving a crisp sound. Instantly, the armor of the frontline tanks began to crumble and peel away, starting from the gun barrels. The steel, as if eroded by millennia, instantly turned into crimson iron filings that scattered in the wind. The helicopter rotor disintegrated into metal dust under the pilot's horrified gaze, and the numbers on the cockpit dashboard rapidly dropped to zero like a videotape playing in reverse. 10 seconds later, only dust and bewildered soldiers remained outside the school gate. This is impossible. A colonel staggered backward, dropping his pistol. He frantically pounded on the swirling golden light before him, but couldn't even create a ripple. The parade ground was silent. Everyone looked up at the godlike figure. Although the parents had witnessed the power of the Tai Chi formation, Jiang Yao's ability to casually wipe out an army still left them utterly horrified. Jiang Yao turned to Siko Busujima beside him and extended his hand. Want to go sunbathing? A smile flashed in Siko's purple eyes, and she grasped his hand without hesitation. The two figures transformed into a golden beam, soaring into the sky, piercing the atmosphere, and flying towards the distant sun. On the star's surface, Jiang Yao gently placed a shimmering star core, bringing eternal stability to the star system. Looking back at that azure planet, a trace of reminiscence flickered in Jiang Yao's eyes. It's time to go. The two figures transformed into azure starlight and disappeared into the vast universe. Meanwhile, on the playground of Shaoshan High School, a golden feather slowly drifted down. Aoyama caught the feather, which transformed into specks of light in his palm, vaguely forming 4 words. Until we meet again. 3 months after the apocalyptic crisis ended, life at Shaoshan High School seemed to have returned to normal. However, every night, 5 dazzling beams of light would pierce the city's night sky. Aoyama and the others discovered that even though Jiang Yao had left, they could still summon their armor using the summoning device. Peianji became the most peculiar presence on campus. Having been bullied before, she now retaliated in kind whenever she saw similar situations. I heard you like to shove other people's heads down the toilet? Earth Tiger Warrior, holding a thug by the collar, spoke with a cold laugh from beneath his mask. Want to try it yourself? Chapter 141. The bully who had tormented countless classmates was now hanging in midair, his face deathly pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. But Angie never truly harmed them. She merely made the bullies experience the fear of victims firsthand. Then, as they wept, she would say, "If there's a next time, I make you remember this day forever." The other four were active around the world, while Qinshan seemed to have received some mysterious mission. When Israel blockaded Gaza, Yanlongxia appeared and directly destroyed its military forces, plunging these despicable individuals into exile once again. Hopefully, this time they would encounter kind-hearted acceptors. The strangest thing was the attitude of the Dhaka government. Even though the armor warriors frequently appeared in public, and were even widely reported by global media, the Dhaka authorities seemed to have collective amnesia, never investigating their true identities. "I think Jiang Yao did something before he left," Qishan said, looking at the official statement in the news that the armor warriors' identities had once again been unidentified during a secret gathering. Or rather, when Zhao gazed thoughtfully at the sky, he had foreseen all of this. Morning light pierced through the thin mist, spilling onto the white sand beaches of Peach Blossom Island. Jiang Yao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the waves gently lapping against the rocks in the distance, toying with the golden glowing physique enhancement potion in his hand. Siko Busujima hugged him from behind, her purple hair still carrying the damp scent of her bath. "Aren't you going to look at the other rewards first?" Her voice held a languid contentment, her fingertips lightly tracing the potion bottle in Jiang Yao's palm. Strengthening oneself is the most important thing. Jiang Yao turned and handed her another enhancement potion. "Use this one first." Both men simultaneously drank the potion. In an instant, Jiang Yao's muscle fibers seemed to be injected with liquid metal, his bones emitting a sickeningly resonant sound. 100-ton weight. He raised his arm, pale golden energy veins flowing beneath his skin, almost at the Hulk's normal level. On the other side, Siko's slender body stretched out in the sunlight, her skin gleaming with a mother-of-pearl-like sheen. After being enhanced by the spherical monster's energy, coupled with the body-enhancing agent, Siko Busujima could practically cosplay as Spider-Man. In the afternoon, Jiang Yao stood on the cliff edge on the eastern side of the island, taking out an island-filling block. As he threw it, the azure sea suddenly boiled. Countless hexagonal metal plates emerged from the void, automatically assembling and extending like puzzle pieces. The waves were pushed aside by an invisible force field, and in less than a minute, a crescent-shaped island of 100 square kilometers had taken shape. The entire island was as smooth as a mirror, and the natural harbor on its north side was large enough to dock an aircraft carrier. Now, the real show begins. Two sets of spatial portals provided by the simulator floated before him, the larger one large enough for a warship to pass through. Jiang Yao embedded the smaller portal into the villa's basement. The pale blue portal flowed silently within the basement, the light screen rippling like water. Bakushima Siko saw a small villa with a courtyard beyond the portal. "This is..." Her fingertips passed through the light screen, feeling the breeze of the real world caressing them. Jiang Yao gazed at her slightly trembling pupils, and suddenly realized, this was the first time Busashima Siko had truly stepped into his world. Not a battlefield for survival in the apocalypse, not a simulated space, but the city where he had grown up. "Welcome to my territory." His voice was a few decibels lower than usual. As Siko Busujima fully passed through the portal, morning light streamed through the French windows, casting dappled shadows on her dress. Jiang Yao stared at the purple-haired girl standing in the villa, feeling a dizzying sense of temporal displacement. "Like taking your wife back to your hometown?" His offhand joke concealed a nervousness only he knew. The cold glint of a drawn Yao sword flashed between them. Siko lightly lifted Jiang Yao's chin with the tip of the sword, the blade reflecting her flushed earlobe. "Who's your wife?" But before the words were even finished, her left hand had already honestly slipped between his fingers, the tightness of their interlocking fingers making their knuckles slightly white. Jiang Yao suddenly pressed her hand to his chest, the rapid beating there making Siko's eyes widen. So this man, capable of destroying stars with his bare hands, was now beating as fast as a high school student on their first date. "Let's go," Siko Busujima said with a playful smile, changing into a purple traditional Chinese-style dress. "Take me to eat the spicy hot pot you mentioned. At a naval base in the East China Sea, 3 a.m. Report. Radar detected unidentified energy. A piercing alarm ripped through the night sky, and the base instantly went on high alert. The vertical launch systems of the Type 052D destroyers disengaged, and the launch silos of the coastal defense missile sites rose. All searchlights simultaneously focused on the eerie blue light screen that suddenly appeared on the sea surface, a massive 30-meter-high spatial portal, its frame adorned with runes from an unknown civilization. "Maintain vigilance. The drone squadron will conduct reconnaissance first. Fleet Commander Lin Wade was stared intently at the monitor screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the command console. When the images transmitted by the Wing Long 10 reconnaissance aircraft showed an unfamiliar sea area beyond the portal, his pupils contracted sharply. Contact the Academy of Sciences, immediately. 3 hours later, a special formation assembled. Guys, history will be written by us. Commander Lin personally checked the equipment of the 12 Jialong Special Forces members. His gaze slowly swept over the female officer at the end of the formation. Dr. Su Mingwe, a theoretical physicist, was clumsily checking her radiation suit, but her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses gleamed with fanaticism. The engines of the assault boat roared to life. As they closed the distance, the full view of the portal gradually became clear. It was a massive light screen suspended above the sea, its edges swirling with energy ripples resembling the aurora borealis. The seawater became translucent, like jelly, the moment it touched the light screen, allowing glimpses of shimmering light and shadow on the other side to be seen. All teams, prepare. Chen Yan's voice came through the communicator. 3, 2, 1. The moment the bow of the boat touched the light screen, the entire world seemed to be muted. Su Mingyue's eyes widened as she watched her palm ripple like water as it passed through the light screen. Then, what unfolded before them was a giant floating island constructed of silver-gray alloy. Gravity acceleration detected, 9.80665 m/s superscript 2. Su Mingyue's voice trembled, the instrument in her hand beeping rhythmically, Planck's constant measured at 6.62607015. Perfectly consistent. Chen Yan crouched down, his tactical dagger slicing a mark on the metal floor. The scraped debris displayed a familiar iron-nickel alloy curve on the portable spectrometer, indistinguishable from special steels found on Earth. Chapter 142. Reporting to command, the captain pressed the communication button, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. He confirmed that the physical rules were completely consistent with the main world. Repeat, completely consistent. In the distance, several seagulls landed on the railing of the floating island, emitting clear cries. This utterly ordinary sight brought tears to the eyes of all the team members. In their adventure across worlds, nothing was more reassuring than this. Birds still followed aerodynamics, the seawater was still salty, and the metal beneath their feet from this other world still obeyed the laws of physics familiar to humankind. Half a day later, at the signing ceremony of the Strategic Cooperation Agreement, red flags fluttered in the sea breeze. Su Mingyue stood in the audience, her fingers unconsciously tracing the gold embossed cover of the agreement copy. The resources of a complete world. She stared at the bolded text about the joint development rights, her voice barely a whisper, like a dream. No technological blockade, no patent barriers, not even. At the celebratory banquet that evening, the aerospace chief engineer, drunk, embraced his colleague from another world and shouted, "I'm going to build a kilometer-level orbital elevator. Using your materials, 3 years. Just 3 years." Then the shipbuilding engineer opposite him, his eyes red, retorted, "First, help us build our aircraft carrier fleet." Su Mingyue leaned on the balcony railing, watching the transport planes crisscrossing the night sky. Those flashing navigation lights resembled the starry sky she had seen in her childhood on the Qinghai Plateau. The sea breeze swept through her loose hair, carrying away a murmur tinged with alcohol. This time, we're really going to take a rocket to space. 1 day later, at the Wulong Mountain Villa. On Jiang Yao's retina, the pale blue system screen silently unfolded. He lay supine by the outdoor pool of the Wulong Mountain Villa, a glass of freshly squeezed apple juice in his hand. In the pool, Seiko Busujima swam gracefully like a mermaid, her wet, purple hair tracing a silvery trail on the water's surface. On the screen, countless world names flashed by like shooting stars, finally settling on. "I am Legend. The virus wiped out 90% of humanity." Jiang Yao murmured softly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the water droplets condensed on the glass. 9% became night demons, only 1% of the lucky ones gained natural antibodies. Seiko Busujima emerged from the water, her pale arms resting on the edge, water droplets rolling down her graceful neck. Which world? She tilted her head slightly, water droplets from her hair blooming like tiny flowers on the tiles. "I am Legend," Jiang Yao responded softly, "a New York where only one person survived." The familiar lottery began. The Emperor's armor had already secured its place in the draw slot, so there was only one chance to win this time. 5 dark gold cards emerged from the void, their backs shrouded in nebulae that slowly rotated. Jiang Yao pointed at the leftmost card. The moment it flipped, blue light burst forth. Red dragon emblem Desert Eagle, unlimited ammo version. The silver-white barrel was wrapped in crimson dragon scale patterns, and the magazine shimmered with scarlet energy. TSK. He examined the weapon with a half-smile. I neglected you in the last world, and now you chased after me to the new world? 2 hours later, in the villa's home theater. The screen had just finished playing the 4K restored version of I Am Legend, and the end credits were slowly rolling. Seiko Busujima leaned lazily against the leather sofa, her long legs crossed, her skin, faintly visible beneath her pencil skirt, still flushed pink. Junior, she said, a strand of hair twirling between her fingers, a seductive smile playing in her purple eyes, come back soon, I'm waiting for you. Jiang Yao's figure gradually blurred on the sofa, finally disappearing completely in blue light. After a moment of darkness, Jiang Yao's boots touched the soft grass. He looked down at himself, wearing a fitted black trench coat over a turtleneck tactical sweater, the leather holster at his waist gleaming matte in the sunlight. Quite fitting. He chuckled softly, and retrieved the Desert Eagle with the red dragon emblem from his system space. Suddenly, a chaotic hoofbeat came from afar, a herd of deer frantically rushing through the woods, the crisp sound of antlers snapping against bushes echoing through the air. Jiang Yao narrowed his eyes. When the largest buck was less than 20 meters away, he raised his hand and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out through the forest, the bullet piercing the buck's forehead precisely. The deer fell to the ground, the rest of the herd scattering in all directions. Surely with this venison, the dog wouldn't chase him into the building because of its greed. Almost simultaneously, the roar of an engine came from afar. A Ford Mustang roared out of the bushes, and the man in the driver's seat slammed on the brakes when he saw Jiang Yao standing in the woods with a gun. Woof! Woof woof! Sam, the German shepherd in the passenger seat, barked frantically, his front paws gripping the car window. Robert Neville's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. He stared intently at the stranger through the windshield. 3 years had passed. This was the first time he had seen a living human like himself. Sam only ever barked at living people, which filled him with both anticipation and fear. Easy, Sam, Robert whispered to his beloved dog, slowly opening the car door. Stand there, don't move, he shouted hoarsely. Put the gun on the ground. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow, deliberately slowing his movements as he holstered the Desert Eagle. Relax, soldier, I'm just here to hunt. When the two were within 5 meters, Robert suddenly staggered. This tough guy, who had survived alone for 1,095 days in the apocalypse, now had tears welling up in his eyes, like a lost child. God! He choked out, You really are? A fire quickly rose in the clearing. Robert skillfully processed the venison, the sharp hunting knife sizzling as it cut through the hide. He kept glancing up at Jiang Yao, as if afraid the other might suddenly disappear. So, there are survivors in Washington? Robert skewered a piece of rib onto a branch, the fat dripping into the fire with a sizzling sound. Jiang Yao casually poked at the fire, a dozen or so, scattered around. He told a white lie, I'm used to acting alone. Beep beep beep, Robert's watch beeped. Hey Jiang, I think we should get out of here. As their car pulled into the steel-reinforced villa, the setting sun had already painted the Manhattan skyline crimson. A full disinfection procedure. Robert solemnly handed over the spray can. Those things have a nose more sensitive than a dog's. As the pungent smell of disinfectant filled their nostrils, Jiang Yao noticed Robert checking every single steel louver. With a click, the last protective barrier closed, completely isolating the house from the outside world. The lights cast long shadows on the metal walls. Chapter 143. Robert took 2 military-grade cans from the locker, the knife scraping open the metal with a soft hiss. The solidified grease trembled on the spoon tip, gleaming greasily under the light. Sorry, that's all. He pushed the cans towards him with a wry smile. The fresh venison wouldn't be ready until tomorrow. It's already quite a feast. Jiang Yao deliberately scraped the cans loudly, adding a touch of warmth to this meager dinner. Robert paused, his sunken eyes appearing even more weary under the light. During the routine post-dinner inspection, Robert became unusually talkative. He nervously ran his fingers over the steel shutters of each window, rambling on like he was introducing treasures. Triple-layered bulletproof glass, homemade electric grid, motion sensors. Upon reaching the basement, he suddenly lowered his voice. I planted enough C4 here to flatten the entire block. In the dim light, a strange smile twisted at the corner of his mouth. He rather perished together with them than become one of those things. Late at night, Jiang Yao was placed in a south-facing bedroom on the 2nd floor. The sheets smelled faintly of camphor, clearly freshly taken from a sealed bag. Robert held Sam and whispered goodnight before hastily retreating to the master bedroom, where a bathtub stood, his only safe haven for the past 3 years. Jiang Yao heard Sam's panting from next door, and the rustling of clothes against the ceramic tub as Robert curled up in the bathtub. In the distance, the howls of the night demon rose and fell, like an endless requiem. As morning light streamed into the room through the gaps in the steel blinds, Robert had already finished his morning run with Sam. When Jiang Yao came downstairs, the aroma of sizzling venison chops wafted from the kitchen. Robert was humming a tuneless rendition of Hotel California as he flipped the sizzling steak. "Try this," Robert said, pushing a golden brown, crispy venison steak towards Jiang Yao, a rare smile spreading across his face. It was marinated in the last bottle of 82 Lafite. Sam paced impatiently nearby, his tail slapping the ground with a loud thud. After the meal, Robert seemed to suddenly become very talkative. He excitedly pulled on his leather jacket and patted Jiang Yao on the shoulder. "Come on, let me introduce you to my friends." Their footsteps echoed through the empty streets of Manhattan. Robert pushed open the glass door of a music store. The wind chimes tinkled softly. "This is Bob." He nodded to the mannequin in front of the cashier. "My chess partner." The mannequin wore a faded plaid shirt, and an unfinished game of chess lay on the board in front of it. "This is Emily." Robert gently adjusted the lace hem of the mannequin's skirt. "We have dinner together every Thursday." His fingers trembled slightly as they touched the dummy's cold cheek, but he quickly burst into laughter, trying to hide it. "Buddy, you need to say hello to Emily. She's the prettiest girl on the block." The midday sun beat down on the rusty aircraft carrier deck, sending up waves of heat. Robert nimbly climbed onto the wing of the F-14 fighter jet, his leather shoes echoing hollowly on the metal surface. He spread his arms as if standing on top of the world, letting the sea breeze ruffle the hem of his leather jacket. "Watch closely." Robert took a golf ball from his backpack and casually tossed it onto the tilted wing. The moment the club swung, he seemed 10 years younger. The white ball traced a perfect parabola, splashing tiny ripples on the azure sea. Bang! He mimicked the sound of a missile exploding, turned to Jiang Yao with a grin, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. "Jiang, you too." Robert jumped off the wing, enthusiastically shoving the cue stick at him. His movements were so hurried he almost tripped over the scattered shell casings, yet he still smiled. Jiang Yao took the cue stick, watching Robert eagerly set up the ball for him. The man's fingertips trembled slightly, not from fear, but from some kind of almost morbid excitement. Bang! Beautiful. My turn. Laughter and the crisp sound of the cue stick echoed across the deck. Jiang Yao deliberately missed a few shots, watching Robert cheer like a college student who had won a match. Sunlight danced on his gray stubble, and for a moment, Jiang Yao almost forgot that this was a soul on the verge of collapse. Sam lay quietly in the shade, his wet nose pressed against his front paws. Its amber eyes always followed its master, and whenever Robert laughed, its tail would gently pat the deck, as if in keeping with this lonely comedy. The sea breeze suddenly picked up, scattering Robert's laughter. He gazed at the fragmented Manhattan skyline in the distance, his smile gradually freezing. His fingers unconsciously traced the grip of his golf club, where a line of small characters was engraved, "Happy Birthday, Dad. 2009. As the sun reached its zenith, Robert's expression suddenly turned serious. Jiang Yao followed him to the rusty container at the end of the dock, watching Robert skillfully open the iron door. Inside, various electronic devices were neatly arranged, an old-fashioned radio transmitter, several car batteries, and a hand-welded antenna array. "I used this equipment for 3 years, he said without looking up, lightly tapping a faulty relay with a screwdriver. With a soft beep, the transmitter screen lit up green. Robert took a deep breath and brought the microphone to his lips. Jiang Yao noticed his Adam's apple bob a few times before he spoke. "This is Robert Neville." His voice trembled slightly at the beginning, but quickly became firm. "It's exactly noon in New York. I'm repeating this broadcast from South Street Pier." Robert's eyes were fixed on the signal indicator, as if that would make the radio waves travel further. "I can provide food, medicine, safe shelter." His fingers tapped lightly on his thigh with each word, the knuckles making a dull thud against his jeans. "If you hear this broadcast..." Suddenly, Robert's voice brightened. He turned to look at Jiang Yao standing beside him, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. "That's right. I have some good news to share." His voice rose sharply, filled with undisguised joy. "Just yesterday, I found my first living companion in 3 years." Robert excitedly patted Jiang Yao on the shoulder and continued into the microphone. "This means there must be many more survivors in the world. I sincerely hope. I hope more people can join us." The sea breeze carried his voice far, and in the sunlight, Robert's eyes shone brightly, as if the flame of hope had been rekindled. Chapter 144. The afterglow of the setting sun was cut into fine golden threads, by the steel-louvered windows. Robert opened the tempered glass door of the underground laboratory. "Welcome to my holy land." His voice carried the fervor unique to scientists. The lights came on, illuminating the roughly 50-square-meter underground space. Jiang Yao's gaze swept over the serum molecular structure diagram on the wall, landing on the row of glass culture chambers in the center. A dozen or so mice in their respective chambers were in drastically different states. Some were already stiff and motionless, some were frantically banging against the glass, and the one on the far right. My God! Robert suddenly lunged at the rightmost chamber, his nose almost touching the glass. The gray-white mouse was quietly munching on grains, its black bean-like eyes clear and bright. It recovered. The serum really worked. Jiang Yao leaned closer to observe, and found that the ulcer at the injection site on the mouse's neck was scabbing over. Robert grabbed the blood collection equipment from the lab table, and skillfully drew blood from the mouse's vein. His fingers trembled slightly, yet the needle tip remained as steady as a rock as it precisely pierced the mouse's tail vein. "Look at this." He practically lunged at the electron microscope. "Look at this lymphocyte activity, and the degree of synaptic repair." His explanation grew faster and faster, eventually turning into incoherent babbling. It wasn't until Jiang Yao patted his shoulder that Robert snapped out of his daze. Robert slowly turned around, his eyes burning with an almost obsessive intensity. The scalpel in his hand traced a cold arc under the lab lamp. "We need a live night demon for human experiments." The tip of the scalpel lightly touched the air. "Tomorrow, would you be willing to?" "2. Jiang Yao suddenly interrupted, tapping the petri dish lightly with his fingers. "1 isn't enough. We need at least 2 for the control experiment." A mocking smile played on his lips. This was basic knowledge taught in middle school biology, wasn't it, Doctor? In the still mist-filled streets of New York, Jiang Yao leaned against the car door. Beside the building, Robert was weaving his death trap like a focused spider. The former military virologist had chained a teetering SUV, half of it dangling from the broken overpass. Perfect bait. Robert muttered to himself, securing the other end of the chain to the building's exterior wall in the shadows. He carefully wrapped a black cloth around the middle section, finally squeezing a drop of blood from his fingertip, letting it drip into the center of the trap. "Come on, babies." Robert wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes fixed on the vehicle. Suddenly, the chain emitted a teeth-grinding scraping sound. Boom! The SUV plummeted from the overpass, and simultaneously, a sharp scream came from the shadows shrouded in black cloth. A twisted figure was dragged out of the darkness by chains, writhing wildly in midair. Roar! From the shadows, a male night demon, easily 2 meters tall, charged out in a rage. Sunlight scorched his skin, the bluish-gray outer layer melted like hot wax, revealing the scarlet muscle tissue beneath. But he paid no heed, spitting putrid saliva from between his fangs, his gaze fixed on the 2 intruders. A clear hatred and threat flickered in his purplish-red eyes. "Oh!" Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow, his fingers lightly tapping the car window. "This little thing has quite a temper, doesn't it?" The next moment, a Desert Eagle was in his hand. For deafening gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, bullets accurately shattering the night demon's shoulder and knee joints. As the monster crashed to the ground, Jiang Yao swung the noose, precisely ensnaring its neck. "Wait! The sunlight will—" Robert's warning was cut short. Jiang Yao exerted force, and the moment the rope taut, the massive body of the night demon was dragged out of shadow. Just as the midday sun was about to scorch its head, a black canvas unfurled like a cloak, precisely wrapping around the monster's upper body. The sizzling sound of flesh corroding came from beneath the fabric, but the protected core remained intact. Robert stared, mouth agape, at the entire ordeal. The meticulously set trap seemed almost superfluous. Professional matters. Jiang Yao casually tossed the rope, dragging the second prize to Robert's feet. It was best to leave it to the professionals. The laboratory's operating lights cast a stark white beam onto 2 metal lab beds, where 2 night demons were firmly secured with specially made alloy restraints. The male night demon's festering skin took on an eerie bluish-gray hue under the intense light, its chest heaving violently as it emitted a beast-like growl. Robert donned his protective mask, his fingers trembling slightly, as he plunged the syringe into the male night demon's bulging vein. KN4 modified serum, 200 cc. He muttered to himself, slowly pushing the syringe plunger. The moment the pale blue liquid flowed into the vein, the test subject suddenly convulsed violently, the restraint snapping and rattling. Heart rate 180. Body temperature 41 degrees. Robert gasped, staring at the monitor. The night demon's pupils shrank to pinpoints, blood foam spilled from between its fangs, and with a cracking sound of breaking bones, its body suddenly stiffened, all vital signs dropping to zero. No, 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 no. Robert frantically searched the medicine cabinet, his trembling hands barely able to hold the viral sample vial. After the re-injection, the night demon's fingertips finally twitched again. Jiang Yao pressed down on Robert's hand, which was about to continue injecting. Wait! He pointed to the monitor. Look at this waveform. It's different from before. The next morning, the laboratory door was flung open. Robert's gaze instantly fell on the humanoid creature on the lab bed, which was slowly blinking. Its skin had lost its bluish-gray hue, and its fangs had shortened to normal canines. God! Robert's voice caught in his throat. The former night demon followed his movements with its cloudy, but clear eyes, its cracked lips moving as if it wanted to say something. Robert steadily walked towards the female night demon's lab bed. He picked up the syringe and checked the serum's clarity against the light, his movements precise and restrained. KN4 modified serum, dosage 200 cubic centimeters. His voice was steady with a slight tremor. The moment the needle pierced the vein, the female night demon's muscles visibly twitched, but Robert's hand remained motionless, steadily pushing the plunger forward. Replenish the viral stock solution to ensure the subject's activity. Done. He stood between the two experimental beds, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two subjects before finally settling on the monitoring screen. Tonight, we know the results tonight. Robert took off his gloves, his palms were sweaty. He glanced at the two subjects one last time and gently closed the laboratory door. Chapter 145. Despite his concern for the two night demons in the lab, Robert decided to go to the docks as usual. What if? He said to Jiang Yao while checking his M16, maybe there really will be survivors today. Sam ran ahead excitedly, tail held high, seemingly sensing his master's anticipation. The scorching sun beat down on the abandoned docks, and the salty sea breeze, carrying the smell of rust, assaulted their senses. Robert had just finished adjusting his radio equipment when he suddenly detected an unusual vibration in his ear. He looked up sharply, his chapped lips slightly parted. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, at the end of the road, a jet-black Ford F-150 was speeding towards them, crushing the broken asphalt. The four xenon headlights on the roof were exceptionally conspicuous, and a crash barrier was welded to the front. Someone, there really is someone. Robert's voice seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his chest. The pickup truck slammed on the brakes 20 meters away, its tires leaving two charred tracks on the road. The driver's side door slowly opened, revealing a pair of oil-stained military boots. The woman, around 30 years old, had dry, yellow hair hastily tied back with a belt, and her deep-set eyes held sharp, hawk-like features. She held a Remington 870 shotgun steadily, pointing it at the ground, but her index finger remained pressed against the trigger guard. Don't move. Her voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping, as she shielded the little boy behind her with her body. The boy, about 7 or 8 years old, wore a dirty hoodie that covered his thin frame. The only clean thing about him was his amber eyes, which were curiously observing Sam through the gap in his mother's arms. Robert slowly raised his hands, his Adam's apple bobbing. I'm Robert Neville, this is Jiang. Anna, the woman interrupted briefly, lowering her gun almost imperceptibly by half an inch. This is my son Ethan. Her calloused fingers tightened on the boy's shoulder. We've been searching along the coastline for 2 months, and we received your broadcast yesterday. The sea breeze suddenly became noisy, and Robert stood still, his trench coat fluttering in the wind. He opened his mouth, but only managed a breathy murmur, welcome. Sam suddenly lunged forward, wagging his tail as he charged towards the little boy. In the instant Anna reflexively raised her gun, Jiang Yao's Desert Eagle was already pressed against her temple. Sam! Come back! Robert's shout ripped through the stagnant air. Surprisingly, the little boy crouched down, cautiously extending his hand to the snarling German shepherd. Good boy. A single, murky tear fell onto Robert's greasy leather shoe. Back at the villa, Robert unearthed his treasured canned goods and wine, along with a plate of freshly roasted venison. 3 years. He poured Anna a glass of red wine, his voice low and somber. Before I met Jiang, I thought I was the last one. Anna took a sip of her wine, her gaze sweeping over the villa's security measures. You lived alone for 3 years. It's not easy. At the other end of the table, Ethan was carefully poking at the raisins on his bread with his fork. Every 3 seconds, the boy's gaze would drift to Sam, who was lying by the fireplace. When the big dog wagged its tail, a smile would unconsciously creep onto his face. Watching this scene, Robert felt a long-lost warmth welling up inside him. Today is truly my lucky day, he whispered to Jiang Yao. First, the experiment made a breakthrough, And then I met them. Jiang Yao smiled but remained silent. Late at night, after Anna and Ethan had fallen asleep, Robert eagerly dragged Jiang Yao to the lab. The moment he pushed open the door, he saw two night demons. No, perhaps they should now be called former night demons, lying quietly on the experimental bed. Their skin had returned to the color of normal humans. The scabs from their festering wounds had fallen off, revealing new skin. But their eyes still shimmered with a faint purple. Even more eerie, they didn't speak, but instead emitted low, guttural sounds at a strange frequency, as if communicating something. And as Robert approached, the male subject suddenly bared his fangs, letting out a threatening growl. They hate me. Robert froze. Jiang Yao stood to the side, his gaze icy. Night demons have evolved emotions and intelligence, Robert. Perhaps they don't want to become human again. What? Jiang Yao said slowly. Think about it. The night demon's strength far surpasses that of humans. Speed, stamina, regeneration. Their only weakness is sunlight, but if they continue to evolve, they might be able to overcome this weakness. Robert's face paled. You mean? This is a racial war. Jiang Yao's voice was calm yet cruel. What you perceive as salvation might be regression for them. The laboratory fell into dead silence. Robert looked at the two former night demons. They were still staring intently at him, their eyes filled with hatred, not gratitude. He finally understood the night demons were no longer human, they were a new species, and humans were merely prey. We can't give them any more time. Jiang Yao's voice was exceptionally clear in the sealed laboratory, like a sharp scalpel slicing through the heavy air. Robert's gaze fell on the experimental data. The curves clearly revealed a terrifying fact. The night demon's cellular activity was twice that of ordinary humans, and their muscle fiber density was an astonishing 3 times greater. His fingers unconsciously traced the KN4 serum test tube, fine droplets of water condensing on the cold glass surface. Their rate of evolution. Robert's voice was dry, like sandpaper scraping. The mutation rate was increasing by 12% per week. If this continued, he didn't finish, but both understood what it meant. Those beings who were once human were transforming into more advanced predators at an alarming rate. Sunlight remained their greatest weakness. Jiang Yao reminded him in a deep voice, but it won't always be like that. Robert remained silent for a long time. His gaze swept over the yellowed photos on the wall. Former colleagues, cured patients. Those smiling faces might now be wandering some corner of New York, their skin bluish-purple, their fangs dripping blood. You're right. He finally spoke, his voice low and firm. The action of placing the KN4 serum back into the refrigerator carried a certain ritualistic quality, the metal door clicking shut with a dull thud. Human civilization must be rebuilt from the ruins. The next morning, Robert was installing ultraviolet searchlights on a Ford Mustang. Dr. Robert Neville was dead in that laboratory filled with naive fantasies. The survivor was a hunter. He took one last look at the rising sun, then turned and headed for the stairs. There, Jiang Yao was already fully prepared, his desert eagle gleaming coldly at his waist. The two exchanged a knowing glance, needing no words. On the streets of New York, the first wave of night demons were fleeing in panic back to their lairs. They were unaware that today would mark the beginning of the reversal of roles between hunter and prey. Chapter 146. Just as they were getting ready to go, Anna suddenly led Ethan over. The woman neatly tied her long hair into a ponytail, the hunting knife at her waist gleaming coldly in the morning light. Count us in. She patted the hunting rifle on her other side, a stubborn smile playing on her lips. We're not some delicate mother and son. Ethan, though small, was already wearing a tactical vest that was clearly a size too big, his small hands gripping a pistol tightly. The boy looked up, his voice young but firm. I can fight too. Jiang Yao and Robert exchanged a glance. Robert crouched down, carefully checking Ethan's equipment. Remember, kid, you must be quick, accurate, and ruthless. His rough hands adjusted the boy's crooked goggles. Shoot when you see the night demon's eyes reflect light, understand? Understood. Ethan nodded vigorously, his eyes behind the goggles shining brightly. 2 modified cars rolled over the broken asphalt road, heading towards the skyscrapers in the heart of Manhattan. Robert drove the lead car, his fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel. Turning right into the shadows, he spoke into the communicator. They love places like this. As the vehicle entered the building shadow, the temperature seemed to drop sharply. Suddenly, a muffled thud came from the roof. They're here. Robert's voice tightened abruptly. From the building shadows, dozens of dark figures surged forth from every dark corner like a tide. Their contorted limbs moved with eerie coordination. Ethan, now! Robert practically roared. The boy's small, unassuming hand slammed down the red button on the center console without hesitation. At the same time, Robert pressed the switch on his own car. 8 specially modified ultraviolet lamps blazed on simultaneously, their blinding sunlight piercing the shadows like swords. Hiss. Ah. The horde of night demons instantly descended into chaos. The monsters at the front seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall, their rotting faces sizzled under the ultraviolet light, emitting plumes of foul-smelling smoke. They scratched their faces in agony, purplish-black blood seeping from between their fingers. The night demons behind them shoved and jostled each other, some were even knocked to the ground by their companions, and quickly trampled into a bloody pulp. Beautiful. Anna excitedly pounded on the car door, but her smile suddenly froze. A night demon leader, easily over 2 meters tall, was moving swiftly along the wall. More intelligent than its brethren, it used the shadows of buildings as cover, attempting a flanking attack. Want bullets? Plenty! Anna abruptly rolled down the window, a wave of scorching heat rushing towards her. She squinted, her shotgun resting steadily on the window frame. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, shotgun shells tearing through the air, piercing 2 bowl-sized holes in Night Demon's head. Robert and Jiangyao had already jumped out of the car, each carrying a bulging C4 backpack. Third pillar on the left. Robert shouted amidst the beeping of the explosives, his voice echoing through the empty building. Anna quickly changed magazines, leaning against the car door, remaining vigilant. Her eyes constantly scanned her surroundings, her shotgun always in firing position. Sweat trickled down her temples, beating on her chin. Mom! Ethan suddenly screamed, leaning out of the sunroof, his voice distorted with fear. 2 o'clock. A dark figure was rushing towards them with astonishing speed. This night demon was clearly more resistant to the scorching ultraviolet rays than its kind. Its body was billowing with blue smoke, yet it still charged at Anna frantically. The woman whirled around, but the barrel of her shotgun was jammed by the car door. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. Jiangyao didn't even turn around, his Desert Eagle pierced through his armpit, the bullet precisely striking the night demon's left eye. The monster's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, its purplish-black brain matter splattering at Anna's feet. Thanks. Anna let out a long breath, her chest heaving. You're welcome. Jiangyao had already planted the last explosive. The red numbers on the electronic display were flashing. 3 minutes left, retreat. As the 2 cars roared 500 meters away, the world behind them seemed to freeze for a second. Then, boom! The deafening explosion shook the entire block. The air inside the car seemed to freeze instantly, the windows rattled violently. Ethan instinctively covered his ears, his face contorted in pain. In the rearview mirror, a ball of orange-red fire erupted from the base of the 30-story building, the shockwave flipping over nearby abandoned vehicles like toys. Then the entire building began to tilt, the groaning of twisting steel beams even drowning out the aftershocks of the explosion. Thousands of tempered glass windows on the building's facade shattered simultaneously, the shards reflecting rainbow-like halos in the sunlight. Robert swerved, the tires leaving 2 charred tracks on the road. The car moved forward instead of backward, and Ethan heard Zhang's voice in the distance. Keep an eye on the kid. Jiangyao leaned half his body out of the window. He held his gun in one hand, the Desert Eagle spitting fire continuously. Bang! 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 Every bullet struck the falling shards of glass with pinpoint accuracy. The prism-like fragments refracted the sunlight into a deathly net of light, countless blinding rays weaving in the shadows. The night demons hiding within had nowhere to hide, trapped in this cage of light. Their skin melted like wax, revealing the crimson muscles beneath, before finally turning to ash with a piercing howl. The main structure of the building finally collapsed completely, sending up a dust storm tens of meters high. Concrete debris rained down like meteorites, one of which struck an abandoned bus behind them, instantly denting its metal roof. Time to retreat. Jiangyao pulled back, brushing the dust off his shoulders. His gaze swept across the rearview mirror, confirming no one had escaped, then he gently patted Robert on the shoulder. Well done, Doctor, at least 1,000 of them wiped out this horde. Robert didn't respond immediately. He watched the dissipating smoke in the rearview mirror, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed to see the brightly lit Manhattan of 3 years ago. His fingers trembled slightly on the steering wheel, but his eyes were more resolute than ever. After reuniting with Anna, the 4 of them repeated their plan, taking down the night demons in 4 more buildings. The 2 cars drove through the ruins, tires crunching over shattered glass with a crisp cracking sound. Anna rolled down the window, the scorching wind tousling her dry, yellow hair. How much ammunition left? she shouted to Robert, who was driving alongside. Robert patted the metal box beside him. Only 3 pieces of C4 left. Enough to blow up 1 more building at most. He suddenly chuckled. If only I could fly a fighter jet. He pointed to the faint outline of an aircraft carrier visible on the Hudson River in the distance. At least 20 F-18s were docked on that carrier, carrying enough incendiary bombs to turn half of Manhattan into glass. Chapter 147. Jiang Yao suddenly grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. I can drive. These words exploded in Robert's ears like a bomb, nearly causing him to drive the car into a ditch. What did you say? Robert's voice trembled slightly. Half an hour later, the 4 stood on the weathered deck of the aircraft carrier. The salty sea breeze, carrying the smell of engine oil, swept over them. Dozens of F/A-18 Hornets were neatly lined up on the flight deck, but most were badly rusted. Jiang Yao raised his hand to summon the system interface. A blue light screen swept across the entire flight deck. Only 2 were still usable, but that was enough. Robert looked at the warplanes corroded by the sea wind, his Adam's apple bobbing. What about the catapult system? The fuel? Leave it to me. Jiang Yao walked to one of the relatively intact fighter jets, lightly pressed his finger on the fuselage, and the hidden inspection panel popped open. Let me see. 70% fuel remaining. Fire control system needs resetting. Catapult. He suddenly flashed a dangerous smile. That's enough. For the next 3 hours, the 4 men busied themselves on the aircraft carrier like ants. Ethan was in charge of clearing debris from the runway, while Anna and Robert, following Jiang Yao's instructions, moved usable missiles and bombs to the available fighter jets. The last one. Anna used tools to push a 500-pound 82 Malawang Quach's bomb into the pylon, sweat soaking her vest. Robert was checking the catapult's hydraulic system. His trench coat was already covered in oil stains. Jiang Yao sat in the cockpit, his fingers flying across the dusty control panel. As each switch was activated, the fighter jet's instrument panel lit up, the HUD projection casting a blue halo on his face. Ready. He gave a thumbs up to the 3 men on deck. As the roar of the turbine engines echoed through the bay, Ethan jumped up excitedly. Robert and Anna stood at the edge of the deck, watching the F/A-18 being launched by the catapult, instantly accelerating to takeoff speed. My God! Robert murmured, the fighter climbing at a near vertical angle, sunlight reflecting off its wings in a blinding flash. The next moment, the entire city of Manhattan heard a deafening sonic boom. Jiang Yao piloted his fighter jet low over the city. The shockwave from the supersonic speed shattered all the glass curtain walls along its path. Billboards in Times Square were torn to shreds like paper, countless shards of glass forming a dazzling rain of light in the sunlight. Fire! With Jiang Yao's shout, an AGM-65 air-to-ground missile roared out, directly striking a skyscraper occupied by the Night Demon. The fireball from the explosion rose hundreds of meters high, the shockwave shattering all the windows of the surrounding buildings. Robert and his 2 companions stood on the aircraft carrier deck, watching as a large part of Manhattan was engulfed in flames. Every marked nightmare lair was reduced to ruins by precise strikes. Anna unconsciously tightened her grip on Ethan's shoulder, while Robert's eyes reflected the towering flames, a slight smile playing on his lips. As the last JDM precision-guided bomb fell, Jiang Yao's fighter jet executed a beautiful roll, its wings tracing golden arcs in the setting sun. In the days that followed, the skies over New York were no longer deathly silent. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, the roar of F/A-18 engines would precisely tear through the morning mist. Jiang Yao piloted his fighter jet, whizzing low overhead, its wings gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the rising sun. The shockwave from the sonic boom shattered the remaining glass curtain wall. Sunlight streamed through the broken windows, illuminating the Night Demon's last hiding place. As Jiang Yao pressed the launch button, an incendiary bomb struck the Central Park subway entrance precisely. An orange-red fireball soared into the air, and the Night Demon hiding in the tunnel let out a piercing wail, turning into charred carcasses. On the ground, Robert and Anna cleared the buildings one by one. Wearing modified bulletproof vests and wielding ultraviolet searchlights, they surgically removed the city's lesions with the precision of surgeons. On the morning of the 5th day, Jiang Yao led Ethan into an M1A2 main battle tank at the military base. The boy excitedly touched the fire control panel, his face flushed with excitement. Want to fire a shot? Jiang Yao ruffled Ethan's hair and pushed an armor-piercing round into the breech. Can I? Ethan's eyes shone brightly. Of course. Jiang Yao helped the boy put on noise-canceling headphones and aimed at the department store at the 3 o'clock position. Boom! The roar of the 120mm smoothbore cannon shattered all the remaining glass within 100 meters. The shell penetrated 3 layers of concrete walls, blasting the night demons hiding inside into pieces. Fantastic. Ethan cheered, but the recoil made him slump back into his seat. Jiang Yao laughed and started the engine. The 56-ton steel behemoth rolled over abandoned vehicles and headed towards Times Square. Meanwhile, in the military base's broadcast room, Robert turned the transmission power to maximum. This is the New York Survivor base. His voice, transmitted through the high-powered antenna, spread in all directions. We provide food, medicine, and absolutely safe shelter. A week later, the first batch of survivors arrived. First to arrive was a remnant of the National Guard, driving modified armored vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns. Next came a few young men who looked like college students, carrying homemade solar-powered devices. But some harbored ill intentions. A bald, burly man claiming to be a colonel, leading more than 20 armed men, attempted to seize the base's armory. Before he could even demonstrate his power, Jiang Yao pointed a tank cannon at his head. Either play along, Jiang Yao standing on the turret, a desert eagle spitting on his fingertip, or become the next target. The bald colonel's expression changed several times, but he finally obediently surrendered his weapon. As night fell, Robert stood on the base's watchtower, gazing at the distant, scattered campfires. 3 years had passed. New York finally felt alive again. Jiang Yao appeared beside him unnoticed, holding 2 cans of ice-cold beer, trophies just found in some underground cold storage. A toast to the new students. Jiang Yao raised the cans. A toast to the new students. Robert tapped the can, tilted his head back, and took a large gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, bringing a long-lost sense of exhilaration. In the distance, in an open field, Ethan was sharing his tank adventures with several children his age. Anna was teaching the female survivors how to use ultraviolet lamps. For the first time, the New York night sky was no longer ruled by the howls of the night demon. In its place was the long-lost bustling sound of people, the hope of rebuilding civilization. Chapter 148. I'm leaving. Jiang Yao suddenly spoke, his voice so soft it was almost carried away by the wind. Robert's hand, holding a beer can, froze abruptly, the aluminum can making a slight creaking sound between his fingers. What? He turned his head, his pupils dilating slightly. Now? But the city has only just... Jiang Yao didn't answer, only raised his right hand. Imperial armor covered his entire body, a dazzling blue light bursting forth, causing Robert to involuntarily close his eyes. Robert, a parting gift. Jiang Yao's lips curled into a slight smile. Robert heard a crisp snap of fingers, followed by a hum as if space was being torn apart. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him made his breath catch in his throat. Martha, standing before him, was his wife, whom he hadn't seen for 3 years. She was still wearing the light blue loungewear she wore that morning of the disaster, even holding the coffee cup she hadn't had time to put down. Beside her, their daughter Emma's little face was filled with astonishment. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Martha's coffee cup clattered to the floor, the brown liquid splashing onto her slippers. Her lips trembled, her gaze shifting from Robert's graying temples to his rough hands. Neville, oh my God, tears welled up in her eyes. You aged so much. Emma rushed to Sam, her small hands incredulously stroking the German shepherd's smooth fur. Sam, how did you grow so big all of a sudden? She looked up, suddenly noticing her father's red eyes. Daddy, why are you crying? Robert knelt down, his arms tightly encircling his wife and daughter. His shoulders trembled violently, hot tears soaking Martha's clothes. Sam also came closer, his wet nose rubbing against Emma's palm. When Robert finally remembered to thank Jiang Yao, he looked up and only saw countless blue specks of light floating in the sky, like stars falling from the night. Golden light scattered across the globe, and the survivors realized with shock that the night demon had been silently wiped out. Back at the Wulong Mountain Villa, Jiang Yao suddenly snapped out of his daze and slapped his thigh. Damn, the transmigration system didn't give me any rewards this time? He thought for a moment, then smiled with relief. Oh well, at least it changed Robert's tragic fate. Otherwise, according to the original plot, that guy would have had to strangle his beloved dog of 3 years with his own hands, only to find out that the night demon didn't want to turn back into a human. That would have been truly frustrating. Suppressing his emotions, he walked out of the bedroom and saw on the sofa. Siko Busujima was wearing a Raiden General cosplay outfit, her low-cut kimono sleeves pulled up to her shoulders. Her collarbone was exposed through a semi-transparent black stocking, her skin shimmering delicately in the sunlight. A dark red sash cinched her slender waist, adorned with purple gemstones that shimmered subtly with her movements. Most alluring was her lower body. The kimono hem was shortened, and deep purple pantyhose encased her long, shapely legs. A red anklet adorned her right ankle, making her skin appear even whiter. "My lord, is this attire to your liking?" Seiko Busujima suddenly asked, using a line from a game, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Before Jiangyao could recover from this shock, Shizuka, sitting on the sofa to his right, burst out laughing. She was wearing a pure white bodycon dress today, the fabric incredibly elastic, perfectly outlining her stunningly beautiful breasts. Most alluring was the delicate little round opening at the chest, the glimpses of her snow-white skin trembling slightly with her soft laughter. Yao was stunned. Shizuka deliberately puffed out her chest, the fabric around the perforation slightly deformed. This was a new one, a breathable one specially bought for hot pot today. "Hey, be mindful of your image." Narikawari sat cross-legged on a single sofa, her healthy, wheat-colored skin glowing like honey in the sunlight. She was only wearing a sports vest and hot pants, her abs clearly visible. Yao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Jiangyao coughed, forcibly tearing his gaze away from the three strikingly different beauties. Why are Shizuka and Narikawari here?" Bakushima Seiko tucked her katana into her waistband and walked to Jiangyao's side. "Shizuka-sensei said she wanted hot pot, so we're planning to go to that newly opened one. We're waiting for you, Junior." Jiangyao looked at the three beauties' outfits. "Dressed like that, you're going to cause a traffic jam." The roar of a spaceship engine echoed in the underground parking garage. Jiangyao reversed into the space with one hand, the car door swung open like a mecha, and three pairs of strikingly different beautiful legs stepped out one after another. Bang! A metallic clang echoed in the distance. A middle-aged man in a suit stared in their direction, his Mercedes hood making intimate contact with a pillar. What a mess. Jiangyao pulled out sunglasses and put them on, but his eyes behind the lenses couldn't hide his smugness. This whole journey had been a veritable human hell. In a coffee shop to the left, a girl with a ponytail was twisting her boyfriend's ear, gritting her teeth. "Have you seen enough? Your eyes are practically popping out." The boy begged for mercy, his eyes still stealing glances in their direction. Crack! The crisp sound of a phone shattering came from the right front. A bespectacled office worker, engrossed in watching something, dropped his new iPhone, the screen cracking into a spiderweb pattern. He stood frozen, his gaze still fixed on Shizuka's swaying figure, until his female colleague stomped on his foot. Seiko Busujima suddenly turned her head, winking playfully at Jiangyao, the tassels of her purple folding fan-shaped headdress swaying gently with her movement. Jiangyao immediately heard a collective gasp behind him. He proudly raised his chin, naturally wrapping his arm around Seiko's slender waist, his fingers landing precisely on the gemstone decoration on her waistband. The private room at the hot pot restaurant finally isolated them from the outside commotion. As the hot pot boiled, Seiko picked up a piece of snowflake beef, dipped it in the spicy broth for 3 seconds, then fed it to Jiangyao, coating it with sesame oil and minced garlic. 2 hours later, Jiangyao, rubbing his bloated stomach, was dragged into a VIP theater. On the screen, a comedian had just tripped and fallen, and amidst the audience's laughter, Seiko suddenly made a hand seal and whispered, "Zen meditation seal." A golden energy field instantly expanded, and the phantom of the Emperor armor flashed across the theater. By the time Jiangyao reacted, the four of them were already in a mirrored space. "You guys?" Jiangyao had barely turned his head when Seiko Busujima pushed him onto the sofa. She pressed one knee against his thigh, the tassels of the Raiden General's folding fan headdress dangling and brushing against his nose. "Junior, let's play a game." Her kimono sleeves slipped down, revealing her wrist wrapped in black bandages. As she untied the bow on her obi sash, cherry blossom suddenly rained down throughout the mirrored space. The Emperor armor automatically disintegrated and reassembled in the void, transforming into countless golden specks of light that enveloped the entangled figures. Narikawari and Shizuka also unknowingly approached. After all, their fate was sealed the moment they set foot on Peach Blossom Island. Chapter 149. The midday sun streamed into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains. Jiangyao stretched lazily, the faint scent of Seiko Busujima's hair still lingering on his fingertips. Just as he was about to get up, a familiar, dark blue screen suddenly appeared before him, the text scrolling like flowing water before finally settling on. Resident Evil Cinematic Universe. Transmigration Mode. 2-person journey, no main quest. Quest reward. Autonomous transmigration permission. Autonomous transmigration? Jiangyao raised an eyebrow. Is this damn system finally planning to run away? The screen didn't respond to his teasing, but mechanically unfolded the lottery interface. 5 dark gold cards floated in the air, the nebula patterns on the back slowly rotating. Jiang Yao casually clicked on the middle card, expecting it to be another unimportant blue card, but the moment the card flipped, ding! A dazzling golden light burst forth, and a golden card slowly appeared. The card depicted a mysterious square black box, with a line of small text appearing below, Premium Enhancer EX. Putting in any item will cause it to evolve in the optimal direction. This thing. Jiang Yao rubbed his chin, his gaze shifting between the card and his own body. If I stuff myself in, would I instantly become a god? But it was just a thought. The screen had already switched to the next stage. Identity card draw. Please select a companion. Jiang Yao chose Seiko Busujima without hesitation. Their identity cards displayed. Raccoon City Hive Base Security Personnel. Belongs to the Umbrella Special Operations Group, skilled in close combat. Security uniform, huh? Jiang Yao whistled, already picturing Seiko in her umbrella uniform in his mind. He quickly shook the still sleeping Seiko Busujima awake. Seiko, wake up. We're going to the Resident Evil world in 2 hours. Seiko groggily opened her eyes, instantly waking up upon hearing the words Resident Evil. T-Virus? I can go too? Yes, and the movie version. Jiang Yao grinned, but this time, there was no main quest, just pure fun. The two quickly washed up and headed straight to the home theater, fast-forwarding through all 6 Resident Evil movies. 2 hours later, 2 bright blue lights shone, the system's countdown reached 0, and their figures gradually blurred on the sofa. Raccoon City Mansion. The blue light dissipated, and Jiang Yao's boots touched the cool marble floor. Seiko Busujima stood at the edge of the corridor shadow, the black fabric of her umbrella uniform perfectly outlining her figure. The firearm on his tactical belt gleamed against the Miao sword on his back, the honeycomb insignia on his cuffs gleaming a dark red in the dim light. You? A hoarse female voice suddenly came from the doorway. Jiang Yao looked up and saw Alice staggering out, clutching her forehead. Large expanses of pale skin were visible beneath the straps of her red sundress. Her bewildered gaze darted between the two men, her fingers unconsciously stroking the wedding ring on her ring finger. Do I know you? Alice asked, frowning. What happened here? Why can't I remember anything? Jiang Yao noticed the faint needle marks on the back of her neck and took a half step forward without making a sound. We just arrived too. He deliberately feigned confusion, tapping his umbrella employee card on his chest. He had been on a mission outside the city when he suddenly received orders from headquarters to return to base. Seiko Busujima caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure peeking through the living room curtains. Matt was hiding there, holding his breath. Boom! A sudden explosion shattered all the windows. As shards of glass rained down, fully armed special forces rappelled in. Jiang Yao pulled Alice behind him protectively, and Seiko Busujima's katana flashed 3 inches from its sheath. Don't move! Umbrella Special Operations Team. The black-clad officer leading the team shouted sharply, the red dot on his infrared sight already locked onto Matt behind the curtains. 2 team members roughly dragged him out, the self-proclaimed policeman, while female team member Ryan snapped the handcuffs shut. And who are you? The captain's sharp gaze swept over the 3 who had just entered. Jiang Yao calmly flashed his badge. Hive Security Department Special Operations Team, ordered to investigate the unusual situation at the villa. He deliberately feigned displeasure. Looks like headquarters didn't notify you to coordinate this operation? The captain carefully checked the holographic security features on the identification, then glanced at Seiko Busujima's standard-issue pistol at her waist, finally relaxing his guard slightly. The situation had changed. He sheathed his weapon and followed us back to the hive. The group quickly arrived at the internal subway station. Captain James opened the carriage door. Bang! A figure crashed to the ground, landing directly in front of them. Alice's pupils constricted, fragmented images flashing through her mind. The wedding photos at the villa, the scattered wine bottles, the man's smile with his arm around her shoulder. Spencer? She blurted out instinctively, then pressed her temple in confusion. How did I know his name? Just then, the man on the ground suddenly convulsed, his eyes snapping open, gasping for breath like a drowning man. Where am I? Spence looked around blankly, his gaze pausing noticeably when it swept over Alice, but he too wore a confused expression. James clicked his tongue in annoyance. Another one with amnesia. He grabbed Spence and pulled him along. Come on! We can figure it out once we're inside the hive. In the train, Jiang Yao, under the pretext of patrolling, led Seiko Busujima to another carriage. He pulled the hatch shut behind him, and Seiko Busujima deftly opened the cryogenic safe. Found it. She held up 2 sealed spiral tubes. The T-virus gleamed eerily under the light. Jiang Yao took out the premium enhancer black box. Its metallic surface shimmered with a dull starlight. Both T-viruses were simultaneously dropped into the black box. Instantly, the entire carriage was engulfed in a ghostly blue light, and spiderweb-like fluorescent patterns crawled across the metal walls, pulsating as if alive. Boom! The black box trembled violently, and the lid was flung open by an invisible force. 2 golden streaks of light shot out like living things, intertwining in midair to form a double helix structure, eventually condensing into 2 syringes inlaid with blood-red patterns. Superpower Awakening Potion. Effect: randomly awakens 1 to 3 superpowers, comprehensively enhances physical attributes, no side effects. This is much more exciting than the original T-virus. Jiang Yao whistled and plunged the syringe into his triceps without hesitation. Seiko Busujima simultaneously injected the potion into her wrist. The golden potion in the glass tube flowed like liquid sunlight, instantly filling her blood vessels. Ugh! Jiang Yao suddenly opened his eyes wide. A cool energy rushed through his blood vessels to his brain, then exploded like fireworks at his nerve endings. In an instant, the entire world became clearer in his eyes, making his already abnormal perception even more abnormal. Chapter 150. Jiang Yao stared at his palm, feeling the surging mental energy in his mind. The mental energy, which originally could only amplify the range of malicious counterattacks, now flowed through his nerve channels as if it were tangible. With a slight thought, he gently clenched his right hand towards the metal support 3 meters away. Crunch! A teeth-grinding metallic twisting sound echoed in the carriage. The thick alloy support, like clay being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, instantly twisted into an exaggerated pretzel shape. Looks like it's Alice's telekinesis. Jiang Yao pursed his lips. Another guaranteed win. He brought up the system panel, and a pale blue screen unfolded on his retina. Jiang Yao. Superpower, telekinesis. Trait, 1, infinite growth, no upper limit to ability growth. 2, automatic strengthening, absorbs free energy from the universe to comprehensively strengthen itself. Although he had only awakened 1 ability, Jiang Yao felt instantly relieved when he saw the words infinite growth. This was much better than awakening several weak abilities. Jiang Yao suddenly grinned, his mental energy coursing through his body, like mercury, as his thoughts flowed. His body slowly lifted off the ground, eventually stabilizing in the center of the carriage. As his psychic field expanded, the entire world became drastically different in his perception. He could see the trails of dust particles floating in the air, and hear the heartbeats of the team members in the next carriage. On the other side, Seiko Busujima's figure suddenly transformed into a streak of purple lightning, flashing a few times within the carriage before solidifying again. Blinding arcs of lightning danced between her slender fingers, her purple hair fluttering slightly from static electricity, making her appear like a thunder goddess descending to earth. Looks like my cosplay is about to come true. A slight smile played on her lips, as a ball of lightning in her palm suddenly expanded, reflecting her strikingly handsome face. Jiang Yao stared at Seiko Busujima, and the detection interface displayed, Seiko Busujima. Superpowers, Thor, super healing not bad. Jiang Yao deactivated the detection function, and stored the cryogenic safe in his spatial storage. The train slowly pulled into the platform at the entrance to the hive, the harsh sound of metal scraping echoing in the confined space. James jumped off the train first, followed closely by the team members, their guns scanning the surroundings warily. Alice and Spence stood in the middle of the group, their expressions still blank, clearly not yet fully adjusted to the sudden fragments of memory. Listen, James lowered his voice, pointing to the heavy metal door at the end of the platform, the main entrance to the hive. You too. He looked at Alice and Spence, nominally a couple, but actually Umbrella's security personnel stationed in the mansion, responsible for guarding this secret entrance. Spence frowned, trying to recall. So, our amnesia is because the hive's automatic defense system. The medic chimed in. When the Red Queen detects a threat, she releases nerve gas, rendering everyone unconscious. The side effect is short-term memory loss. Jiang Yao stood to the side, arms crossed, and added calmly, we were also ordered by headquarters to investigate the cause of the hive's abnormal lockdown. He pointed to the umbrella insignia on his chest. We are the base's internal security force. Now, please follow orders and stay close to us. James frowned, about to speak, when the hot-tempered Ryan stepped forward, glaring at Jiang Yao with obvious displeasure. Why should we listen to you? Our team isn't here to be your lackeys. Before she could finish speaking, bang! A figure flashed by like a ghost, Seiko Busujima's hand had already gripped Rain's wrist, twisting it and slamming her knee into her lower back, slamming her heavily to the ground. Rain didn't even have time to react before her back slammed heavily onto the metal floor, letting out a muffled groan of pain and unable to get up for a long time. Now, Jian Yao's tone was calm, but his eyes swept over the crowd like blades. Who dared to defy him? As his words fell, an invisible mental pressure suddenly descended. James and his teammates suddenly changed their expressions, as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing on their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Spencer even knelt on one knee, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his brain feeling as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, even his thinking becoming sluggish. Jian Yao slightly reduced his strength, the pressure lessening, but the intimidating effect had been achieved. James, panting heavily, quickly raised his hand to signal, "Enough. We follow orders." He gritted his teeth, glancing at Ryan still lying on the ground. Having insiders lead the way was better than us wandering around aimlessly. Jian Yao nodded in satisfaction, completely withdrawing his telekinetic powers. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ryan scrambled to his feet, his eyes no longer showing the arrogance of before, only fear. "Very good." Jian Yao turned and walked towards the hive entrance, his tone as relaxed as if nothing had happened. "Now, everyone check your equipment and prepare to enter." The airtight door slowly opened with the hiss of the hydraulic system, and a wave of damp, cold air, carrying the pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with decay, rushed out. The floor of the experimental area was completely submerged in murky water, and the water-filled laboratory was still spraying water outwards. "What's going on?" Ren cursed under his breath, his tactical boots splashing into the ankle-deep water, creating a dark red ripple. Jian Yao led the group through the chaotic experimental area, the water bubbling eerily with their movements. As they rounded a corner, he suddenly raised his hand, signaling the group to stop. The elevator doors opened ahead, revealing the elevator car had crashed into the bottomless shaft, only a few broken steel cables hanging like dying snakes in the darkness. "Looks like we have to take another route." "Aya!" Spencer's sudden scream pierced the enclosed space. Everyone turned sharply, only to see him stagger backward, falling into the water, his finger trembling as he pointed behind them. In the submerged, transparent laboratory, a swollen, pale corpse emerged from the murky water, its features grotesque. Jian Yao narrowed his eyes, deliberately hesitant in his tone. "Headquarters only told us that a high-risk biological experiment was being conducted here. The details are top secret. In this situation," he deliberately dragged out his words, "it's very likely a leak from the experimental subject. I suggest we—" "Holy shit!" Rain suddenly gasped in a low voice, his finger gripping the trigger tightly. Everyone saw it. The corpse that should have been dead suddenly opened its eyelids, revealing a pair of grayish-white pupils. Moreover, its swollen, waterlogged hand slammed against the glass, the rotting fingertips scraping against the reinforced glass with a teeth-grinding sound. Giggle. The corpse's jaw suddenly opened at an impossible angle, revealing teeth covered in black slime. A gurgling sound, like choking, came from its throat, and its entire body suddenly convulsed violently, slamming wildly against the glass wall of the incubation chamber. Chapter 151. Everyone was startled by the suddenly resurrected corpse, and took a half-step back, their guns all pointed at the laboratory. Rain's MP5 submachine gun was even cocked, his finger trembling slightly on the trigger. "Damn!" JD's shotgun nearly went off. He gasped, "What the hell is this thing?" The zombie in the lab was still frantically scratching at the glass, its rotting fingers scraping against the reinforced glass with a teeth-grinding sound. Its swollen lips moved, black mucus seeping from the corners of its mouth, spreading like ink in the culture medium. James was the first to calm down. He squinted and observed carefully for a few seconds, then suddenly sneered, "A moving corpse. Could this be the reason the Red Queen activated its defense mechanism?" Kaplan analyzed casually. "It's probably some kind of neurotoxin causing muscle spasms. It just looks like it's come back to life." "Never mind that." James waved his hand impatiently. "Our mission is to shut down the Red Queen, not to study this lab junk." As the group passed through Restaurant B, Alice suddenly stopped. Through a crack in the observation window of one of the incubation chambers, she saw a dark figure huddled inside, its brain exposed and connected to a dense network of tubes. "Damn it, what are all these things?" JD gripped his shotgun, his Adam's apple bobbing. Rain kicked the base of the incubation chamber impatiently. "All this stuff, and they call this a restaurant?" James turned, his sharp gaze sweeping between Rain and JD. "Stop complaining," he said in a deep, rumbling voice, pointing the barrel of his gun at the handcuff mat. "You two, keep an eye on this guy." The team then arrived at the laser tunnel. Kaplan squatted in front of the control panel, busy for a full 5 minutes. Red Queen is more troublesome than expected. He muttered, then his eyes lit up. Done! With an electronic beep, the airtight door slowly slid open, and the tunnel's cold white lights illuminated. The metal walls were riddled with tiny laser emitters, all currently dormant. The defense system was deactivated. Kaplan patted the computer smugly. She was now a tiger with its teeth pulled. A playful glint flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes. An invisible telekinetic connection quietly formed, whispering in Seiko Busujima's mind, "Let's go play some games." At the same time, he gestured for the team to advance. James instructed Kaplan, "We complete the installation immediately after we go in. Keep the tunnel clear." He led his 4 teammates into the tunnel, their tactical boots echoing crisply on the metal floor. The 7 had just entered the passage when the mechanical sound of the front and rear airtight doors, locking simultaneously, pierced the confined space. The entire passage suddenly lit up with scarlet warning lights, and high-frequency charging sounds emanated from the laser emitters on the walls. James's face changed drastically. "Kaplan. Impossible." "I clearly." The technician frantically typed on the keyboard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Get down." The instant Jiang Yao's roar exploded, the first laser beam materialized, a blinding white line slicing horizontally across the center of the passage, precisely at the height of an adult's neck. Seiko Busujima moved with lightning speed, slamming the nearest female team member to the ground. The laser barely grazed her hair, a few strands of brown hair slowly drifting down. "Damn it! The second one is coming." James had just propped himself up when he saw a new laser trajectory appear on the ground. Before anyone could even get up, they suddenly felt an invisible force pressing them firmly to the ground. Jiang Yao's psychic field enveloped everyone like a transparent gel. He himself suddenly straightened up. Whoosh! The laser indeed rose abruptly, grazing Jiang Yao's nose as it swept across the ceiling, leaving a melting mark on the metal surface. The instant he ducked to avoid it, a third laser suddenly split into dozens of thin lines, weaving into a deadly net-like structure that hurtled towards him. "Can't take a joke?" Jiang Yao's eyes blazed with silver light, and his psychic power surged towards the walls on both sides like a tidal wave. Intricate psychic tendrils followed the laser's trajectory, invading in reverse, violently dismantling the internal crystals of all the emitters. Crack! A series of sparks exploded, and the entire passage suddenly plunged into darkness. Seconds later, when the emergency lights came on, the deadly laser net had vanished without a trace, leaving only the emitting ports on the walls, emitting bluish smoke. Meanwhile, Kaplan finally cracked the last firewall. Done! His trembling fingers slammed down the enter key. With the roar of the hydraulic system, the main control room door at the end of the corridor slowly opened. James and the others scrambled to their feet, the female team member's lips still trembling uncontrollably. The laser that had just brushed past her scalp had given her first real taste of death. James opened his mouth, but ultimately only patted Jiang Yao's shoulder heavily. "Thanks, brother. Let's go." Jiang Yao took Seiko's hand and walked towards the main control room. The real trouble was yet to come. This time, no one questioned his decision. The team members automatically formed a protective formation behind them, their guns uniformly pointed at the various tactical corners, as if they were born to be Jiang Yao's subordinates. James even deliberately lagged behind by half a step, completely handing over command of this elite squad to Jiang Yao. Upon entering the server room, the squad members quickly gathered their equipment and proceeded to the mainframe. The two began installing the equipment methodically, the indicator lights on the electromagnetic pulse device lighting up one after another. Just then, a blinding red light suddenly erupted from the center of the server room. Countless holographic particles intertwined in the air, coalescing into the image of a little girl in a scarlet dress. She hovered above the mainframe, her cold electronic voice carrying a hint of urgency. "I advise you not to do this." James's finger was already on the start button. Hearing this, he sneered, "Save your breath, Red Queen." The countdown timer on the pulse meter began to tick. 10, 9, 8. The Red Queen's projection suddenly flickered, her voice accelerating. "The T-virus in the lab has leaked. My blockade is the last line of defense." She waved her hand, bringing up dozens of monitoring screens. The lights in the incubation chambers in various areas flickered. "If you shut me down, all safety protocols will terminate. 7, 6, 5. Those chamber doors will open automatically." The Red Queen's voice began to distort. "You will all die here." Jiang Yao suddenly raised his hand to pause, the countdown freezing at 4. He looked at the Red Queen with interest. "If we don't lock you up, will you let us leave?" The Red Queen's projection froze instantly. She slowly turned, her crimson eyes staring directly at Jiang Yao, answering each word clearly. Chapter 152. No! The Red Queen's holographic projection flickered slightly, in the center of the server room, her scarlet skirt moving without wind. According to the Red Queen Treaty, any action that could threaten all of humanity is absolutely prohibited. Her voice returned to its mechanical coldness. I have contained the infection within the hive. Letting you out is tantamount to allowing the virus to spread. Jiang Yao tilted his head, examining the AI, and suddenly asked, so your choice was based on your own logical judgment, or on orders from the Umbrella Corporation's higher-ups? The holographic projection paused briefly, and the Red Queen remained silent for a moment before answering, based on my own logic. Were the higher-ups aware? Jiang Yao pressed. Aware. This answer caused James's face to change drastically. The Black Captain gripped the pulse generator's control panel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. This doesn't make sense, he muttered to himself. Why would the company send us here to die? Jiang Yao ignored James's confusion and continued staring at Red Queen. If it's to prevent the virus from spreading, why not completely lock down the hive? Why let us in? I can't. Red Queen's voice suddenly rose, carrying the distortion characteristic of electronic devices. They modified my core protocol. Forcibly opened the external entrance. Her projection flickered violently, as if experiencing some kind of internal conflict. Jiang Yao sneered. You should know better than anyone the transmissibility of the T-virus. The virus had already spread the moment the airtight door opened. What's the point of trapping us now? Red Queen's figure twisted and distorted in the air, finally settling on a strange smiling expression. No. Then there's no room for negotiation. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes. James, make your move. The countdown timer's chime was jarring in the deathly silent server room. The electromagnetic pulse device erupted with a blinding blue light, and the Red Queen's projection, before dissipating, left a final curse. You will all die. The entire hive plunged into darkness, with only the emergency lights emitting a pale white glow. As the group rushed into Cafeteria B, they saw Rain reaching out to help a researcher in a blood-stained white lab coat, staggering towards them. Stop! Jiang Yao roared, his pistol instantly drawn. The muzzle spat out a scorching tongue of fire, the bullet precisely ripping open the zombie's skull, splattering grayish-white brain matter onto Rain's tactical boots. The Red Queen has killed all the researchers. Jiang Yao shouted sharply, his gun still smoking. Everything that moves now is an enemy. Use what you have to blow their heads off, understand? Understood. The team members responded in unison, quickly adjusting their positions. JD and Ryan immediately formed a crossfire, back to back, while James guarded the team's flanks. Seiko Busujima's katana was already drawn, blue-white arcs of electricity crackling across its blade. While the team members were curious about this supernatural scene, they knew now was not the time to ask questions. Move! Jiang Yao commanded, and the team began advancing towards the exit, zombies surging in from all directions. Each shot from Jiang Yao's pistol was accompanied by a head exploding, while Seiko Busujima's katana transformed into purple lightning, leaving limbs and fragments flying in its wake. The team members coordinated perfectly, their bursts of fire echoing throughout the room. Suddenly, a chilling scratching sound came from the end of the corridor, followed by 3 zombie dogs bursting through a window. These monsters were covered in festering sores, their exposed muscle tissue riddled with purplish-black veins, their canine teeth evolved into dagger-like bone spikes, dripping corrosive saliva. Roar! The lead zombie dog pounced, its gaping maw aimed straight for Jiang Yao's throat. Seiko Busujima's lips curled into a cold smile. The instant Jiang Yao nodded, she transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and exploded forth, lightning flash. The moment the Miao sword was drawn, the entire corridor was illuminated by blinding lightning. The blade, crackling with millions of volts of high-voltage electricity, traced a zigzag trail of light in the air. The first zombie dog was sliced in 2 midair, its charred remains slamming against the wall, reeking of roasted meat. The second zombie dog had barely landed when Seiko had already teleported behind it. She gripped the sword in a reverse grip, the tip precisely piercing the monster's nape, a violent current instantly flooding it. The zombie dog convulsed violently like an electrocuted frog, its eyeballs bursting with a series of thuds, finally its entire head exploding like an egg in a microwave. Finally, the last one lunged from the side. Seiko Busujima casually waved her hand, lightning punishment heavenly pull. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket descended from the sky, obliterating the zombie dog. The aftershock scorched the ground with charred lightning patterns, even melting the metal walls into glassy crystals. The entire battle lasted less than 3 seconds. The team members stood there, mouths agape. Ryan muttered in disbelief. What kind of god are we teaming up with? When they broke into the experimental area, the blast doors of every laboratory were wide open. Lisa. Matt, who was handcuffed, suddenly struggled violently, his eyes fixed on the figure in a white lab coat in one of the laboratories. That's my sister? Under the bewildered gazes of the others, Matt collapsed to his knees. I'm not a policeman. My sister and I were here to report Umbrella Corporation. She's infiltrated there. I was only doing this because of her instructions. James and Ryan exchanged a glance, and the black captain silently pulled out the key to the handcuffs. Ryan stepped forward and unlocked the shackles, patting Matt's shoulder with a rare gentleness. Umbrella Corporation. Just then, Spence, having regained his memories, quietly retreated into the shadows. Jiang Yao caught a glimpse of this out of the corner of his eye but didn't stop him. Instead, he pulled a red reagent from his pocket and handed it to Matt. T-virus antidote. Jiang Yao's voice was like heavenly music to Matt's ears. If you want to save your sister, go inject her. Matt eagerly took the reagent and rushed towards the lab without looking back. James immediately assigned 2 team members to follow. The 2 team members restrained Lisa with straps, one on each side. Hold her down. Matt roared, pressing the syringe against Lisa's bluish-gray wrist. The moment the needle pierced her skin, Lisa let out a horrific scream, the straps rattling loudly. The red liquid in the syringe was completely injected into Lisa's body. Her decaying face began to recover like a video rewinding, her festering skin became smooth again, and her cloudy eyes gradually regained their clarity. When Lisa suddenly opened her eyes, the 2 team members holding her down were thrown aside, crashing heavily onto the lab table. Lisa was now fully conscious. She stared blankly at her restored hands, then at Matt, who was weeping uncontrollably. Sister, sister? Matt's voice was broken. Lisa's pupils contracted sharply as memories flooded back. She hugged Matt tightly, and the 2 siblings knelt on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Lisa's shoulders trembled violently, her fingers digging deeply into Matt's back, as if to confirm this wasn't a hallucination. Seiko Busujima whispered in Jiang Yao's ear, the one who ran away. Don't rush. Jiang Yao's lips curled into a cold smile. Let's watch a good show. Chapter 153. The antidote was naturally a product modified by Jiang Yao using the superior enhancer. It not only reversed the T-virus infection, but also significantly improved the physical attributes of the injected recipient. Meanwhile, Spence was frantically running through the tunnel leading to the train, his mind flashing back to Seiko Busujima's godlike fighting style. What kind of monster was that woman? He gasped for breath, but dared not stop. But soon, greed overcame his fear. He grinned, revealing a ferocious smile. If he could get his hands on the T-virus and the antidote in the cryogenic chamber, he could sell them for an astronomical price on the black market. Then, luxury cars, beautiful women, and a life of extravagance would all be beckoning him. Ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, his pace quickening. However, when he finally reached the train and flung open the carriage door. Gone! No, it can't be! Spencer's face turned deathly pale. He frantically searched every corner. The freezer? My money? He knelt on the ground, desperately clutching his hair, as if he could already see the mansion, sports car, and models he was about to possess, all vanishing before his eyes. No! He let out a heart-wrenching howl. Plop! A drop of viscous liquid landed on his shoulder. Spencer froze, slowly looking up. On the ceiling, a liquor hung upside down, its grotesque muscles exposed, its long tongue slowly writhing, its sharp claws deeply embedded in metal pipes. Ah, ah! A meaningless whimper escaped Spencer's throat. He no longer had the strength to run. Whoosh! The liquor's long tongue shot out like a javelin, instantly piercing his shoulder and hoisting him up. Help! Help me! Spence struggled, but could only watch helplessly as the liquor's claws approached his chest. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning exploded, and the liquor's long tongue snapped off. Spence crashed to the ground, curling up in agony. Oh dear, looks like something found him before us. Jiang Yao's voice came from the tunnel entrance, laced with mockery. Seiko Busujima, wielding a lightning-infused katana, slowly approached the liquor, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This one looks a bit more interesting than the zombie dog. The liquor roared angrily and lunged. Seiko didn't even use the blade, she simply sidestepped, the lightning crackling on the back of her blade striking the liquor's back. Asterisk crack. Asterisk high-voltage electricity instantly coursed through the monster's body, its muscles convulsing violently from the shock, and the air filled with the smell of burning flesh. The liquor writhed in agony, its long tongue flailing wildly, attempting to retaliate. But Seiko gave it no chance. Thunderbind Heavenly Lock. She formed a hand seal, and several bolts of lightning shot from the ground like chains, binding the liquor tightly. Then, she leaped up, the back of her blade crackling with thunder, slamming it heavily onto the liquor's head. Boom! The violent current instantly incinerated the liquor into a charred corpse, its massive body crashing to the ground, turning into a pile of smoking remains. Seiko flicked the ash off her blade, a slight disappointment on her lips. Still not tough enough. While everyone was still reeling from Seiko's swift and decisive defeat of the liquor, no one noticed. Spence, dragging his bloodied body, quietly crawled into the train's driver's cab. Cough, cough, cough. Black blood kept spilling from his mouth, and the wound on his shoulder had turned an ominous bluish-gray. He knew he was infected, and his time was running out. But a fierce will to survive made him grit his teeth and press the start button with trembling fingers. Rumble. The train engine emitted a low roar as it slowly started. You want me to die in this godforsaken place? Dream on. Spence grinned maliciously, using his last bit of strength to push the lever. I have to escape. The train accelerated towards the villa, but Jiang Yao reached out to stop the group trying to give chase. Don't rush. A meaningful smile played on his lips. There were some hospitable guys waiting for him outside. The train roared into the station, finally stopping with a screeching screech of brakes. Spence stumbled out of the carriage, his vision blurred. He staggered towards the exit, each step feeling like walking on cotton. I can't die. I can't die, he murmured to himself. However, the instant he pushed open the door. Don't move. Several fully armed soldiers suddenly rushed out of the shadows, their dark gun barrels all pointed at him. They wore protective suits bearing the umbrella logo, their eyes behind their masks cold and wary. Spence's blurred vision finally made out the logo, and a final glimmer of hope burst forth in his despair. Help! Help! He cried hoarsely, reaching out to grab the nearest soldier. I'm infected, but I have intelligence. I know what happened in the hive. Help me. Before he could finish speaking, his body finally gave way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, falling into a deep coma. The squad leader coldly surveyed Spencer's festering wounds and pressed the communicator. Survivor found, severely infected, but seemingly conscious. Requesting instructions. A moment of silence followed, then a chilling reply, take him back to base. The doctor will be interested in him. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward, roughly lifting Spencer and dragging him towards a nearby armored transport vehicle. The captain turned to the remaining team and ordered, stand by. Target Alice has not yet appeared. Capture her alive. The soldiers silently dispersed, disappearing back into the shadows. Above them, the surveillance cameras silently rotated, transmitting everything to a secret base deep underground. In the dimly lit underground tunnel, the squad's heavy footsteps echoed on the tracks. James abruptly stopped, his tactical boots scraping the rails. Jiang. His voice was hoarse, veins bulging on his forehead. We've been abandoned by the company. This was a dead end from the start. He ripped off the umbrella armband and threw it to the ground. The metal badge bounced and rolled into the darkness on the tracks. From now on, the team will only be loyal to you. The black captain stared intently into Jiang Yao's eyes. Let us out of here. Jiang Yao toyed with his Desert Eagle, its silver-white barrel gleaming coldly under the emergency lights. Loyal to me? He glanced at the group with a half-smile. Are you sure you want to fight the entire Umbrella Empire? To hell with Umbrella. Rain suddenly sprang to her feet, her metal boot toes sending shards of gravel flying across the tracks. The gravel sparked against the tunnel walls, reflecting her ferocious expression. Chapter 154. I've been these suit-wearing beasts' executioner for 8 years, and all I get in return is a stab in the back? She picked up her submachine gun. When I catch those high-ranking officials, I blast their butts into a honeycomb with dum-dum bullets. Alice pushed through the crowd, her long golden hair flowing like molten gold under the dim green emergency lights. The confusion in her eyes had faded, replaced by a cold, resolute determination. Count me in. Her fingers traced the tactical knife at her waist. A short while later, Jiang Yao stood before the villa's exit door, his fingers lightly resting on the doorknob, not rushing to open it. He slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd behind him, a faint smile playing on his lips. James immediately understood, giving his team a tactical hand signal. The team members quickly dispersed, guns silently raised, each locking onto the ambush points Jiang Yao had reported. 3, 2, 1. The moment the door opened, several bursts of gunfire erupted. Bang! 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 The umbrella soldiers lying in ambush in the shadows didn't even have time to react before being precisely shot dead. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds, clean and swift. Jiang Yao deliberately left one last soldier lying in ambush. This soldier's reaction was strangely bizarre. No fear, no panic, not even a change in his breathing rate. He steadily raised his rifle, his movements as precise as if programmed, the dark muzzle firmly locked onto Alice's back. "Watch out!" Matt suddenly shouted. At the critical moment, Alice's body reacted before her consciousness, her waist twisting at an impossible angle. Click! Her movement to draw her gun was so fast it left after images. The Beretta 92F's hammer was already cocked while it was spinning. As the gun barrel aligned perfectly with the soldier's brow, her index finger pulled the trigger. The entire process took less than 0.3 seconds. Bang! The bullet spun as it pierced the gas mask's visor. Alice stared intently at her right hand, the one holding the gun, her brow furrowed. An unusual burning sensation spread through her hand. Spiderweb-like blue veins appeared and disappeared beneath her skin. She could feel a dormant power slowly awakening within her. Jiang Yao didn't close the door behind him, only glancing indifferently into the depths of the villa. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in his ears. The zombies were about to unleash their fury. After all, the people under Umbrella would eventually open the door, allowing the virus to spread. Closing it now was pointless. "Let's go!" He strode forward, the others following closely behind. Night had fallen, but the neon lights of Raccoon City still flickered. They blended into the bustling crowds of the streets. The city that never sleeps was still immersed in a false prosperity, completely unaware of the impending catastrophe. Caesar's Palace Hotel. "Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?" The receptionist offered a professional smile. Jiang Yao's eyes flashed with a silver light, his telekinetic power flowing like water into her consciousness. "We have reserved the presidential suite." "Ah, yes." The receptionist suddenly seemed dazed, her fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard. "Your fingerprint recognition has been successful. Here's the room key." As the elevator ascended, Ryan leaned in and whispered, "What did you do to her?" "Just let her see what she wanted to see." Jiang Yao toyed with the room key. The gold embossed VIP lettering gleamed under the lights. As soon as the suite door closed, the exhausted team members collapsed haphazardly in various places. JD lay sprawled on the Persian rug, while James leaned against the French windows, rifle in hand. Jiang Yao sat in a leather office chair. Seiko Busujima, now dressed in a burgundy silk nightgown, nestled languidly in his arms. Her damp hair still carried the scent of her bath, and her slender fingers unconsciously played with Jiang Yao's collar. The cold light from the laptop screen illuminated Jiang Yao's sharply defined profile, as he typed illustrious names into a search engine. With each press of the enter key, official photos of the world's top conglomerates appeared neatly arranged on the screen. "Interesting." Jiang Yao chuckled softly, tapping on a well-dressed elderly man on the screen. This deceased chairman of the European Bank was currently lying in a cryogenic coffin 30 stories underground in the hive. "I knew it. How could a company possibly get the whole world to cooperate with it? Like the commotion in Raccoon City, even involving nuclear weapons, yet the government didn't react at all. Turns out there's something fishy going on. They're all in cahoots." Jiang Yao frowned, his face full of disdain. Seiko Busujima leaned closer to the screen, the neckline of her silk pajamas slipping slightly. Have these rich people gone mad? Do they really want to rebuild? Without people, what's the point of their so-called status? Do they expect zombies to serve them tea and water? Jiang Yao sneered as he closed his laptop. Maybe they all like playing Minecraft, and are preparing to format Earth and reinstall its operating system. He reopened his browser, and typed in the name of a distant Eastern superpower. The moment the search results appeared, Jiang Yao's pupils contracted sharply. News reports from decades ago were starkly displayed. Multinational coalition enters the Far East to maintain order. International community passes special resolution to implement trusteeship. The accompanying image showed the once familiar land divided into different colored blocks, with national flags flying over major cities. So that's how it is. Jiang Yao's voice was terrifyingly low. No wonder Umbrella could act so brazenly. Outside the window, Raccoon City was still brightly lit, neon lights casting hazy reflections on the rain-soaked streets. In the distance, the red umbrella-shaped logo of Umbrella Corporation headquarters stood out starkly against the night sky, like a drop of blood about to fall. Jiang Yao suddenly curled his lips into a chilling smile. His long, slender fingers gently traced Seiko Busujima's smooth shoulder, his voice carrying a dangerous pleasure. "Since that's the case, let's play around." Morning light pierced the clouds, illuminating the streets of Raccoon City. But the city's morning was no longer peaceful. Screams echoed in the distance as several out-of-control cars crashed into shops, flames, and thick smoke rising into the air. On the television screen on the street corner, the news anchor was rapidly reporting on the sudden riot, but the image quickly turned into static. Jiang Yao pushed open the glass door to the balcony, a blast of cold wind hitting him. His gaze swept across the chaotic streets, landing on the edge of the city, the steel walls. Overnight, metal ramparts several meters high had sprung up, encircling Raccoon City like a giant cage. Automatic turrets were mounted atop the walls, their searchlight beams crisscrossing in the morning mist. Rain slammed his fist on the railing. They were prepared all along. Even the walls were prepared in advance. Looks like some poor guy has become the new test subject of Project Nemesis. Jiang Yao said calmly, his gaze sweeping over Alice. As for you. Chapter 155. Alice whirled around. Me? The Alice Project began the moment you were born. Jiang Yao approached her, his voice low and menacing. You think the T-virus leak in the hive was an accident? You think your survival was just luck? Alice's breathing quickened slightly, fragmented memories flashing through her mind. The white light of the laboratory, the cold touch of a needle piercing her skin, a man's deep laughter. Wesker. She unconsciously uttered the name, not even knowing why. Jiang Yao turned to the crowd, a cold smile curving his lips. Then, it's time to show Umbrella what true unplanned means. On the street, a black SUV convoy from Umbrella Corporation sped past. These vehicles ran over abandoned cars in the middle of the road, carelessly knocking over several stumbling civilians. See that? Jiang Yao stood on the edge of a high-rise rooftop, the morning breeze ruffling his clothes. Those cars were filled with important figures. James, sniper rifle at the ready, steadily locked the crosshairs of the lead car onto the driver. Target confirmed, wind speed level 3, distance 800 meters. Bang! Before the shot even faded, the windshield of the lead car shattered instantly. The driver's head exploded, the vehicle veered out of control, crashed into a roadside shop, and burst into flames. Beautiful. Jiang Yao chuckled, his finger tracing a line in the air. Next. Rain's submachine gun shattered the tires of the second car, sending it tumbling and crashing into a roadside cafe. Several men in suits scrambled out of the car windows, before they could even regain their footing. Rat-a-tat-tat. James's squad's crossfire instantly turned them into sieves, blood splattering onto the Umbrella Corporation logo, and slowly trickling down the metal body. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Ryan laughed maniacally as he reloaded, metal shell casings clattering to the ground. These bastards come to an end. However, Jiang Yao knew that those who had just retreated were definitely not the company's top executives, but it was still a good way to vent his anger. Suddenly, a screeching metallic scraping sound came from the end of the street. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a black SUV being smashed in half by a water tanker. Boom! The enormous impact sent the SUV flying like a toy, tumbling 3.5 times in the air. The windshield shattered into countless fragments under the centrifugal force, reflecting diamond-like sparks in the sunlight. The roof scraped violently against the road, sending up a series of blinding sparks, before finally crashing to its side in the middle of the intersection. Jiang Yao's psychic field suspended him in midair, his black trench coat fluttering in the air. Seiko Busujima followed closely behind, a streak of purple lightning scorching the asphalt with arcs of electricity. Bang! Beside the overturned SUV, Jiang Yao landed steadily. With a casual wave of his hand, the twisted car door tore open, like a piece of paper. Inside the car seat, a little girl clutched a brown teddy bear in terror, several bloodstains on her pale cheeks. Don't be afraid. Jiang Yao gently lifted the girl with his psychic power. What's your name? Angela. The girl's voice trembled, yet she was surprisingly calm. My father is Dr. Charles. When Alice arrived breathlessly with James's team, they saw the little girl Jiang Yao was holding. This child. Alice suddenly clutched her temples, fragments of memories flooding back. She abruptly grabbed Angela's arm, rolling up the sleeve to reveal a terrifying grid of needle marks on her pale arm. You were also injected with the T-virus. Alice's voice was hoarse, unlike her own. Angela hugged her teddy bear tightly, her eyes welling with tears. I was paralyzed when I was little. Daddy said this could cure me. She suddenly grabbed Alice's hand, but Umbrella stole Daddy's research. They turned the virus into a weapon. This wasn't his intention. Angela, we all understand this isn't your father's fault. Jiang Yao gently ruffled the little girl's hair, his telekinetic energy subtly soothing her trembling body. It was all that damned Umbrella Corporation's fault. Angela hugged her teddy bear tightly, tears still welling in her eyes, but she had stopped sobbing. Seiko Busujima handed her a piece of chocolate. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then took it. Let's go! Jiang Yao stood up, his gaze sweeping over the police station a few blocks away. We need more help. The Raccoon City Police Department was a mess, the piercing sirens mingling with terrified screams. Several officers were desperately subduing struggling prisoners. These guys had black spill dripping from their mouths, their cloudy, yellowish eyes darting wildly. Get out of the way! A clear female voice suddenly boomed from the doorway. A woman with short, neat hair strode in, wearing a blue off-the-shoulder tank top and black shorts that accentuated her athletic figure. She held a silver handgun, the muzzle spitting fire repeatedly. Bang! 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 5 bullets pierced the foreheads of 5 zombies, their brains splattering onto the filing cabinet behind them. Open your eyes, and see clearly! Jill Valentine shouted sharply, her gun still smoking. These weren't ordinary thugs, they were zombies infected with the virus. She blew another bullet into a zombie's head. Remember, headshot. In the corner, the handcuffed black man cried out in terror, pull this crazy woman away. Before he could finish speaking, Jill, having reloaded, raised her hand and fired. The bullet struck the mutated woman beside him precisely between the foreheads. A second bullet shattered his handcuff chains. I told you. Jill blew away the gunpowder smoke. Headshot. She strode towards the door, shouting to the stunned officers, I'm evacuating Raccoon City immediately. You better get out of here too. The moment she pushed open the door, Jill abruptly stopped. In the setting sun, a man in black holding a little girl looked at her with a half smile, a fully armed combat squad standing behind him. Most striking was the woman in purple, the lightning crackling around her Miao sword. Jill's hand instantly gripped her holster. Who are you? People who want to live, just like you. The blonde woman stepped forward, and we know how to survive. The man in black extended his hand directly. Want to join us? Jill's sharp gaze swept over the group, a well-trained tactical squad, a lightning-wielding swordsman, a mysterious man holding a child, and this blonde woman who looked formidable. She suddenly grinned, gripping his hand tightly. Looks like this is the best solution. Chapter 156. The armored vehicle roared towards the last exit of Raccoon City, the towering steel walls clearly visible in the distance. The checkpoint was crammed with fleeing civilians, cries and curses mingling as they pushed and shoved, trying to escape the city about to become hell. I can't get through. James jerked the steering wheel, the car screeching to a halt on the outskirts of the crowd. Just then, ah! A piercing scream suddenly erupted from the crowd. A middle-aged man in a suit suddenly collapsed to the ground, his facial muscles contorted like melted wax. Under the horrified gazes of those around him, his skin visibly turned bluish-gray, the whites of his eyes were eroded by a murky yellow, and black phlegm seeped from the corners of his mouth. Before he could fully transform into a zombie, bang! The dashing Jill had already charged in, her Beretta 92F spitting fire, the bullet piercing precisely between the zombie's eyebrows. Infected found in Area D7. Repeat, infected found in Area D7. The Umbrella Corporation soldier on the city wall immediately pressed his communicator. His voice trembled behind his gas mask, requesting the immediate closure of the main gate. Less than 10 seconds later, Marcus, dressed in a high-ranking uniform, ascended the city wall's command platform. He listened expressionlessly to the instructions in his headset, then turned on the full-band loudspeaker. A cold voice echoed through the checkpoint. Raccoon City is now a biohazard zone. All entrances and exits are permanently closed. No one is allowed to leave. No! You can't do this. My child is still outside. This is murder. Amidst desperate cries, the crowd surged towards the closing alloy gate like a tidal wave. The roar of steel gears mingled with the muffled thuds of flesh slamming against the gate. Bang! Marcus drew his pistol and fired a warning shot into the air, smoke rising slowly into the night. He calmly adjusted the loudspeaker volume, his voice laced with cruel pleasure. Final warning. Everyone back off immediately. He glanced at his watch. In 5 seconds, the defense forces would begin the clearing procedure. As he spoke, he turned and patted the shoulder of the defense captain beside him. Headquarters had authorized the use of lethal force. The crowd froze instantly, fear spreading through them. Just as Marcus turned to retreat into the command center, a flash of silver light appeared in Jiang Yao's eyes. Telekinesis, like invisible threads, silently infiltrated the other's consciousness. Marcus's body swayed almost imperceptibly, his gaze briefly unfocused before quickly returning to normal. Seeing this, Seiko Busujima couldn't help but lean close to Jiang Yao's ear and whisper, "You cheated. The enemy leader is already on your side before the game even starts." Jiang Yao grinned. "I have to use cheat codes even in GTA 5. A countdown began on the city wall. James immediately jumped onto the roof of the car. "Run! They really will shoot." 4. Alice and Jill split up, grabbing the terrified civilians and dragging them back. 3. Most people finally snapped out of their daze, under the threat of death, crying and scattering in all directions. 2. Only a few diehards remained standing, holding up signs protesting, "We have the right to leave." 1. The countdown reached 0. Rat-a-tat-tat. Soldiers on the city wall pulled the triggers, bullets raining down like a storm. The asphalt road was shattered, and several people who couldn't dodge in time were riddled with bullets. The crowd erupted in chaos, screaming and scattering in all directions. James drove the armored vehicle into the city, Jiang Yao's telekinesis clearing a path ahead. Suddenly, a playful smile appeared on his lips. "Turn right, we're going to pick up a new comrade." 3 blocks away, a UH-1 helicopter hovered atop an apartment building. At the hatch, Carlos, wearing a tactical vest, leaped out. In the 7 seconds of freefall, his dual-wielded Desert Eagle spewed deadly fire. Each bullet precisely pierced the skull of a zombie, and when his boot slammed onto the rooftop, a dozen headless corpses lay around him. "Safe, ma'am." Carlos reached out to help the woman huddled in the corner, but saw her trembling as she lifted her sleeve. The gruesome bite marks were already tinged with a bluish-gray. "No, don't come any closer," the woman cried, retreating to the edge of the rooftop. "I'd rather die than become one of those monsters." Before Carlos could react, she had already fallen backwards onto the street 30 stories below. "No!" Carlos's teammate, Blake, lunged at the railing, only to witness a scene he would never forget. The falling woman suddenly hovered 10 meters away from him, a reagent flying at lightning speed, automatically piercing her neck. The drug slowly injected into her body, and the bluish-gray color of her wound faded visibly. I'm not dead?" The woman was horrified to find herself slowly rising, ultimately being gently placed back onto the rooftop by an invisible force. Carlos and Blake exchanged a glance. As ace mercenaries, they had seen all sorts of advanced technology, but this scene was completely beyond their comprehension. However, his professional instincts brought Carlos back to his senses. He grabbed the still-stunned woman. "Whatever happened just now, come with us immediately." Carlos led his team to quickly clear a safe passage and emerged from an alley next to the building. Upon arriving at the mission location, they saw a military truck arrive, kicking up dust, its bed filled with fully armed soldiers. Carlos, a newly lit cigarette dangling from his lips, took a deep drag, the nicotine swirling in his lungs before he slowly exhaled in a low voice. "Let's get to work, guys." Bang! The first shot ripped through the heavy air, a .50 caliber bullet roaring from the muzzle of a Desert Eagle. 50 meters away, a zombie's head exploded, black and red blood splattering in a gruesome arc against the night sky. Immediately, the entire street erupted in chaos. The truck bed slammed shut, and fully armed soldiers filed out, the muffled thud of their tactical boots echoing like drumbeats. They quickly dispersed, the M4A1S spitting fire, a dense barrage weaving a web of death. The gunfire was continuous, like exploding pods, spent cartridges clattering to the ground, their scorching copper shells leaving tiny black marks on the asphalt. "Demolition team, clear the area," the leading officer shouted sharply. 2 soldiers immediately rushed to the abandoned car in the middle of the street, deftly attaching plastic explosives to the doors and fuel tank. One of them turned and gestured. The team members quickly retreated for cover. Boom! A deafening explosion sent the car soaring into the air, hot metal fragments raining down, tearing the zombies within a 20-meter radius to shreds. However, as the smoke cleared slightly. Chapter 157. Carlos's lips twitched slightly, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, as his Desert Eagle spat fire again. Bullets shattered the heads of the charging zombies, but in an instant, more rotting arms emerged from the smoke. "Grenade!" he yelled to his teammates. Blake bit off the safety pin and hurled a fragmentation grenade at the densest part of the horde. With a deafening boom, more than 10 zombies were torn to shreds by the shockwave, creating a brief, blood-soaked vacuum on the street. But this brief respite lasted less than 3 seconds. "Damn it! They're converging this way." Carlos reloaded, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He noticed staggering figures moving in all directions, in alleyways, behind abandoned vehicles, even crawling out of broken shop windows. The entire city's zombies seemed to be converging on the source of the gunfire. In the shadows of the street, Jiang Yao, and his group stood silently. A dozen zombies roared and charged past them, seemingly oblivious to the living people so close. Jill keenly noticed that whenever a zombie approached within 5 meters, a silver glint would appear in Jiang Yao's pupils. The monsters would then stiffly turn away, as if disturbed by an invisible barrier. "What did you do?" Jill whispered, her fingers unconsciously stroking the butt of her gun. Jiang Yao didn't answer, only slightly raising his hand. Carlos, locked in fierce combat in the distance, suddenly noticed a zombie about to pounce on him bounce back as if it had hit an invisible wall. Then, without warning, the monster's head exploded, black blood splattering onto the fire hydrant. "Damn it!" Carlos's squad members exclaimed. How could they? James calculated the mercenaries' dwindling ammunition reserves, his brow furrowed. Has Umbrella gone mad? Why send people to this open area for a war of attrition? To send them to their deaths? Jiang Yao chuckled, his voice laced with cold sarcasm. You're right. Umbrella sent them here to die here. He tapped his temple with his fingertip. These mercenaries aren't loyal, just like you. Alright, enough of the show. Jiang Yao suddenly stretched his limbs, his bones cracking like popping beans. We should stretch our muscles too. Seiko Busujima chuckled at his words, her slender fingers gripping the scabbard of her Miao sword. Purple arcs of electricity danced merrily on the metal surface, illuminating the dangerous curve of her lips. At the street corner, the howls of zombies rose and fell, their grotesque bodies surging towards Carlos's squad and the army like a tidal wave. The flashes of bullets flickered in the dim street, but the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. The defensive line was crumbling. We're almost out of ammo. A team member shouted, the click of his rifle locking the bolt. Carlos gritted his teeth and drew his tactical dagger, prepare for close combat, just as the zombies were about to pounce on them. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down like divine punishment, exploding into a 5-meter diameter lightning storm circle on the ground. Dozens of zombies instantly carbonized, their charred skeletons remaining in their attacking postures, shattering into dust in the wind. Amidst the lightning, Seiko Busujima stood suspended in midair. She had now donned the complete Thunder General armor. Deep purple and gilded armor clad her graceful body, the hem of her kimono fluttering even without wind, revealing long legs clad in purple stockings, and the lightning-patterned ribbons of her headdress dancing wildly in the high-voltage electric field. She held a knife in one hand, its blade crackling with blinding lightning, and with a gentle swipe. Lightning thousand birds. Thousands of lightning birds burst forth from the blade, these birds made of pure electricity precisely piercing the eye sockets of each zombie, the lightning balls detonating inside their skulls, turning their heads into dazzling blue fireworks. The three lickers sensed the commotion. Their powerful hind legs slammed against the wall, propelling them forward in a zigzag motion at high speed. Suddenly, one of them launched its long tongue, dripping with corrosive slime, straight at Seiko Busujima's face. Too slow. Seiko Busujima deftly sidestepped, her lightning-infused katana tracing a perfect arc. The instant the blade touched the tongue, high-voltage current surged upwards through the creature's tissues, causing the licker to plummet from the wall with spasmodic muscle contractions. Before it even hit the ground, Seiko hurled a small katana, its blade gleaming like a javelin, piercing the second licker's skull and pitting it to a fire hydrant. The last licker seized the opportunity to pounce, only to crash into an invisible wall of psychic energy midair. Jiang Yao made a single, trembling gesture, freezing the monster in midair. Seiko elegantly snapped her fingers, and the katana pinned in the distance suddenly exploded into thousands of lightning needles, impaling the struggling lickers like hedgehogs. Awooh! 6 zombie dogs sprang from the alleyway, their mutated muscles granting them cheetah-like speed. 2 of them suddenly swerved and pounced on Jill, only to be caught midair by a lightning net that appeared out of nowhere. The hissing sound of the shrinking net filled the air with a stench of burning flesh. Seeing the remaining 4 frantically pacing around, Seiko deliberately landed on the ground. The 4 zombie dogs immediately surrounded her, lunging at Seiko. Seiko chuckled, her hands forming a hand seal, lightning binding heavenly net. A massive lightning array appeared on the ground, countless lightning snakes shooting out from the array, precisely grabbing the limbs of each zombie dog. Under the high-voltage current, the monsters convulsed violently, finally exploding into mincemeat in a blinding flash of electricity. As the last glimmer of lightning dissipated, the entire street was reduced to scorched earth. Carlos and his team stared in disbelief at the scene. What is this? Jiang Yao's voice came from behind. You've been used as pawns by Umbrella. Jill rushed forward and shouted to Carlos, don't stand there. Come with us. Before Carlos could react, Jiang Yao had already raised his hand, his telekinetic energy forming an invisible barrier that blasted away all the zombies rushing from the side. Seiko, clear the area. Understood. Seiko Busujima's lips curled into a slight smile. She gripped her sword with both hands and plunged it into the ground. Lightning punishment, heavenly prison, a violent storm of lightning instantly spread out from her. All the zombies within a radius of several hundred meters were pierced by the high-voltage current, their bodies exploding and burning in the lightning, ultimately turning into a pile of charred remains. Carlos's team was completely dumbfounded. Now, there was no time to be stunned. Jiang Yao stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over them. Umbrella had no intention of letting you leave alive. Jill patted Carlos on the shoulder. Trust me this once, go with them. Carlos took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. Seiko Busujima lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her wooden clogs making a crisp sound on the charred asphalt. The lighting surrounding her slowly faded as if alive, the arcs of electricity dancing on her purple sleeves gradually disappearing into the fabric. The entire street was now so quiet that only the lingering crackle of electricity remained in the air. Yakuin, she tilted her head slightly, the tassels of her folding fan headdress swaying gently with the movement. Her eyes, which had been filled with murderous intent just moments before, now curved into crescents. How did I do? Chapter 158. Jiang Yao reached out and brushed away non-existent dust from her shoulder, his fingertips sparking tiny static electricity as they touched the kimono fabric. He gazed at Seiko's eyes, brightened by the lightning, and chuckled softly. It reminds me of a thunderstorm atop Mount Fuji, both breathtakingly beautiful and terrifyingly dangerous. His fingers slid down Seiko's arm, finally gently grasping her right hand holding the sword. The blade still crackled with lingering electricity, but the moment their skin touched, it obediently wrapped around Jiang Yao's wrist, like a cuddly pet. However, Jiang Yao suddenly leaned close to Seiko's ear, his breath brushing against her flushed earlobe. Leave two for me to play with next time? The way you fight, it's easy to lose control. Seiko chuckled, deftly twirling her katana in her palm before sheathing it. She deliberately tapped Jiang Yao's chest lightly with the end of her scabbard, who used telekinesis to pose those zombies just now. Her fingertip traced a small circle on his chest, a subtle display of flirtation. Their flirtation was interrupted by an awkward cough. Carlos had already contacted command, but received no response to their request for support. His tactical boots ground against a charred zombie wreck. Should we retreat? Jill grabbed the oblivious mercenary by the collar and dragged him back. What are you looking at? Go check your ammunition. Seiko covered her mouth and chuckled, the gentian flower in her hair trembling slightly with the movement. Jiang Yao nonchalantly withdrew his hand from her waist, but as he turned, he subtly squeezed her fingertips. The armored vehicle's engine had just started when Carlos suddenly pounded on the window and shouted, "Look! A helicopter!" Everyone looked up and saw a black helicopter bearing the Umbrella Corporation logo skimming low overhead, two conspicuous silver supply crates dangling from its belly. Quick! Signal flare. The team members immediately jumped out of the vehicle, lighting a signal flare. Its red glow was strikingly bright in the darkness. The helicopter didn't even lower its altitude. Instead, it accelerated and turned, the shadows of the supply crate sweeping past their heads. Follow it. Jiang Yao smiled knowingly, wondering what tricks they were playing. James jerked the steering wheel, the armored vehicle roaring through the ruins. Each bump caused the metal components inside the vehicle to groan under the strain, but no one paid any attention. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the receding black dot in the sky. 5 minutes later, when they rushed into the hospital plaza, they only saw two airdrop crates that had been violently pried open. The electronic lock on the box still sparked, and the internal foam padding bore clear weapon outlines and indentations, indicating that heavy equipment had once been stored here. Damn it. Jill kicked the empty box. Who did they give the weapons to? In Jiang Yao's telepathic perception, a twisted yet powerful live signal was moving 3 kilometers away. That familiar, ugly face made him narrow his eyes. Project Nemesis, it really has been launched. Spence, he murmured softly. Looks like the company has assigned you a new job. Is he still alive? Alice's voice was hoarse. Alive? Jiang Yao shook his head. It was more like he'd been transformed into a weapon. He looked at Alice meaningfully. Your old partner, how about you handle him? Alice clenched her fists. She could feel the dormant power within her stirring, yet it was as if she couldn't reach it through a layer of frosted glass. Just then, Jiang Yao suddenly pulled her aside. You should have felt it, his voice low, the power almost palpable. He lightly touched Alice's temple with his fingertip, but one last key is needed. It requires a drop of your blood to activate it. Without hesitation, Alice rolled up her sleeve, revealing an arm covered in needle marks. How much blood? Jiang Yao's dagger flashed, its blade slicing a thin line across Alice's forearm. The blood gushed out, and he precisely channeled it into a silver container using his telekinesis. He pretended to walk towards the trunk of the armored vehicle, but actually placed the container into a black box in his storage space. After the blood-dripping container was placed inside, crimson patterns suddenly appeared on the box's surface, and a strange buzzing sound emanated from within. 10 seconds later, the black box vibrated violently and clicked open. A golden potion lay quietly inside, its liquid containing gilded particles the same color as Alice's pupils. A perfect match. Jiang Yao handed the potion to Alice. Drink it, and you will see your true self. Alice took the potion and drank it down without hesitation. The moment the potion entered her throat, her golden pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Ah! Intense pain caused her to kneel on the ground, her spine twisting and deforming as if alive. Jill tried to step forward, but was stopped by Seiko Busujima. Don't disturb her awakening. It felt like an eternity, yet also like only half a minute, when Alice's scream abruptly ceased. Her hunched body suddenly straightened, her spine emitting a teeth-grinding cracking sound as each bone rearranged itself. Ripples spread through the air, and within a 3-meter radius of her, rubble and shards of glass suddenly defied gravity and levitated. A sharp shard of glass shattered into dust without warning as it drifted past her eyes, as if crushed by an invisible giant hand. When Alice slowly looked up, her irises had completely turned into flowing, liquid gold. This was... She stretched out her trembling hands, palms facing upwards. Crash. The ambulance 10 meters away suddenly dented, its roof twisting and deforming as if kneaded by an invisible hand. Alice's pupils contracted slightly. The 2-ton vehicle slowly lifted off the ground, hovering in midair. In Jiang Yao's telepathic perception, Alice was radiating astonishing mental fluctuations. Those invisible tentacles, initially clumsy like a newborn infant, were growing exponentially. She was instinctively mimicking the way his abilities operated. Interesting. Jiang Yao murmured to himself, worthy of being the protagonist. Alice suddenly looked into the distance, her golden pupils contracting slightly. Clearly, she had also detected the vengeful god in the distance, her former partner Spence. A fighting instinct deeply buried in her genes was awakened. The air around her began to ionize due to the violent fluctuations of her psychic power, emitting subtle crackling sounds. How does it feel? Jiang Yao walked to her side, casually deflecting a turbulent current of out-of-control psychic power. Alice didn't answer immediately. She slowly closed her 5 fingers, and the ambulance emitted a piercing metallic creak, gradually folding into a perfect metal cube under the pressure of an invisible force. As the cube crashed to the ground, her golden pupils flickered slightly. Unprecedented, powerful. Go, let Umbrella see the results of their experiments. Perhaps some people will be losing sleep over it. Chapter 159. Raccoon City, 7th Avenue. The massive body of the vengeful god stood in the middle of the street, its muscles bulging under its metal armor. The Gatling gun mounted on its back slowly spun and warmed up, emitting a chilling hum. Its left arm had been mutated into a rocket launcher, its muzzle locked on the armed men inside the convenience store. The survivors cowered in terror behind the shelves, their rifles like toys before the vengeful god. Target locked. The vengeful god's synthesized voice was cold and ruthless. Elimination in progress. The Gatling gun's barrel began to spin faster. Boom! A deafening engine roar tore through the deathly silence of the street. The vengeful god's head jerked towards the source of the sound, its remaining half-face showing a look of astonishment. A heavily modified Harley-Davidson scooter swerved from the intersection up a gentle slope, the entire vehicle leaping into the air. Alice's blonde hair billowed like a flag in the wind. Suddenly, she released the handlebars, her long legs pushing off the seat. Boom! The motorcycle surged forward with inertia, her body already airborne. The modified Harley traced a perfect parabola through the air, roaring past 3 meters above the head of the vengeful god. In midair, Alice's body stretched like a cat, her red skirt fluttering in the wind. Her hand simultaneously reached for her waist, and 2 specially modified Remington 870 tactical shotguns flashed from their sheaths. The blued finish on the gun barrels gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight, the extended magazines revealing the weapon's terrifying endurance. Click! The sound of the thumb striking the hammer was drowned out by the engine roar. As her body reached the apex of its parabola, the vengeful goddess's cyborg, hideous face was fully exposed to the line of sight. The crimson glow of her electronic prosthetic eye collided with Alice's golden pupils in the air. Bang! Bang! Both shotguns simultaneously unleashed deadly tongues of fire. The specially designed armor-piercing rounds tore through the air the moment they left the barrel. The first bullet struck the vengeful goddess precisely in the left temple. The specially designed bullet spun rapidly upon contact with the armor, piercing through the 3-centimeter thick alloy armor like a hot knife through butter. The second bullet followed immediately, penetrating the same hole. Boom! Half of the vengeful goddess's head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Grayish-white brain tissue mixed with pale blue coolant sprayed out in a radial pattern, and several sparking mechanical parts clattered and crashed against a shop window on the street. From her high-rise vantage point, Ren slammed her hand on the railing, her tactical gloves clanging against the metal. Damn! That was awesome! She turned to the stunned Carlos and gestured. Did you see that trajectory? 2 bullets went in through one hole. However, the vengeful god, missing half his head, didn't fall. Instead, he used his remaining electronic eyes to lock onto Alice, who had just landed. His exposed mechanical brain tissue flashed a dangerous red light, and an inhuman, synthesized electronic voice emanated from his throat. Target confirmed. Cleanup procedure start. The 6 barrels of the Gatling gun began to slowly rotate, the dark muzzle like the eyes of death. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrential downpour of bullets erupted instantly. Alice landed and tumbled, a semi-transparent shield forming in front of her with her psychic power. Bullets struck the shield, exploding into countless sparks, riddling the vehicles and walls on both sides of the street with holes. This thing doesn't use its brain? Jill, perched on the edge of the rooftop, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Jiang Yao, hands in his pockets, gleamed with silver light. Its main control crystal was in the 3rd vertebra of its spine. Umbrella's masterpiece was always so wickedly humorous. On the street, Alice moved swiftly, her figure weaving through cover like a ghost. The Revenge God's rocket launcher had already locked onto her position, a flash of red light from the muzzle. Whoosh! Boom! The rocket, trailing a fiery exhaust, hurtled towards her. Alice leaped into the air, the car behind her turning into a fireball in the explosion. The shockwave propelled her several meters, but she adjusted her posture mid-air and landed steadily. Haven't gotten used to telekinesis yet? Jiang Yao chuckled. Looks like he have to put some pressure on her. As if in response to his words, the armor of the vengeful god suddenly crackled and deformed, 2 homing missiles springing from its shoulders. Alice's pupils constricted, the missiles had already ignited and launched. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the nick of time, Alice pushed forward with both hands. Buzz! An invisible psychic field erupted like a tsunami. The 2 missiles mysteriously halted in midair, then changed direction, returning at an even more terrifying speed. The vengeful god had no time to dodge. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed it entirely. Flames shot into the sky, and the shockwave shattered all glass within a 50-meter radius. However, when the smoke cleared, the vengeful god remained standing. Large sections of its armor had peeled away, revealing the writhing flesh beneath, but its core remained intact. Damn it! Alice gasped for breath, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The overuse of her psychic powers made her temples throb. The vengeful god's electronic eyes locked onto her, and the rocket launcher slowly rose. Alice scanned the scene, then suddenly spread her arms wide, causing all the car wreckage on the street to tremble simultaneously. Broken steel beams, twisted car doors, and shattered engine parts all floated into the air. Just as the vengeful god's rocket launcher reached its firing position, dozens of steel bars shot towards it like javelins. Thud! 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 Sharp metal pierced through its limbs, pinning it firmly to the ground. The vengeful god let out a howl unlike any human's, its Gatling gun firing wildly, but unable to hit the agile Alice. It's over, Alice said coldly. Her right hand slowly closed. Crack! The mechanical spine of the god of vengeance snapped first. Thud! The exposed brain tissue was crushed by an invisible force. Boom! Finally, its massive body crumbled inch by inch, as if crushed by a massive hydraulic press. Armor fragments, mechanical parts, flesh and blood. All were compressed into a metal ball less than a meter in diameter. Far away, at the base, outside the city, Marcus's coffee cup shattered on the ground with a crash, brown liquid splattering onto his gleaming shoes. But he was oblivious. On the monitor screen, Alice's figure moved like a ghost through a hail of bullets. The god of vengeance's Gatling gun spat fire, yet it couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. Even more terrifying, the bullets, just before hitting her, mysteriously hovered in midair, as if blocked by some invisible force. This is impossible. Marcus's fingers trembled as he pressed against the screen, his voice hoarse. He grabbed the communicator, his fingers almost crushing the buttons. Emergency contact. Supreme authorization. Codename, Reaper. Chapter 160. Marcus had just finished his encrypted communication with Westgear. A glint of silver flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, Umbrella's plan unfolded in Jiang Yao's mind like an open book. Prepare to relocate. Jiang Yao suddenly spoke, tapping his temple with his fingertip. They were about to launch a nuclear missile. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this, and they immediately began packing their equipment. Just then, an old-fashioned public telephone on the street suddenly rang shrilly. Ring ring. In the apocalyptic Raccoon City, the ringing sounded particularly eerie. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow and stepped forward to answer the phone. Sir, Dr. Charles's voice came from the receiver, filled with suppressed excitement. Thank you for saving my daughter. May she take the phone? Jiang Yao didn't speak, but directly handed the receiver to Angela. The little girl stood on tiptoe to take the receiver, her voice trembling slightly. Daddy? When can we see each other? Soon, my sweetheart. Charles's voice was incredibly gentle. With these older brothers and sisters, you see me soon. Now, please give the phone back to that brother, okay? Angela obediently handed back the receiver. Charles's voice immediately turned serious. There's a Black Hawk helicopter in the City Hall square. You have half an hour left to evacuate. I help you cover your tracks. Jiang Yao's lips curled into a playful smile. Thank you very much, Doctor. After hanging up, Seiko Busujima leaned closer and whispered, You controlled Marcus? Of course. A glint of silver light flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes. If Marcus hadn't been under my control, he would have been captured like in the original story, let alone help us cover our tracks, and that was indeed the case. Umbrella Corporation Temporary Base Monitoring Center. Charles's clumsy hacking operation caused a glaring red warning to flash on the screen. The technician frantically reported, Supervisor, someone is hacking the Skynet system. Marcus stared at the alarm for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled strangely. He reached out and pressed the delete key. Ignore it. But just do as instructed. Marcus turned and walked towards the command room, letting the rats run a little longer. In the center of the city square, the Black Hawk helicopter's rotor slowly turned, the deep roar of its engine echoing across the empty square. 24 fully armed Umbrella Special Forces members were scattered around, vigilantly patrolling every corner. They wore black tactical uniforms, the night vision goggles on their helmets gleaming coldly, their 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles ready to fire at any moment. Jiang Yao and his team were hidden behind the ruins on the west side of the square, their psychic barrier perfectly concealing their presence. Seiko Busujima's fingertips crackled with tiny arcs of electricity as she whispered, How do we fight? A flash of silver light appeared in Jiang Yao's eyes, and his psychic power instantly locked onto the positions of all the enemies. James, Carlos, a surprise attack from behind. Jill, take care of the perimeter. Alice, the rooftop is yours. As for the two of us, we just watch. Jiang Yao pulled Seiko Busujima aside. James and Carlos each led their squads, using the plaza fountain and abandoned vehicles as cover, silently infiltrating behind enemy lines. The silenced pistols of the team members gleamed coldly in the shadows. Carlos gestured for his team to spread out and lock onto targets. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being cut rang out, and the 16 Special Forces soldiers almost simultaneously stiffened, a small bloody hole appearing on the back of their necks or temples. The bodies fell without even having time to raise their guns. At the same time, Jill emerged from behind a pillar on the east side, dual-wielding Beretta 92F rifles, muzzle flashes. Bang! Bang! 2 soldiers inspecting the helicopter fell to the ground, bullets piercing their ears and destroying their brains. The third enemy had barely turned when Jill's third bullet pierced his throat. Alice stood atop the clock tower in the square, her golden pupils locked onto the sniper on the opposite rooftop. That enemy was aiming at Carlos in the square, completely unaware that his feet had suddenly left the ground. Ah! Telekinesis lifted him up like an invisible giant hand, suspending him 100 meters in the air. The sniper struggled frantically, but could only watch helplessly as he plummeted to the ground. Boom! The body crashed onto the fountain statue in the square, blood staining the angel statue's face. The entire raid lasted less than 20 seconds. Only when the last enemy fell did Jiang Yao slowly step out of the shadows, his boots stepping over a pool of still wet blood. Cleanup complete. He glanced at his watch. We had 20 minutes left. There were too many people. Jiang Yao stood in the whirlwind whipped up by the rotors, surveying the survivors gathered in the square. He decisively waved his hand, split up. A minute later, the Black Hawk helicopter's rotors tore through the air, slowly ascending. Jiang Yao sat in the pilot's seat, his slender fingers flying across the complex instrument panel. Seiko Busujima leaned against the cabin door, her purple sleeves billowing in the wind, the lightning dancing on her Miao sword illuminating her sharp profile. Beside her, Alice's golden eyes were locked onto the approaching steel wall. Fire! Jiang Yao suddenly pulled the control stick, the helicopter tilting sharply. The automatic cannons on the wall had just lit their aiming lasers when he preemptively fired. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun spat out a half-meter-long tongue of fire, and a metallic storm of 20mm armor-piercing rounds instantly tore apart the defensive fortifications atop the city wall. Concrete fragments mixed with human remains rained down. Alice! Jiang Yao shouted. Alice understood, and in the blink of an eye, her telekinesis enveloped the spinning machine gun barrel. As the next volley of shells fired, each warhead was imbued with psychic energy. Boom! 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 The steel gate twisted and deformed under the continuous bombardment, finally blasting into countless fragments like paper. 3 umbrella-armed helicopters took off urgently, their missile racks already flashing red lock-on lights. Jiang Yao sneered, unleashing his telekinesis. Goodbye, kids. Suddenly, the umbrella helicopters all went out of control, and a bright red self-destruct warning popped up on the system interface. The pilot's terrified screams came through the radio, only to be drowned out by the deafening explosions. 3 fireballs erupted in the sky, burning debris crashing down on the city walls like meteors. In the command center, Marcus snapped out of his daze. Launch the nuclear missile. Immediately. He roared hysterically, grabbing a case of classified documents and a helicopter. Evacuate. 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 As Jiang Yao's vehicle swept past the city walls, he saw Marcus's private V-22 Osprey frantically taking off. At the ground exit, Carlos led the way in a truck loaded with civilians. James's squad's armored vehicles cleared a path, with heavy machine guns, and surviving vehicles poured out like a flood. Jiang Yao pressed the communicator, his voice as relaxed as if discussing a picnic. Attention everyone, there will be a beautiful fireworks display in 5 minutes. We suggest you don't look back unless you want to go blind temporarily. 5 kilometers into the convoy, the first blinding white light shone from the city center. This was followed by a deafening shockwave that shook the earth, felling trees in droves, and even the helicopter shook violently. Jiang Yao promptly deployed a psychic barrier to block the oncoming scorching airwaves. Chapter 161. The remote town nestled in a valley surrounded by mountains. The abandoned houses, though dilapidated, at least offered shelter from the wind and rain. The survivors who had escaped from Raccoon City with Jiang Yao quickly sprang into action. Some reinforced doors and windows, others inventoried supplies. Jiang Yao stood in the town's central square, behind him a fully equipped 4-person team: Alice, Seiko Busujima, Jill, and Carlos. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly to everyone's ears. Umbrella wouldn't let any threat escape. A cold, stern smile curved Jiang Yao's lips. And we happened to be their number 1 target, the ones they most wanted to eliminate. The survivors nodded silently. They had witnessed Umbrella's ruthlessness firsthand, detonating nuclear weapons without warning, destroying entire cities in an instant. Continuing to follow these walking targets wouldn't save them. It would only become a burden. Within 3 months, I will end this biohazard crisis. Jiang Yao's voice carried an undeniable certainty. You can live here in peace. Having given his instructions, the 5 boarded the modified SUV and, guided by Jiang Yao, sped off towards Las Vegas. Night fell at the wilderness camp. The campfire crackled, its flickering light casting swaying shadows on the 5 men's faces. Jiang Yao retrieved 2 syringes, shimmering with golden light, from his storage space and handed them to Jill and Carlos. Direct intravenous injection. He blinked. It might be a little stimulating, but it was definitely worth it. Without hesitation, Jill plunged the needle into her arm vein. The moment the golden liquid was injected, her entire body tensed. Ice blue lines rapidly spread across her skin, centered on the injection point. Her exhaled white mist condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air, crackling as they fell to the ground. This was... She opened her icy blue pupils, palm up, and an unbelievable, crystal-clear ice blade materialized out of thin air. Jiang Yao magically produced a silver-white desert eagle. Want to try? The moment Jill took the pistol, frost patterns immediately crawled up the gun from her fingertips. When she pulled the trigger, it wasn't an ordinary bullet fired, but a frost bullet. A tree trunk 30 meters away was instantly pierced, the crack quickly covered in frost patterns. Unlimited ammunition, ultimate freezing. Jiang Yao nodded in satisfaction, a perfect match. On the other side, Carlos was undergoing an even more dramatic transformation. After the potion was injected, he coughed violently, and his entire body began to vaporize. As the golden light completely merged into his body completely transformed into ethereal grayish-white smoke, the cigarette dangling from his mouth swirling freely in his empty lungs. Ha ha ha! The first thing Carlos did upon regaining his solid form was to take a deep drag on his cigarette, letting the nicotine circulate freely in his now insubstantial lungs. I can smoke as much as I want now. North American Underground Base, Central Control Room. A pale blue holographic projection stretched Albert Weskier's figure into a long, distorted silhouette. On his sunglasses, dozens of surveillance images scrolled by like a carousel. The bustling crowds of Ginza in Tokyo, the flashing neon lights of Times Square in New York, the leisurely afternoon outside a Parisian cafe. Initiating the final phase of the Eden Protocol. Weskier's voice sounded like it had been pulled from an icebox, each syllable carrying a chilling coldness. The technician's fingers trembled slightly above the keyboard. Sir, all 37 major cities worldwide are still completely normal. If we release the T-virus now, you got one thing wrong. Weskier suddenly reached out and pressed down on the technician's shoulder, the force so great that the bones groaned under the strain. This wasn't a request, it was an order. As the highest authorization command was input, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the base. Red warning lights stained the control room crimson, and the holographic projection switched to a global map, with 37 red dots flashing at the locations of major cities on every continent. All underground storage tanks unlocked. Aerosol diffusion devices calibrated. The camouflage system was ready. The release procedure would be disguised as an industrial accident. With each status update announced by the cold, electronic female voice, the technician's face paled further. He struggled to ask one last time, but this will completely expose all base coordinates. Weskier suddenly gave a smile that could only be described as elegant. Don't you understand yet? He gently tapped the office worker, drinking coffee, on the monitor screen. When the sun rises tomorrow, these old humans will either be walking corpses or experimental subjects in petri dishes. He walked towards the slowly opening elevator doors, the hem of his black trench coat sweeping across the automatically loading virus storage tanks. And we will become the new world. The moment the elevator doors closed, his final words were like a serpent's hiss. Creator. The control room fell deathly silent. The technician stared blankly as the countdown reached 0. On the holographic screen, 37 red dots simultaneously exploded into a menacing umbrella-shaped symbol. The fountains in New York Central Park, the ventilation shafts of the Tokyo subway, the observation cabins of the London Ferris wheel, countless diffusion devices disguised as ordinary equipment were silently activating. Desert Underground, Secret Research Institute. Thousands of cultivation chambers were neatly arranged in the dimly lit underground facility. Floating inside each chamber was a clone identical to Alice, their eyes closed, long golden hair swaying gently in the nutrient solution. Crystal implantation completion rate 98%. The researcher reported into the communicator, the clone is about to be fully activated. Mission objective, kill Alice. On the monitoring screen, footage of Alice using telekinesis in Raccoon City played repeatedly. Data analysis showed that her evolution speed had exceeded the expected value by 1,027%. We can't wait any longer. Dr. Isaac wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and immediately prepared to deploy the program at the camp outside Las Vegas. Jiang Yao suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with silver light. They had begun. Seiko Busujima instantly regained consciousness, the lightning on her Miao sword automatically illuminating. What starting? The final madness. Jiang Yao stood up. Weskier was turning the entire world into a testing ground. Alice pressed her temples sharply, her golden pupils contracting violently. She sensed countless spiritual signals originating from her own origin awakening somewhere. The feeling of being simultaneously watched by hundreds of versions of herself sent chills down her spine. How many versions of me did they create? Her voice trembled slightly. Jiang Yao smiled knowingly, enough to form an army. So now, Seiko Busujima's Miao sword is fully drawn, lightning illuminating her sharp brows and eyes. We not only have to deal with zombies, but also a bunch of imposters, Alice? Jiang Yao's lips curled into a dangerous arc. To correct you, it's a genetically enhanced, crystal-controlled, fully armed Alice army. Chapter 162. Despite the impending cloning army, Jiang Yao and his group still drove to Las Vegas the next morning. The city that never sleeps is still brightly lit, neon lights flashing, as if the shadow of the apocalypse has not yet eroded its prosperity. Since the world is about to end, Jiang Yao stood at the casino entrance, a smile playing on his lips. Why not have some fun first? Seiko Busujima, dressed in a dark purple evening gown, gently took Jiang Yao's arm and led him into the lobby. The roulette wheel spun, the dice flew, and the clinking of chips was crisp and pleasant. Jiang Yao casually tossed a coin, and under his telekinetic control, it landed precisely on the 00 on the roulette wheel. The dealer stared in disbelief as the ball miraculously stopped in this almost impossible position. Looks like he's on a lucky streak today. Jiang Yao smiled as he collected the chips, then turned to see a blonde woman leaning against the bar, warily surveying her surroundings. Claire Seiko raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing the beautiful actress from Resident Evil 3. Claire paused, then gripped the dagger at her waist warily. Who are you? Just like you, here to experience the casino atmosphere. Jiang Yao handed her a drink. Interested in joining us? Claire hesitated for a moment, but seeing the group's composed demeanor, she finally took the glass and shrugged. I don't have anywhere else to go anyway. Just as everyone was drinking and reveling, screams suddenly erupted from the street outside the casino. What's going on? Claire jumped to her feet. Through the glass window, she saw several pedestrians frantically tearing at others, blood splattering on the neon lights, turning the entire street crimson. Looks like Umbrella's gift has arrived. Jiang Yao swirled his glass, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Claire's face paled. What are these things? She was about to draw her gun when Carlos stopped her. Don't rush, assess the situation first. Claire then noticed that Jiang Yao and his group showed absolutely no panic throughout the casino. Seiko Busujima was still elegantly sipping her red wine, and Alice was even calmly playing the slot machines. You? Claire looked at them in shock. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Yao chuckled. Afraid? No, those things should be afraid of us. Seeing the increasing number of zombies in the city, Jiang Yao led the group to the rooftop of the Citibank building. From there, the entire city was in chaos, flames soaring into the sky, screams echoing everywhere. Alice, Jiang Yao looked at her, signaling to Umbrella Corporation. Alice understood, walked to the edge of the rooftop, and her golden pupils suddenly lit up. Boom! An invisible wave of psychic power spread like ripples, shattering all the glass within a radius of hundreds of meters, overturning vehicles, and crushing hundreds of charging zombies into a bloody pulp. Umbrella Base Monitoring Room. An alarm pierced the silence, and the brainwave scan on the screen pulsed violently. Detected strong mental fluctuations from target Alice. The technician shouted. Coordinates locked, downtown Las Vegas. Dr. Isaac grinned and pressed a button. Initiate the Clone Army Deployment Program. Claire stared in awe at Alice's power, her eyes gleaming with envy. You want it too? Jiang Yao suddenly spoke, a golden potion appearing in his hand. Claire's breath hitched. This is something that can make you like her. Jiang Yao shook the potion. Of course, it hurts a little. Claire stared at the glowing potion, unsure whether to trust this complete stranger. Ultimately, she couldn't resist the allure of superpowers, grabbing the potion and plunging it into her arm without hesitation. Ah! The moment the golden liquid entered, she arched her back as if electrocuted. The veins beneath her skin suddenly glowed with lava-like patterns, and the surrounding temperature soared. She scratched her arm in agony, only to be horrified to find orange-red flames erupting from her fingertips. Whoosh! A burst of flame suddenly erupted from her mouth, turning the rooftop railing glowing red-hot. Claire staggered backward, crashing directly into Carlos's vaporized body. The grayish-white smoke was instantly ignited by the intense heat, hissing and burning. Damn it! I'm going to be burned to ashes. Carlos's head reformed in midair, his face pale with fright. Get away! I can't turn into smoke now, it explode. His lower body remained in a misty state, frantically drifting left and right, trying to avoid the flames leaping from Claire's body. I'm sorry. Claire frantically patted at the uncontrollable flames on her body. As a result, she accidentally spat out a string of sparks, instantly igniting Carlos's newly lit cigarette. My good cigarette? Carlos looked at the cigarette that had instantly turned to ashes with tears in his eyes, quickly retreating behind Jill. Ice girl. Control your fire-breathing brat. Jill rolled her eyes, and casually conjured an ice wall between the two. The collision of ice and fire created a cloud of white mist, finally giving the poor smoker a safe space. Jiang Yao and Seiko Busujima couldn't help but laugh at the farce. The former even leisurely took out a bag of sunflower seeds, and started eating them. Control your breathing. Alice's steady voice suddenly rang in Claire's ear. Her warm hand gently pressed Claire's trembling shoulder, imagining the flames as an extension of her limbs. Claire took a deep breath, The scorching air filled her lungs, but the pain subsided. When she opened her eyes again, her once azure eyes had turned fiery red. She hesitantly raised her hand and tentatively snapped her fingers. Sizzle! A cluster of orange-blue flames leaped from her fingertips, dancing obediently like a tamed sprite. She had shaped the flames into a long whip, and with a casual flick, she had incinerated the approaching zombies into charred remains. Unbelievable. Jiang Yao smiled and handed her a pair of specially made gloves. Try them? The moment Claire put on the gloves, 2 fiery snakes shot from her palms, weaving into an exquisite flame tattoo on her arm. With a thought, the tattoo transformed into a blazing whip that roared out, cleaving an entire row of zombies in half. Welcome to the Extraordinary Ones Club. Seiko Busujima raised her lightning-streaked Miao sword in salute. Suddenly, Claire burst into flames, transforming into a fire goddess. She leaped from the building, unleashing fireballs in all directions as she fell, the explosions upon impact clearing the entire street of zombies. Looks like she's adapting well. Jiang Yao watched the red figure dancing in the sea of fire, then turned to the others and said, "Get ready, the real show is about to begin." Chapter 163. The engines of the transport planes roared through the sky as 12 black transport planes, in a wedge formation, swept across the skies above Las Vegas. The rear doors of the cargo holds opened one after another, and hundreds of white parachutes suddenly bloomed against the azure sky, like an eerie rain of dandelions. This spectacle. Jill narrowed her icy blue eyes, her exhaled breath condensing into tiny ice crystals in the sweltering air. Had Umbrella brought out all its resources? Hanging beneath each parachute was a figure clad in black tactical uniforms. They all had the same long, golden hair, the same cold, stern faces, even their gun-holding postures were identical. Upon landing, these Alice clones neatly and uniformly severed their parachute lines, the simultaneous thud of their tactical boots hitting the ground sending shivers down their spines. Carlos's cigarette suddenly fell to the ground. He stared dumbfounded at the rapidly lining clone army in the square, mechanically patting Alice on the shoulder. Seriously, what's it like to watch hundreds of yourselves lined up down there waiting to die? A dangerous smile curved Alice's lips, like. She clenched her fist in midair, and 3 clones in the distance suddenly had their heads explode, tearing apart a pile of cheap photocopied documents. Seiko Busujima's sleeve moved without wind, purple arcs of electricity dancing merrily on her sword. Need help shredding paper? Alice sneered. Leave it to me, I make their deaths very creative. Before she finished speaking, the clone army below suddenly looked up in unison. Hundreds of pairs of cold eyes simultaneously locked onto the rooftop, each gaze as sharp as a blade. Click! 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 The sound of guns being cocked swept in like a metallic wave. Hundreds of assault rifles raised simultaneously, their dark muzzles pointed directly at Alice. Alice stood on the edge of the rooftop, the wind whipping her long golden hair. Bang! 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 The clone army opened fire simultaneously, bullets raining down like a storm. Alice leaped off, her telekinesis forming an invisible barrier around her, the bullets striking it and sparking. She twisted her body midair, dual pistols already in her hands. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets pierced the foreheads of 2 clones, blood exploding behind their heads. Landing, Alice rolled to absorb the impact, bracing herself with one hand while pulling the trigger with the other, firing 3 shots to take down the nearest enemy. The instant she ran out of bullets, she flung her empty gun, the metal blade like a throwing knife into the throat of a clone. 3 clones lunged at her simultaneously, tactical daggers gleaming coldly. Alice leaned back to dodge, then kicked and shattered clone number 1's kneecap, snatching her dagger and stabbing it into clone number 2's eye socket. Clone number 3's fist came flying, but Alice neither dodged nor evaded, her telekinesis suddenly erupting. Crack! The clone's arm twisted at a bizarre angle, bone-piercing skin. Alice seized the opportunity, shattering her throat with an elbow strike. Whoosh! A rocket whistled in from the side. Alice didn't turn her head, raising her hand, and using her telekinesis to deflect the rocket midair. Boom! The explosion engulfed 5 clones carrying heavy weapons, limbs, and severed bodies raining down. She suddenly spread her arms, and the wreckage of cars and reinforced concrete on the street all levitated. With a flick of her finger, these deadly projectiles rained down on the enemy ranks. Thud! 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 The clones were impaled in the chest, decapitated, and severed at the waist. Blood instantly stained the entire street red. Just as Alice was battling the clones, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Rumble. 3 Umbrella main battle tanks rolled over the street ruins, their 120mm smoothbore cannons slowly turning towards Alice. 6 armed helicopters swooped down from the clouds, their onboard machine guns already firing their aiming lasers. Alice, focus on cleaning up your sisters. Carlos's voice came through the communicator. Leave these metal lumps to us. Carlos took a final drag of his cigarette, instantly turning into smoke, the grayish-white smoke flowing along the ground like a living thing. The smoke seeped into the gaps in the tank chassis, recondensing in the sealed cockpit. The armored soldiers, intently aiming at their targets, suddenly smelled a strong tobacco odor. Cough cough. Where did that smoke come from? Before they could finish speaking, Carlos's dual pistols were already pressed against their temples. Guess who's hitching a ride? He casually blew a smoke ring as he pulled the trigger. Carlos's smoke billowed from the cannon barrel, forming a skull-like smiley face in the air before slowly drifting towards the next battlefield. On the other side, Jill pressed her hands to the ground, icy blue patterns rapidly spreading across the surface. Frozen throne. The extreme cold instantly froze the tank tracks, the thick metal becoming as brittle as a biscuit at -100 degrees Celsius. She raised her hand, and the moisture in the air condensed into giant icicles, shooting towards the tank's cannon barrel like javelins. Crack! The cannon barrel was pinned directly to the turret, the ready-to-fire shell exploding inside. The tank's roof was ripped off by the shockwave, and the crew inside were instantly turned into ice sculptures. Claire burst into flames and leaped onto a low building. Try the barbecue set meal. She clasped her hands together, and then suddenly pulled them apart, a fiery dragon roaring out and precisely wrapping around the tail of a helicopter. The metal melted rapidly at 3,000 degrees Celsius, and the out-of-control helicopter spun and crashed into the last enemy aircraft. In the explosion's flames, Claire made a firing gesture and shouted at Alice, "Focus on your sisterhood." The last 10 clones formed a defensive circle back-to-back, their guns firing wildly. Alice sneered, her psychic barrier blocking all the bullets. She slowly moved forward, and with each step, a clone's head exploded like a watermelon. As the last clone trembled and raised its gun, Alice was already in front of her, 2 fingers gently pressing against her forehead. "Good night, inferior." Bang! Psychic energy pierced through the skull, blood splattering onto Alice's cold face. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to end, several blinding trails of flame suddenly lit up the distant horizon. Umbrella's missile force had launched a second wave of attacks. They really weren't giving up. Jiang Yao snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with silver light. An invisible psychic field instantly unfolded, like a giant barrier enveloping everyone's heads. Seiko Busujima attacked almost simultaneously, her Miao sword crackling with blinding lightning, pointing straight at the sky. Thunder punishment heavenly pull. The first missile suddenly twisted and deformed 500 meters above the ground, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Jiang Yao's 5 fingers clenched tightly. Boom! The missile was forcefully crushed in midair by the psychic force. The blazing fireball was bound by the psychic field before it could spread, ultimately annihilating into wisps of black smoke. Chapter 164. The second missile was struck squarely by lightning from the sky. Seiko's lightning accurately hit the warhead, and the high-voltage current instantly burned out the guidance system. The out-of-control missile plummeted like a drunkard, eventually self-destructing in the distant desert, the resulting dust storm resembling a miniature nuclear explosion. The most dangerous third MIRV missile suddenly split into 6 submunitions as it approached. Jiang Yao and Seiko exchanged a glance and simultaneously acted in perfect unison. A net of telekinesis captured 3 of the submunitions, while the other 3 were pierced by spears formed from lightning. The chain explosions created a spectacular lotus of fire in the air, the shockwave shattering all glass within a kilometer radius. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Yao dusted off non-existent dust from his shoulders. "Is that all you got?" He raised his middle finger at the satellite surveillance in the sky, a flash of silver light in his eyes. A malicious counterattack launched instantly. Deep within the desert base 1,000 miles away, Dr. Isaac was analyzing combat data in his laboratory. Suddenly, the computer screen in front of him flashed a blinding red light, and all security systems simultaneously failed. "Warning! Core energy overload." A mechanical female voice urgently sounded. "What? No." Boom! The entire underground base collapsed in a violent explosion. Dr. Isaac didn't even have time to scream before he was buried under tons of sand. 3 months later. 3 months of travel allowed Jiang Yao and his superpowered team to witness the North American continent after the collapse of civilization. In New York, they saw the moss-covered charging bull of Wall Street. Those elites, who once dominated the financial world, were now mindless zombies. The only thing that remained unchanged was that they all drank human blood. Chicago's devastation was even worse. The once brightly lit Willis Tower now resembled a burning torch, its black smoke lingering year-round. Disneyland, a dream destination for children, now had its carousel covered in spiderweb like flesh and blood, and the spire of Cinderella Castle was pierced by half a helicopter wreckage. The entire park reeked of a perpetual stench of blood, as if it had committed some heinous act, and now, rusty road signs indicated they had returned to square one. Welcome back to Raccoon City. Jiang Yao kicked aside the wreckage of a police car blocking his path. The protective paint on the vehicle was peeling off. Guess what surprise our old friend had prepared? In the city center, a massive crater hundreds of meters in diameter stood out, its edges revealing the metal structure of the Umbrella Corporation logo. Jiang Yao and Seiko Busujima, having seen the movie, exchanged a knowing glance. Before they could get close, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Roar! Countless zombie dogs surged from the cracks, while lickers scaled the crater walls, rapidly approaching. A dozen Punishers, each nearly 3 meters tall, wielded massive chainsaw axes, their prosthetic eyes gleaming crimson. The sound of rotors filled the air as thousands of tactical drones formed a dark, menacing swarm. Behind them, a black helicopter slowly descended. The cabin door opened, and Ada Wong stepped out gracefully in her high heels. She wore her signature red, high-slid cheongsam, toying with a silver pistol in her hand, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. Good morning, everyone. But the real threat came from the last figure to appear. Albert Wesker. He wore sunglasses, his black trench coat fluttering in the wind, his inhuman, snake-like eyes coldly observing the crowd through the lenses. You could have been gods of the new world. Wesker's voice was seductive. Look at your power. Beyond mortals, above the laws of nature. He opened his arms. Join us, and reshape this planet. Carlos spat out his cigarette, but I'd rather be a happy smoker. Ice crystals spread from Jill's palm to her entire arm. Keep your new world for yourself. Claire burst into flames. Living next to zombies? Forget it. Alice's psychic field began to distort the surrounding air. Wesker, your game is over. Jiang Yao chuckled. Done with your nonsense? He pointed directly at Wesker. Then, let's fight. Wesker chuckled. Fight? No problem. Let me show you our results. Before he finished speaking, Wesker vanished, appearing in front of Alice the next second, his speed exceeding human limits. His fist, carrying terrifying power, slammed into Alice's chest, tearing the air with a sharp, explosive sound. Alice was prepared, her psychic barrier instantly deployed, forcefully blocking the attack, but the immense impact still forced her back several steps. Good reaction. Wesker sneered, his figure blurring again. Jill snorted coldly, slamming her hands into the ground. Don't even think about escaping. Crack. Extreme cold instantly spread, freezing the ground within a radius of tens of meters into a thick layer of ice, immediately restricting Wesker's teleportation trajectory. His figure was forced to appear on the ice, his steps faltering slightly. Claire seized the opportunity, clasping her hands together, unleashing a blazing whip of fire aimed straight for Wesker's throat. Wesker dodged to the side, flames grazing his shoulder and singing a strand of hair. TCH, what a nuisance. Wesker frowned, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Jiang Yao. You seem quite relaxed. Jiang Yao remained standing, hands in his trench coat pockets, a faint smile playing on his lips. I just wanted to see how long you could last. Wesker's lips curled into a cold smile, his figure blurring instantly, vanishing from the encirclement of the crowd, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. The next second, he appeared on a high platform 100 meters away, his black trench coat billowing in the wind, like a vulture swooping down on its prey. Since you all enjoy fighting so much. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, then let's play with them. Roar! The zombie hound horde erupted first, their rotting muscles bursting with astonishing speed, their sharp teeth dripping foul-smelling slime, lunging at the group from all directions. Seiko Busujima's blade flashed, and lightning descended from the sky, instantly charring hundreds of zombie hounds. Rat-a-tat-tat. Carlos's machine gun spat fire, turning the charging zombie hounds into sieves, but more monsters surged forward, stepping over the corpses of their own kind. He spat. Damn it, this number is off. The licker seized the opportunity to leap from the shadows, its long tongue like a whip, fiercely coiling towards Jill's neck. Watch out. Claire flung a fireball, the flames exploding with a boom, the licker howling and rolling in the fire. Jill seized the opportunity to press down with her hand, ice spikes erupting from the ground, piercing its skull. However, the real threat had only just arrived. Thump! 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 The heavy footsteps shook the ground, as a dozen Punishers wielding chainsaw axes stepped onto the battlefield. Chapter 165. Their mechanical eyes locked onto their targets. Chainsaws roared as they tore through the air, slashing towards the group. Alice's pupils contracted, her psychic field activated to its fullest extent, forcefully blocking two massive axes that came crashing down. The friction between metal and invisible force created ear-piercing sparks. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "These guys have the strength of tens of tons. Then don't try to take it head-on." Jiang Yao finally moved. He flashed, his trench coat billowing, and a long, black sword appeared in his hand. The blade flashed with a ghostly light, severing the Punisher's mechanical arm. In the instant black blood spurted, the Punisher felt no pain, swinging its other arm with a chainsaw axe. Jiang Yao leaned back to dodge, his blade following the momentum, thrusting straight in with the amplification of his psychic power, piercing the Punisher's heavily guarded heart like a hot knife through butter. The Punisher died instantly. Weskier's pupils contracted as he looked at the swarm of drones hovering overhead. He murmured, "Then let's put some pressure on you." Whoosh! Thousands of drones opened fire simultaneously, bullets raining down like a storm. The group quickly sought cover, but the barrage of fire almost completely covered the battlefield. Alice erected a psychic barrier, the barrage rippling through the air. Jill conjured an ice wall, but it was quickly cracked by bullets. Claire's fiery whirlwind temporarily pushed back the drones, but new drones immediately filled the gaps. Seeing the battlefield situation turning so favorable, just as Weskier was about to teleport back into the fray, Ada Wong suddenly raised her pistol. Bang! The bullet struck Weskier precisely in the shoulder, black blood instantly seeping out. Weskier whirled around, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Ada Wong gracefully stepped back, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Sorry, Weskier, but this bet. I bet on someone else." Her finger lightly pressed a button on her wristwatch, and instantly, all the drones hovering in the air were shot down by an electromagnetic pulse. "You?" Weskier's expression finally changed. "I told you," Ada chuckled. "I only stand on the winner's side." Without drone support, Weskier suddenly let out a piercing scream, and the entire battlefield fell silent. The next second, the remaining lickers, zombie dogs, and Punishers simultaneously went berserk. Their eyes all turned into snake-like pupils, just like Weskier's, and their movements suddenly became abnormally coordinated, as if controlled by some collective consciousness. "He's controlling them." Alice's psychic barrier had just been deployed, when three mutated zombie dogs suicidally charged at it. Rotting flesh and acidic blood exploded on the barrier, corroding it and creating hissing holes. Weskier's figure appeared and disappeared amidst the chaos. The Punishers, whose bodies were usually cumbersome, were now incredibly agile, wielding chainsaw axes at angles defying the laws of physics. One of them even suddenly self-destructed, the splattering acid forcing everyone to retreat. Seiko Busujima's katana flashed with lightning, cleaving an oncoming licker in two. She maintained a constant distance of 3 meters from Jiang Yao, a distance that allowed her to support the entire operation while ensuring that any attacker would be shredded by her blade. Weskier suddenly appeared in her peripheral vision, his bone claws aimed for her throat, but just as he was about to succeed, a bolt of lightning struck his wrist. "Your attention," Seiko's blade dripped with black blood, "is too scattered." It turned out she had already laid static electricity traps around them. As Weskier retreated, Alice's psychic hammer finally seized the opportunity, slamming him into the ground. Alice clasped her hands together, unleashing a psychic field like a tsunami. All the zombie dogs within a 30-meter radius were crushed by the invisible giant hand, black blood raining down on the ruins. Jill seized the opportunity to rush forward, slamming her palms into the ground, radiating icy energy. A dozen or so lickers that pounced on her were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, still maintaining their ferocious attacking postures. She spun around, her boots shattering the nearest ice sculpture, the shards of ice blasting back the following monsters like shotgun pellets. Claire's fiery whip transformed into 2 fire snakes, weaving a death zone within a 10-meter radius around her. In just 20 seconds, the battlefield was cleared. The group, panting, regrouped, surrounding the crater where Weskier had fallen. Weskier's snake-like pupils contracted violently, black blood dripping from his shoulder, hissing and scorching as it corroded the bottom of the pit. He slowly straightened up, and beneath his tattered trench coat, the eerie patterns began to writhe, spreading beneath his skin like living things. "You think this is how you win?" His voice suddenly twisted, laced with inhuman hissing. Alice was the first to notice something amiss, shouting a sharp warning, "Back off! His cells are mutating!" Before she finished speaking, Weskier's body suddenly swelled. His spine pierced his skin, extending white bone spurs, and his arms transformed into ferocious claws. His face ripped open, revealing a second, scaly face. No longer a human face, but the skull of a giant snake. Now, Weskier's voice overlapped with a beastly roar. Feel true evolution. He launched a sudden attack, his bone tail sweeping across, instantly turning Carlos into a wisp of smoke. This thing even has a second transformation? Jill clasped her hands together, condensing her icy energy into a rain of ice spears that shot towards Weskier, only to be deflected by his newly formed scales, leaving only faint white marks on the surface. Claire's fiery whip wrapped around his right leg, but he grabbed it with his other hand, flinging her high into the air. Claire! Alice unleashed her full psychic power, catching her mid-air, but Weskier seized the opportunity to attack them. His bone claws aimed straight for Alice's heart, and at the critical moment, clang! Seiko Busujima's katana, crackling with lightning, slashed down, forcefully blocking the bone claws. Arcs of electricity crackled along the scales, forcing Weskier to take a half step back. Using the momentum, she spun around, her blade slicing through the air in a crescent-shaped arc, severing 3 of his claws. Before Seiko Busujima's blade flashed, Weskier was thrown back several steps, thick black blood spurting from his severed claws. His snake-like eyes contracted, a hoarse roar escaping his throat. His bony tail slammed into the ground, lifting a section of concrete that crashed down on the group like a giant wave. Alice pushed forward with both hands, her psychic barrier unfolding like an invisible wall, forcefully stopping the flying debris. Jill seized the opportunity to dart to Weskier's left, her palms touching the ground. Frost spread rapidly along his bony tail, freezing half of his body in place. My turn. Claire swooped down from the sky, her fists bursting with fiery white flames, and slammed a heavy blow into Weskier's back. With a cracking sound of shattering scales, Weskier staggered forward, but before he could regain his footing, Carlos solidified from the smoke, a shotgun pressed against his knee. Bang! Sparks flew from the mechanical joints, and Weskier fell to one knee. He roared and swung his claws in retaliation, only to have his wrist severed by Seiko Busujima's blade. Lightning from the blade surged through the wound into his body, causing him to convulse. It's over, Alice said coldly. She clenched her fists, her psychic field gripping Weskier's head like a giant hand. Weskier froze, the red light in his snake-like eyes flickering. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but Seiko Busujima's blade had already pierced his throat. Thunderous flash. The lightning on the blade exploded, blasting Weskier into countless fragments from within. Black blood rained down, but upon touching the ground, it was frozen into eerie black ice crystals by Jill's frost. The battlefield fell silent. Jiang Yao emerged from the shadows, his boot shattering a crystal of ice, and chuckled, not bad. As for why Ada Wong betrayed him, it was simply a matter of discretion. 10 minutes before the battle began, Ada Wong leaned against the helicopter door, her fingers casually tracing the trigger of her silver pistol. Her gaze pierced through the swirling smoke, landing on the black-clad youth who hadn't yet made a move. Her instincts as a top assassin made her narrow her eyes. When Weskier was surrounded by 5 men, Jiang Yao suddenly glanced in her direction. Without a word, a precise surge of telekinesis pierced her mind. The shattered ruins of Raccoon City suddenly reformed in her consciousness, transforming into a vast starry sky. She saw Jiang Yao standing atop a star ring, his feet resting on a coiled giant snake with Weskier's face. The illusion vanished in an instant. Ada Wong's grip on her gun tightened. Looks like we can't stay on this wrecked ship any longer. Chapter 166. As the group arrived at the alloy gate at the deepest level of the Umbrella Corporation base, Red Queen's holographic image suddenly flashed in the corridor. Warning. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering the core area. The little girl's image coldly stated, security system activated. Dozens of alloy blades, each 2 meters in diameter, suddenly descended from the ceiling, spinning rapidly like giant fan blades, turning the entire corridor into a meat grinder. Jiang Yao didn't even glance at them, snapping his fingers. All the spinning blades suddenly froze, then twisted and deformed like tin foil squeezed by an invisible giant hand. With a shrill screech of tearing metal, the blades were crushed into scrap metal balls one after another, clattering to the ground. Red Queen's image flickered. Activate Level 2 defense. Hundreds of firing ports suddenly opened in the walls, an interwoven network of red lasers dividing the corridor into countless deadly squares. Jiang Yao continued forward. The laser beam curved and refracted strangely 3 meters away from him, finally turning back to the transmitter. Amidst a series of explosions, the laser array self-destructed. The Red Queen, still undeterred, spewed pale green neurotoxin from the vents. Simultaneously, the ground suddenly flipped open, revealing dozens of flamethrowers. The ceiling cracked open, and 12 six-barreled machine guns extended simultaneously, their barrels beginning to preheat and rotate. However, before these traps could even function, Jiang Yao dismantled them with his telekinesis. The final obstacle before them was a giant gate bearing the Umbrella Corporation logo. The biometric system beside the gate glowed red. Highest authorization verification failed. Jiang Yao finally stopped and raised his right hand. The entire gate began to emit a sickening metallic creaking sound, and the concrete around the frame cracked and crumbled. With a deafening roar, the 30-ton super blast-proof door flew out like it had been hit by a cannonball, smashing the automated defense turret behind it into scrap metal. The image of the Red Queen flickered violently. No, cannot. Jiang Yao stepped over the twisted doorway and said to the empty corridor, "Next time you design a security system, remember to consider supernatural factors." When everyone stepped into the deepest command center of Umbrella Corporation, rows of transparent incubation pods came into view. The high-ranking officials in suits were lying in cryogenic chambers, their faces covered with a thin layer of white frost. Cryogenic hibernation? Claire frowned in disgust. These bastards had at least left themselves an escape route. Jiang Yao didn't even lift an eyelid. His telekinesis swept across the entire hall like an invisible tide, and spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the tempered glass of the incubation pods. "Wait!" Alice suddenly exclaimed, "that pod is..." She didn't finish her sentence. All the incubation chambers exploded in the same millisecond, freezing liquid mixed with fragments of blood and flesh spraying onto the metal walls. In one of the chambers, an elderly version of Alice, with white hair, had just opened her eyes when her head exploded like a watermelon crushed by an invisible hand. "The creator?" Jiang Yao scoffed, kicking away the shards of glass at his feet. "Just a bunch of cowardly parasites." On the surface ruins, Claire carefully placed a metal box on a flat concrete block. Inside the box lay 3 spiral glass tubes, filled with a shimmering blue liquid. "That's it?" Carlos poked the glass tubes with the barrel of his gun. "This stuff can solve the global infection?" Jiang Yao didn't speak. With a flick of his right hand, the glass tubes floated into the air, and then, snap! The shards of glass and the liquid refracted rainbow like halos in the sunlight. The liquid vaporized the moment it touched the air, dispersing into almost invisible particles that drifted away with the wind. Molecular-level diffusion. Jill looked up at the clear sky. Within a month, it would cover the stratosphere, spreading to every corner through rain. The unconscious howls of zombies echoed in the distance, but now sounded like the wails of the dying. The moment the blue light dissipated, sunlight streamed into the Wulong Mountain Villa through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Seiko Busujima's fingertips danced with lightning, casting dappled patterns of light on the solid wood floor. She turned excitedly, her hair crackling with static electricity. "Darling, look at this." With a flick of her wrist, lightning coalesced in her palm into the shape of a katana, the blade bearing the exact same Tomo crest as the Raiden general. As she spun and swung her sword, 3 lightning blades fanned out, neatly slicing the boulder outside the courtyard into 4 pieces, purple sparks crackling at the cuts. Jiang Yao leaned against the doorframe, swirling a half-empty glass of beer in his hand. "We do the railgun experiment later," he sipped his beer. "Unless you want to turn our backyard into scorched earth." Seiko stuck out her tongue, and the lightning suddenly turned blue-white. She mimicked Misaka Mikoto's gesture, flicking a coin into the air. However, the initial velocity of the railgun definitely needed adjustment, using it in the real world. Before the coin landed, a suddenly appearing pale blue screen froze both of them. "Host, it's a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Yao's glass stopped in midair. For the first time, he noticed the simulator's text carried warmth, like a farewell note from an old friend, words left unspoken. "My journey with you ends here." Seiko instinctively grabbed his arm. She saw Jiang Yao's pupils slightly contract. The screen flickered one last time. "The rest of the journey is in your own hands." "Goodbye." "Wait!" Jiang Yao reached out to grab it, but only grasped a wisp of dissipating blue light. The villa suddenly became eerily quiet. Even the sound of the fountain in the courtyard could be clearly heard. Seiko Busujima gently pried open his clenched fist and found a faint silver mark on his palm, a miniature Stargate pattern, self-reassembling into new coordinates. "Looks like our travel package has been upgraded. It's not just about post-apocalyptic survival anymore." A dangerous smile curved her lips, her eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. The bedroom door was suddenly flung open. Nanri Kawari, dressed in a cropped tactical outfit, followed behind with Shizuka carrying a medical kit. Her alluring curves, barely concealed beneath her white coat, rose and fell with her rapid breathing. Needless to say, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and the night before last was filled with passion. 3 hours later, Jiang Yao flicked his wrist, retrieving the mysterious black box from the otherworldly space. He skillfully drew 4 vials of his own blood with a syringe and injected them into the black box. The box glowed with a faint blue light, and a subtle mechanical hum emanated from within. Shortly afterward, the lid slid open automatically, and 4 vials containing a transparent liquid slowly rose in the dim light. Suspended within the liquid were nebula-like silver substances, as if the entire Milky Way had been condensed within them, slowly rotating with the changing light. The screen of the black box lit up with scarlet text. Superman Potion, upon consumption, grants Silver Superman abilities, unweakened version.